Chapter 4388. Hearing the words of the overlord, Jian Wushuang had no choice but to comfort himself, and he also had a humble feeling in himself. If you break through the Supreme yourself, I am afraid that the Supreme Thunder will have a world-shaking difference from ordinary people. The other side. Long Qing's body was glittering with gold, slowly opening her eyes, and her face filled with satisfaction. After serving that glass of divine wine, he also broke through. Today, he is half invincible supreme. Jian Wushuang, you better pray, there will be someone to save you after the cosmic grand event. He stared at Jian Wushuang, licked his lips, and there was a cruel color in his eyes. Jian Wushuang heard a cold hum and ignored him. The time has come. It is time for the old man to select 10 boys to listen to the sermon. On the main seat, Zhou God saw everyone recovering, and Fu Su smiled and said. Suddenly, everyone looked shocked, and there was a rush of fanaticism in their eyes. Preaching the God of the Elder. This is the biggest opportunity in this cosmic event. Do they spare no expense to come to this night palace, just to fight for the 10 listening positions? It can be said that the invincible supremacy in the universe today is almost the only opportunity to break through the invincible supreme after listening to the preaching of the universe. There was also the Taro Supreme who once ruled the universe and was dominated by the universe. He was named the first sword master of all ages. It was only after listening to this knight's palace that he had the power. It can be said that almost half of the top powerhouses in the entire universe come from the Lingxiao Palace. This makes them, how can they not be attentive? I saw the glance of the God of Gods swept across everyone's faces, and smiled and said, The old man doesn't see cultivation as a state, he doesn't look strong or not. Can. As soon as the words came down, everyone in the audience shrank slightly. If you don't look at the state of cultivation, you don't look at the combat power, what should you look at? Everyone was puzzled, but didn't ask much, waiting quietly for what God said. Fortunately, the of the universe did not intend to sell Guanzi, and Fusa smiled. The first test is your practice time. The shorter the practice time, the more chance you have to become an obedient person of your husband. As soon as this remark came to an end, some old-fashioned supreme faces suddenly changed. You have to know, which of the supremes present was not the only one who has worked hard and has accumulated countless years before he is eligible to enter this night palace? In particular, some top extremes and half-step invincible extremes, such as that Bingyu Supreme, he has passed 3,000 chaos eras from practice to the present, only to reach this position today. The comparison of the duration of this practice is only compared with those of the same state in this midnight palace. All of you need not worry too much. As soon as this remark was over, many people present at the scene were relieved. The ugly Moroccan Supreme, who had an ugly face before, also reappeared a smile. Although he has practiced 3,000 chaos ages, the Qiang Emperor sitting next to him, as far as he knows, has already practiced 5,000 chaos ages, which is almost twice his. Master Zeus is wise. This arrangement is not only fair, but also a person's potential. It's true that although some people are strong, but their talent potential has already been exhausted. Even if they can listen to the preaching of the Lord God, the effect is very small. It is better to give the opportunity of preaching to those who have potential. Everyone echoed. On that day, Luo Zi heard his face of ecstasy. The original presence was top and supreme. If the quota of 10 preaching boys was determined by the state of comparative power, he would have no hope at all. As a result, now, it is only better than that in the same state. The length of his practice, he suddenly burst into confidence. He is now the ultimate dominating realm, and in the audience, he is in the same realm, but only Jian Wushuang is the only one. In other words, he has only one opponent, and that is Jian Wushuang. Ha ha ha, it seems that this boy must have a seat in my Tianluzi. Tianluzi glanced at Jian Wushuang, a rush of joy in his heart. If it is possible to defeat Jian Wushuang, he is still a little bit bottomless. But if it is about the length of practice, let alone Jian Wushuang, he is confident that he can win the audience. I have only practiced for tens of millions of years. I do and even have a chaos period. Who is shorter than me? That sword Wushuang is a special life. I heard that the higher the level of life of these special lives, the harder it is to break through the realm of breakthrough. Want to come to this sword to achieve the ultimate domination? I'm afraid it took hundreds of chaos. He thought to himself secretly, and the more he thought about the smile on his face. Well, swords matchless, let me Tian Luzi today to expose your pseudo-genius name. On the other side, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes when he heard the words. His heart was a little dumb. Compared to the length of practice? He shouted, forget it, just afraid that since he started his practice, it doesn't add up to more than 1,000,000 years. Dang. With a big wave from the universe, a huge jade appeared in front of everyone. This jade is snow white, about as tall as an adult, exuding a sensation of cold, and in the middle of the jade, there is a very clear 0 character. You guys, you just put your hands up. This time stone can automatically sense the time of your practice, and it will be displayed on it. There will never be half a fraud. Okay, let's start from strong to weak, and start with the half-step Invincible Supreme. After the voice fell, the half-step Invincible Supreme was present. You all looked at me, and I looked at you, without moving for a moment. In the end, it was the Bingyu Supreme, striding forward, and first put his hand on this jade. Wow! Suddenly, the original number on this jade began to change continuously. Ding! In the end, the figure was fixed on the 3,216 chaos period. Are there more than 3,000 chaos periods? Zeus nodded slightly, always with a kind smile on his face, which made people wonder what he was thinking. Next. Immediately, an ancestor of the Blood Demon clan stepped forward and pressed on the jade. He is also a half-step Invincible Supreme, and the number displayed on the jade is much higher than that of the Bingyu Supreme, and finally fixed on the 5,000 chaos period. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Blood Demon tribe was apprehended and dejected, and Bingyu Supreme was quietly relieved. Time passed slowly, some people rejoiced and some were worried. The half-step Invincible Supreme was present, and most of them far exceeded the age of practice of Bingyu Supreme. Even if there are few years shorter than his practice, it is only a few hundred chaos periods. In the end, Long Qing, who was invincible in the half-step, broke through and finally came on the field. His face was proud and superior. Firstly, he shook his head with disdain towards the others like Bingyu, and then seemed to be an opponent in the slightest. Then he extended his hand and pressed it on the timing jade. 196 chaos period! Suddenly, as soon as this figure came out, the same stone suddenly stirred up thousands of waves, and everyone in the audience shook. Chapter 4389. 196 Chaos Times. As soon as this figure appeared, everyone who was half-step invincible and supremely cultivated at the scene changed his face. Before Long Qing didn't appear, even the shortest half-step Invincible Supreme was more than 1,000 times of chaos. Comparing the two, the gap is too big. 196 Chaos Ages, nearly 200 Chaos Ages, are too young and conspicuous, and have crushed everyone in the field with the crown of the heroes. Because we must know that even if it is some elementary or ultimate masters, the years of spiritual practice may not only be this time. On the main seat of the Lingxiao Palace, Lan Lan's eyes flashed a fascination, and he whispered, Master, this Long Qing is so good that he has practiced only 196 Chaos Ages, and he has the current practice. The head of the Zhou slightly smiled, and Fushu smiled. It's really good, but he is the 4th generation of the blood of the dragon race. He was born with the supreme body. It can be said that the starting point is much higher than others, so it is shorter than others' spiritual practice. It's normal. Is that so? Lan Lan raised an eyebrow, looking thoughtful. With the end of Long Qing's quiz, the half-step Invincible Supreme test ended. With 196 years of practice in the Chaos period, Long Qing has steadily topped the list, ranking first on the list alone. He looked around, his face full of pride. Then came the measurement comparison between the top extremes. This time, the top pick is still one of the 6 enemies of Jian Wushuang, the Green Dog Supreme. He practiced for 578 Chaos Ages, surpassing a strong alien, and became the shortest person to practice. And then there are High Supreme, Medium Supreme, Elementary Supreme. The time difference becomes more obvious as you practice further down the road, because such practices as Half-Step Invincible Supreme can no longer be achieved by ordinary chance, but require a lot of time to settle. However, the Supreme Supreme, the Junior Supreme, etc. are very likely to be greatly shortened by some antinatural creations, so the gap is widened. In the middle of the test, the King of Nine Kings came out on top with 102 Chaos Ages, which was dazzling for a moment. However, with Long Kingsview in front, it did not seem particularly shocking. The test of the primal supremacy was the fiercest one. Finally, it was ranked by a strong alien, and the Overlord was slightly weaker, ranking second. Just 3 Chaos Eras! 3 Chaos Eras! The Overlord clenched his fists. His face was covered with unwillingness. Because it is very likely, because of these 3 chaotic eras, they were disqualified from hearing. Finally, the competition between Supremes has all ended. The eyes of everyone in the audience focused on Jian Wushuang. The 3 words, swords and swords, have a very important place in the universe, or in this era. The first genius of the universe, the first day of eternal vanity, slaughtered Supreme with the body of the Master. There are too many tags on Jian Wushuang's body, and more can't make people not face his presence. Therefore, countless people are curious, how many years did Jian Wushuang practice? I think this sword is unparalleled, at least practice 1,000 Chaos Era. Someone's eyes were burning, he said firmly. Yes, whether it is the magical skills used by Jian Wushuang, or the laws of the universe, kendo comprehension, etc., it takes a lot of time to understand the sedimentation. Without 1,000 chaotic periods, it is impossible to comprehend. Jian Wushuang can slaughter the Supreme with his dominating body. In addition to the tailored divine sword and the Wu Di Chaos Ding, his superb avenue power and the unimaginable laws of the universe are all indispensable. It just takes an extremely long time to understand things. After all, if Jian Wushuang really practiced thousands of chaos disciplines, it would not be a surprise to be able to do this. Everyone discussed. That Long Qin glanced at Jian Wushuang contemptuously, and said bluntly, Sword Wushuang, this seat used 196 chaos period, then practiced to a half-step invincible supreme, and you? Overlords, kings of 9 kings, and others did not say anything. People all have to compare their thoughts. They are also very curious when talking about how many chaos disciplines Jian Wushuang practiced. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm and he didn't speak. He was about to go to the time jade to take the quiz and saw Tian Lozi sitting next to him. He stood up and walked out. He clenched his fists tightly, and looked at Jian Wushuang with a grin on his face. Why? Why is the audience paying attention to Jian Wushuang? Obviously I am also the ultimate dominator, obviously I am also one of the candidates. But why no one gives me a high look? On what grounds? Was Sword Master slaying the Supreme with Sword Master? I can do it. At this moment, Tian Lozi's heart was filled with jealousy. He has to prove to everyone that he is the real Tianjiao. Jian Wushuang is just a pseudo-genius who is not even as good as his fingers. Thinking of this, Tian Lozi stepped in front of the jade and reached out and pressed it. Wow! Suddenly, the numbers on the jade began to soar. He looked at the soaring numbers with a sneer on his face. Also, let me Tian Lozi step on the sword without a match today, and prove the name of the first genius in the world. Boom! The numbers on jade suddenly stopped. 783,000 years. No chaos period. Suddenly, everyone in the audience who did not pay attention to Tian Lozi was shocked, and his eyes showed an incredible look. What? 79 million years? Not even a chaos period? Who is this? Talent is so horrible? Well, there isn't even a chaos period, but it has been built into an invincible master who is nowhere near the supreme. This talent is enough to look forward to ancient and modern times. This person I know is called Tianlizi, but it is a junior who has recently emerged from the universe. He is so talented that he does not fall into the sword without a match. He has also done the most decisive act. Recently, he has become very popular. If the Chaos Era is not coming, you will soon be promoted to the Supreme. If you let him grow up for a while, it is estimated that it is another party's power. Many Supreme people praised it, and even Long Qing flashed a different color in his eyes, and threw an olive branch to Tianlizi actively, inviting him to become a disciple of the Dragon Tribe. In the middle of the night, Tianlizi was full of spirits. He enjoyed a lot of admiration around him, his face filled with pride. This is the treatment that Tianlizi should have. Jian Wushuang, what are you still doing? It's your turn. Tianlizi turned to look at Jian Wushuang, and smiled vaguely. Chapter 4390. Oh. The sword glanced at him without expression on both sides, then walked up to the jade step by step in the attention. Jian Wushuang, I'd like to see, how long have you practiced? At this moment, Long Qing, Tianlizi, and others sneered. Little guy, push your hands up. Zhou God stroked a smile. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, took a deep breath, put his hand on this jade. Suddenly, the base 0 number started to change. Everyone in the audience stared at the rapidly changing value. Ding! A crisp sound sounded. 7. When the first number appeared, everyone was stunned, and a smile appeared on their faces. Is there more than 700 Chaos Ages? Ha ha ha, what genius, has practiced more than 700 Chaos Periods, which is longer than this one, and it is just the ultimate master. The sword is unparalleled. My Tianlizi practiced for tens of millions of years, but you practiced more than 700 Chaos disciplines. What do you compare with me? What qualifications do you have to compare with me? Luo Zi laughed wildly that day. However, the next moment, the smile on his face was rigid. 70. The second number is slowly stationary. No, it's not more than 700 Chaos times, it should be more than 70 Chaos times. The whole audience was stunned. More than 70 times of Chaos were not long. Many Ultimate Masters practiced longer than this time. For example, the King of the Nine Calamities, in the realm of ultimate domination, has been stuck for dozens of Chaos periods. Is there more than 70 Chaos times? Well, that's just the case. Tianlizi narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. It is true that more than 70 years of Chaos are young. This is true, but compared to his 79 million years, it seems far too far away. Everyone's eyes flashed sneer, and they continued to look at the jade. Next moment! On that piece of jade, the specific practice years of Jian Wushuang are completely fixed. 700,000 years! Suddenly, the audience was deadly silent. Some are still holding wine glasses, some are still talking softly with the people around them, and some are sneer. But at this moment, everyone was as if they had been fixed. At this moment, they looked at the jade with a dull expression, and their eyes were almost shocked to fall down. The momentary silence that fell into the audience was immediately boiling. 700,000 years? Am I right? What is the concept of 700,000 years? It takes 1 million years for the old man to close the door. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Jian Wushuang practice only 700,000 years? At this moment, everyone was horrified. They stared at the clear numbers on the jade, their heads like a stormy sea. Long Qing, who was still very upset and esteemed by the heroes, suddenly became gloomy. Others, such as the Emperor Qiang, had an extremely ugly face. It must be wrong. How could Jian Wushuang practice only 700,000 years? Something must have gone wrong with this jade, or what secret technique Jian Wushuang has used to hide the sky. I don't believe it. Luo Zi's face turned red that day, and then he shouted. 700,000 years! Not even a fraction of him! Are you questioning the husband? The of Zhou still had a kind smile on his face, but his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, Tianlizi trembled, And immediately he knelt down, daring to speak. The other Supremes, including Long Qing, all saw slight changes in their faces. You look at me and look at you, and you bow your heads, and you dare not say anything. It was just a thought that weeds were wildly breeding in their minds. Sword warriors but practice 700,000 years. They can prove the ultimate lord of the body, killing the supreme. If he were to practice another 7 million years, 70 million years, or even tens of thousands of chaos period, then what a sight! They did not dare to think about it any more. They just felt a coldness from head to tail, thawed very terribly, and the scalp was numb. In the audience, only Sword Wushwang expression calm. Child, come here. The Zhou smiled and hooked at the Sword Wushwang, signaled that the sword was coming to his seat. It is good. Facing the of the universe, Jian Wushwang didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly came to sit in front of him. In the palace during the night, many supreme people saw that Zhou Wushun called Jian Wushwang as a child, and made Jian Wushwang sit down at his seat, and his expressions became extremely complicated. Long Qing and others are even more jealous. Laner, you told me before that the good seed found in Shinkong Gulu is him? God looked at Lon Lon beside him and asked. Master, we am talking about him. Lon Lon replied in congratulations. Well, it's really good. The of the gods stroked his beard with satisfaction, and then a smile of blood slightly sighed. Okay, we haven't seen such handsome people for a long time in our universe. After thinking about it, God of God looked at Jian Wushwang, and Xixiang laughed. Child, would you like to worship the husband as a teacher? The words are amazing. As soon as this word came to an end, it was as if a bomb had been dropped in the palace of the night. Master Eos Hen even spoke in person, to make Jian Wushwang worship him as a teacher? At this moment, everyone looked at Xiang Jianshuang, and the jealousy in his eyes condensed into substance. Jian Wushwang may not know what the concept of the word Jin is, but they do know that Jin is the real sky in the universe. Once Jian Wushwang worshipped the of heaven as a teacher, it means that Jian Wushwang has a death-free gold medal in the universe, and his status will be honored to the extreme. At that time, Emos said that the dragon and other 6 forces deal with the sword unparalleled. I was afraid that they would immediately kneel before the sword without double-sided, to admit his mistake, begging for forgiveness. In front of the universe, let alone the dragons, even if the ancestors are resurrected and the ancestors are reborn, they dare not presumptuously. What is one step up? This is called a step up. And it's a step on the 33 days. Allied! Sword unparalleled! At this moment, the Overlord exclaimed, and even Jiao Jiawang could no longer remain calm, and his eyes flashed wildly. And Tianluozi, who was once forgotten again, has his fists clenched, his teeth biting, and jealousy can't be added. In the eyes of everyone, the party's sword was unparalleled. After a shock, he didn't rush to agree, but flashed hesitation on his face. There is no doubt that the of the universe is strong and has a high status. Once worshipping the of the universe as a teacher, it can be said that he has obtained the greatest creation in the universe. I am afraid that his sword Wushwang will have wind if he wants wind, and rain if he wants rain. These, Jian Wushwang all understand. Just. There was a moment of hesitation in Jian Wu's eyes, and then his eyes arched firmly. Master Zhou God, thank you for your love, but the boy already has a master. Chapter 4391. As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the audience couldn't help but stunned. His face full of envy and envy instantly petrified, staring at the sword unparalleled. Is this rejected? There are still people who can reject the of the universe? They looked at Wujian's sword like a fool, and Luo Zi couldn't help laughing in his heart that day. Sword warriors, you can't even catch such an inferior opportunity. Already a master? No matter how strong your master is, can you still be stronger than Lord God? At this moment, Jian Wushwang's label in their hearts once again added the word idiot. Is that so? Zhou God looked as usual, and looked at Jian Wushwang thoughtfully. Suddenly, he seemed to have found something. His eyes flashed, and said, Children, come closer and let me see. Jian Wushuang was puzzled, but walked obediently. God of Zhou reached out his hand, and gently touched his fingertips in Jian Wushuang's eyebrows, and closed his eyes and meditated. A gentle force swarmed into the sword deities. After a few breaths, Zhou God opened his eyes and smiled again at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha, so it is, the old man understands. He looked at Xiang Wushuang again, and his expression became a little more exciting. He seemed to talk to himself and said to Jian Wushuang, "It's strange that I have to admit my husband as a teacher. It turned out that the old friend had already started, and it was normal to refuse my husband." In the Lingxiao Palace, everyone else was puzzled when they heard what they said, and did not understand what the God of the universe meant. Only Sword Unparalleled can't help but feel shocked. "Master Zhou God, do you know my master?" Jian Wushuang's voice became a little heavy, and a pair of eyes stared at the god. Xuanyi is the deepest secret in his heart, and also his biggest fetter. Zhou God heard the words and smiled, but did not speak, but his voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. "Your master, the old man and he are more than just knowing each other." Jian Wushuang heard another shock, and knew in his heart that perhaps what was about his master was the secret of the heavens, so the cosmic would tell him by way of voice transmission. "Master Zhou God, then can you tell me, where is my master now?" Jian Wushuang said congratulatingly. The God of God groaned for a while, then shook his head and whispered, "The old man hasn't seen your master for a long time, and naturally he won't know where he is. The old man only knows that he is doing a battle before he disappears, a big game, pieces everywhere." After a pause, the God of Gods smiled slightly and continued, "Child, your master has always been mysterious. You don't need to speculate on his tracks. If he needs you, he will naturally come to you. And what you need to do, it's about doing everything possible to enhance your strength." Jian Wushuang heard the words, and his expression couldn't help being a little hesitant. Doesn't even the Lord God of God know the trace of his master? In addition, Lord Elder God said that master is playing chess. What is the purpose of this game? Himself, is it just a laid-by master? For a moment, Jian Wushuang had mixed tastes. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang bowed deeply to the God of Arching and saying, "Thank you for your guidance. You can stand in front of the husband because of chance and cause. You don't need to thank you." Zhou God smiled and said, "Well, Sword Unparalleled, you step back and prepare for the second round of testing." "Yes." Jian Wushuang resigned. The God of God raised his head, looked at the crowd, and said, "You guys, please be in the top 2 of your practice in the test of practice. Please come to the second test." The words fell down. In the practice trials just now, the top 3 in their respective realms had a joy on their faces, and they got out of their cases with excitement. They know they have advanced to the second round. And there are no top 3, such as Bingyu Supreme, Qiyang Emperor, and others. Their faces suddenly changed slightly, such as funeral examination approval. They know that the road to their cosmic event has come to an end. That day, Luo Zi heard a word of joy. In the heart of the ultimate domination, he and Jian Wushuang, both of them, according to the meaning of the universe, did not he also promoted to the second round? He just got up and stood up, ready to get out of the case. Suddenly, the voice of the Zhou sounded again. "Ultimately dominates the realm, all you need is Swordsman." Suddenly, Tian Luozi's face turned red and embarrassed to the extreme. All eyes looked at him, full of mockery. "Bright, understand." Tian Luozi had no choice but to sit down again. For a moment, with the sword unparalleled, 16 strong men stood in the Lingxiao Palace, and the momentum was extremely strong. They looked at each other, and knew in their hearts that of these 16 people, 6 were destined to be eliminated, and only 10 people could truly have the qualification to listen to the sermons of the Colossus. With a smile on his face, the God of God glanced across the 16 people's faces and slowly said, "You 16 people are the most powerful and talented in your realm. You are us. The mainstay of the future of the universe is the cornerstone of immortality now. I hope you will seize the opportunity to complete the second round of exams." The words fell, and the 16 people looked at each other, and their eyes were gradually dignified. Then, let's start with Long Qing. The of the earth spoke faintly. Long Qing stepped out immediately, clenched his fists, and waited. My husband asks you, what is Tao? Zeus said the content of the second round of assessment. Long Qing heard that her pupils shrank suddenly and did not rush to answer, but after thinking about it, Shenxing said, Master Huizhou God, I think the way is to crush the invincible and destroy all the enemies in the world. It is to adhere to the belief in your heart, not to hit the south wall and not look back. Thousands of words eloquently, Long Qing elaborated his own Tao. Just like his character, the way he thinks is that he will report, and I am invincible. Zhou God listened quietly without interruption, no sadness or joy on one face. It wasn't until Long Qing finished speaking that Zhou Shenfang took out a bamboo card and gave it to the disciples next to him, and let him give it to Long Qing. No way, let's talk about what you think. The god of chaos continued to look at the person next to Long Qing. This person is also a half-step invincible supreme, but is an alien powerhouse who has practiced a total of 1,000 chaos ages, ranking second in the half-step invincible supreme. Yes. This name called Wufang Supreme stepped out, and began to talk about the Tao he thought. The Tao is heaven and earth, the Tao is the stars of the universe. Time passed slowly, and in the Midnight Palace, you sang me to the stage, each of them talked about each other, domineering, and swallowed thousands of miles. Some people talk about chaos evolution, others are the beginning of the universe, a magnificent atmosphere that speaks more than one, as if the competition is not their own understanding of the Tao, but the pattern that is bigger than anyone. Chapter 4392. Zeus always looks as usual, making people wonder what he is thinking. Even if someone is really good, he just nodded slightly. For example, when King Jiolong talked about his way, he was dead without regrets, he was lonely, and the people in the world went to sacrifice, and the god of the earth nodded slightly. Finally, all the supremes have been narrated. They looked at the cosmic gods who were indifferent to their emotions. Some of them could not help expressing their dissatisfaction. They were obviously better, while others were confident and thought that they would be at the top. Child, it's your turn. After everyone said it, the god of Zhou looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Yes. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, kept himself calm, and walked out of the crowd. He knew that if he only talked about understanding the Tao, he would never be the 15 supreme opponents present. Anyone present was a strong man who had practiced no less than 100 chaos periods, and even an old monster with thousands of chaos periods. Even if the sword Wushuang is arrogant, he doesn't think that his own heritage will be deeper than these old monsters who have experienced long years of sedimentation. However, this does not mean that Jian Wushuang is afraid, and will lose without fighting. In his heart, he also has the Tao that he understands. Child, are you ready? The cosmic god asked with a smile. Ready. Jian Wushuang nodded seriously. Come on, talk about the word you understand. The words fell, and the palace fell silent. Jian Wushuang did not answer in a hurry, but raised his head, looking through the magnificent Xiaguang, looking far away. A reminiscence appeared in his eyes. He began to recall what he saw and heard along the way. When the other supremes saw this, he immediately sneered in contempt. Pretend, this sword is unparalleled, but it has been practiced for 700,000 years. The little boy who hasn't dried up can understand what it means? It is true that this sword is unparalleled in talent, but the understanding of Tao is not a talent that can be determined. Yes, just wait and see how this sword Wushuang waits for laughter. These supremes shook their heads one after another with a sense of superiority in their hearts. Just then, Jian Wushuang finally spoke. He had a quiet voice, no moodiness, and no pretentious slowness, as if he was telling a thing calmly. The way I understand. It's not a flood or a universe, it's not ordinary, it's not noble, it's like the wind flowing in the air, and the sand in your fingers. It looks like you can't hold it, but it exists beside everyone. Tao is a very fair word. Whether you are the power of a party that destroys the world by raising your hands or the child of the world who is only childish without a sword, they all have their own Tao. My sword warriors rises in the midst of the earth, and once walked through thousands of mountains and rivers and watched the waves of the earth. The road I think is the rural farm cooking smoke, which is the rain falling from the air to nourish weeds and weeds. Drilling out of the stone gap, being chewed and swallowed by the old cow was aging, and then divided and eaten. It's the cycle of heaven and earth, it's also breaking fate, it's in the midst of things, it's also impermanence. It is 4 seasons, spring and autumn, it is the old, the sick, the dead, it is the Bodhisattva's lower eyebrows, and it is also King Kong's anger. Everyone's way is different, but everyone's way is the same way. You can turn the avenue into an estuary, and the process of chasing the road is to break the wind and break the waves. The world is full of vicissitudes, life is full of plants in autumn, even if you are in a well, but as long as your heart is starlight and you have a fearless heart, you will be able to achieve it. Jian Wushuang said slowly, in his words, Tao seems to be just a very ordinary thing, it is not as magnificent as other populations say, nor is it the chaos of the universe, the sky and the heavens. After he finished speaking, the audience gradually fell into a short silence. There was no ridicule and no sneer this time, and everyone frowned, thinking carefully about the words of Sword Wushuang. They can achieve supremacy, naturally no one will be a simple character. The words that Jian Wushuang said, like a key, opened their new door. Each of them is high, and each is a hegemon. No matter where they go, they are compliments. Their eyes have always looked at the upper part, not like Jian Wushuang, to bow their heads and observe the human world. Then, they suddenly realized that they might have overlooked ordinary things among ordinary ones. Just then, a harsh noise suddenly sounded. What is messy? Jian Wushuang, what are you talking nonsense? Want me to see? The Tao is very simple, the one that makes me stronger is Tao. Seeing Luo Zi that day, he sneered coldly. As soon as this remark ended, Jian Wushuang didn't say anything, and some other supreme masters who did not have resentment with Jian Wushuang suddenly became ugly and turned to stare hard at him. Just now, Jian Wushuang's words gave them some inspiration. They were thinking, but suddenly interrupted by Tian Luozi's words. Any ants talk about the avenue? This person is called Tian Luozi, isn't it? With such a heart, what's the big deal? People who haven't even touched the origin of Tao dare to say that others are nonsense? For a moment, these people who had no resentment with Wu Jianshou sarcastically said. Suddenly, Tian Luozi's face was blue and white, and he was shocked and afraid. The of the universe narrowed his eyes, and with a big wave of his hand, a torrent of mighty power poured out, and under the touch of the sky Luo Zi disappeared and evaporated. After doing all this, Zhou God brought a smile on his face again, and let the disciples beside him give the bamboo card to Jian Wushuang. Did you see the 10 futons under the old husband's seat? The 10 futons are the positions of the 10 sermons. And the old man just asked the disciples to give you a bamboo card, and the 10 futon sorted numbers are displayed. If you get any number, you will sit on a futon. As for the number that is not displayed on the bamboo card, it means that it will be eliminated and you can leave the Lingxiao Palace later. With this remark, everyone's pupils shrank. Since God of the Era said that according to the number on the bamboo card, to decide which futon to sit on, I am afraid that this futon is far from as simple as the surface. This place has heard people say that the more the futon leans on the former, the deeper it becomes when listening to the sermon. A supreme eyes burned. Is that so? For a moment, everyone frowned and looked down at the bamboo card in their hands. Jian Wushuang also turned over the bamboo card and looked down. I saw a number, slowly twisting and condensing like a snake. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang trembled. Chapter 4393. 1. I can see that the condensed number on this bamboo card is an extremely conspicuous one. Jian Wushuang looked up at the of the sky fiercely, and as soon as he said something of thanks, he saw the voice of the of heaven, with a smile ringing in his mind. Thank you for your thanks. Although you can't say how deep the word of the Tao is, it has a unique style and unique ingenuity. The old man puts you in the first place, which can be regarded as my old friend. Jian Wushuang is not an arrogant person. He nodded when he heard the words and stopped talking. And other Supremes also saw their own numbers. Am I too? Long Qing narrowed his eyes, his face was slightly greedy, and then he seemed to remember something, and could not help humming. Since I'm second, then who is eligible to be first? The king of Jiujia also flashed his eyes. The number displayed on his bamboo card was 3. Presumably everyone has seen their numbers, and they will be seated in their respective arrangements. The other ones can retreat. Zhu smiled and spoke. Suddenly, the 6 people who did not get the digital bamboo card were all disappointed on their faces. Overlord is among them. He was born a domineering body by force to demonstrate that his years of practice were not long. Naturally, his understanding of Tao would not be profound. Leader, then I will go first. The Overlord's tone was difficult to hide. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded. A few moments later, all the people in the palace went away, leaving only 10 people. Seat. With a wave of the god, 10 blue futons appeared under the god of the god. These 10 futons seem ordinary, but upon closer inspection, there is a faint avenue charm in them. 10 people looked at each other one by one, pressed their excitement, and quickly sat down to their seats. When Jian Wushuang sat down on the first futon, the other 9 people's faces all changed slightly. Long Qing clenched his fists even more, and his eyes showed a sense of indignation. This sword is unparalleled. What qualifications are there on him to overpower him? The next moment, Long Qing turned his head and peered with Green Dog Supreme, and his heart was all about making a decision. After this cosmic event was over, he would kill Jian Wushuang again. They can see that Jian Wushuang is very much pleased by the Lord God of the Gods, and God's love for the sword Wushuang almost jumps out of the paper. If Jian Wushuang had worshipped Lord God of the God before as a teacher, the previous hatred would be nothing, but since Jian Wushuang did not worship the of the universe, they believed that even if he killed the sword, the of the universe would not say anything. After all, the of the universe is the master of the universe, and it must be a balanced technique. Huh! After Jian Wushuang sat on the futon, he suddenly felt a soft power, flowing from the futon, and swimming around. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang only felt like he was suddenly awakened. Jian Wushuang could not help secretly surprised. Subsequently, the 2 disciples under the seat of the Zhou lighted 2 Mediterranean sandalwood, bowed back, and closed the gate of the Lingxiao Palace. In the rising sandalwood, the Zhou slowly began to preach. The beginning of heaven and earth begins with chaos. Chaos breaks apart, everything is resurrected. Time travels like by coup over the gap. For the 10 people including Jian Wushuang, the universe race has just begun, but for most people, the universe race has ended, bringing the curtain to a close. In the depths of the universe, Diwu Temple is located. The head of the main hall of Diwu Temple, Black Feather Supreme, wears a purple gold crown, wears a purple gold black robe, and sits high on the throne. Several Supremes stood in the hall respectfully, waiting quietly for the dispatch of Supreme Black Feather. All of you, Jian Wushuang and Zhou Jiawan of the Palace of Life are listening to the Midnight Palace. Once the 2 have finished listening, I am afraid that there will be a qualitative leap in strength, especially Jian Wushuang, which is very likely to break the Supreme. At that time, if the 2 return to the Temple of Life, unite the Bloodwave Supreme, and the Axe Supreme who has recovered from injuries, etc., it will bring us a devastating blow to the Diwu Temple. Instead of this, we might as well seize the opportunity first, set foot on the 2 men's back road first, and once again kill Jian Wushuang and Jian Wushuang, and then level this enemy of the universe. Black Feather Supreme voice was cold, and slowly spoke. The voice dropped, and several other Supremes suddenly looked at each other. One of them said hesitantly, Dian Lord, the battle that besieged the Temple of Life 30,000 years ago, although the vitality of the Temple of Life was severely injured, but we were also severely damaged, what do we use to fight the Temple of Life? The other Supreme also nodded in echo. Heiyu Supreme heard the words and smiled indifferently. Rest assured that this time the siege of the Life Shrine once again, of course, it will not be our day's shrine only. This block has contacted 30,000 years ago and shot at the Life Shrine together. In addition to the other 6 major forces, in addition to the great Japanese God Kingdom is not willing to participate in the war, the other major forces are willing to join forces again and completely settle the Temple of Life. Last time, the Shrine of Life was still lucky enough to survive, but it was the glory of the legacy of that catastrophe, and the old guy from Gaffo who fought hard. Now that the share of the Eye's glory and Life Shrine has been exhausted, and the old guy in GV also fell asleep, who can stop us? Even if Wu Jianxian of the Starry Sword sect, how about another shot? I don't say that I can win her, but it is enough to hold her for a while and a half. That time is enough to settle the Shrine of Life today. Heiyu Supreme smiled, full of evil. The other Supreme heard the words, and they stared at each other with a sneer on their faces. At the same time, Binyu Supreme, Qiang Emperor, Blood Temple Master, etc., are also rushing back to their respective forces to raise men and horses, ready to give a blow to the Temple of Life. Time flies, 5 years have passed. There was a silence in the Lingxiao Palace, only the voice of the god of Zhou slowly talking. The Tao is the same, the non-permanent is the same, the name is also the name, and the non-permanent name. The nameless, the beginning of all things, the famous, the mother of all things, the mysterious door. Except that the of the universe is still sober, whether it is the half-step invincible supreme such as Long Qing, or the ultimate master such as Jian Wushuang, all are closing his eyes and falling into the deepest level of enlightenment. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes tightly. He seemed to have traveled through time and space and Xian Huang Hong Wang, and it was still a time of chaos in the universe. With the explanation of the universe, this fuzzy and chaotic world began to change gradually. The clear air rises to form the sky, and the cloudy air sinks to form the earth. In the middle, the innate 5 elements evolved, with the mountains and the sea, with flowers, birds, beasts, and insects, and gradually all kinds of life were born in the chaos. The first generation of the universe appeared. Jian Wushuang's mind became clearer and clearer. He wandered in the long river like a small fish, gradually clarifying the essence of power. On him, a boulevard of radiance surrounds him, fairy radiance rises, and the starlight flashes. In Jian Wushuang's body, the barrier between the ultimate dominator and the supreme began to collapse step by step. Jian Wushuang began to move to a whole new realm. Chapter 4394. Time passed and 5 years passed again. 5 years is too short for the supreme realm, but it's just a matter of snoring, just between your fingers. Time is almost the cheapest thing for them, but these 5 years of the cosmopolitan event are extremely precious every minute and every second. When the explanation of the Zhou was over, it was not until a long time later that everyone slowly opened their eyes, as if they were awake at first dream. Is this the avenue? Everyone looked down at their palms, sighing and sighing. In this short period of preaching, the gains were unprecedented. Although it does not have an intuitive improvement, it opens up the field of vision and makes everyone see things beyond the original field of vision. It can be said that this sermon has created the best foundation for future promotion. As long as all of the words of Lord God of the God are digested, then breakthrough of the invincible supreme, but it is a natural success. Long Qing clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. The same is true of several other supremes, and their faces are extremely ecstatic. The avenue that the gods talk about is like a key, which has completely opened up the difficult levels on all the roads in front of them and cleared all obstacles on the road. It can be said that the pavement paved a way for them to go straight. No wonder the Supreme Master of the Universe is struggling with every effort and wants to be a boy under the seat of the Colossus, having the opportunity to listen to the avenue. This is too great a fortune! Exclaimed an old veteran half-step invincible. You must know that they can grow into half-step invincible and supreme powerhouses. Almost all opportunities in the universe, they have been able to achieve the desire and desire, not mind. For them, the only thing they want, or can attract them, is a breakthrough in the realm. But how easy is it to want to take that step and become invincible? There are many supremes in the universe, but they can become invincible supremes and stand at the top to overlook the entire universe. There are only a few people in the past. I don't know how many people have been stuck in this realm all their lives and can't get in. The of the universe, like an enlightenment teacher, reopened their path to practice and made them find their way again. This may seem simple, but only by far surpassing them in the realm can we do it. Ill wait, thank the gods of the universe. Taking a deep breath, everyone fell on their knees toward the God of God, saying congratulatingly. At this moment, even arrogant as the king of 9 calamities, his eyes are full of awe. Anyway. The of the earth shook his head, his eyes turned, and he looked at the sword unparalleled. In the audience, only the sword is unparalleled, and still not awake. Jian Wushuang still sat cross-legged on the futon, his eyebrows tightened tightly, and a wave of violent divine power broke out around him, like waves, and waves of fierce slaps on the 4 sides. Now, he has fallen into the most critical step of impacting the Supreme. The barrier between the ultimate dominator and the supreme divine realm has been fragmented, but it is like a broken wire, firmly resisting the sword's unparalleled impact. Once the impact is successful, Jian Wushuang will prove the supreme avenue. And if the impact fails, the barriers will be reorganized, and Jian Wushuang's tens of thousands of years of accumulation will be turned into a bamboo basket. Oh? Is it about to break? God raised an eyebrow, then smiled slightly. Well, little guy, the old man will help you. The words fell, and God reached out his fingers, and flew toward Jian Wushuang's brows. Suddenly, a boulevard red lotus floated out from the fingertips of the gods and shot into Jian Wushuang's brows. Huh! In an instant, the addition of this bougainvillea lotus was like the last straw that overwhelmed the camel, and the barrier between the ultimate master and the supreme divine realm shattered. The breath of Jian Wushuang began to skyrocket at a speed never before. He finally entered the ranks of the supreme. The clouds of thunderous thunder began to converge from a distance. Good. Zhou Shen nodded in satisfaction, then glanced over Long Qing and others' faces, and stroked Su with a smile. This cosmopolitan event is over. The old man is looking forward to the next time you see you, how far you can grow. After saying that, with the wave of the god, the entire Lingxiao palace is like a fortress built on the beach and piled with sand. It gradually disappears and disappears as the wind blows. After a few breaths of time, the of the universe disappeared in front of everyone with the entire palace and 2 disciples. The scenes of the crowd also changed. I saw the surroundings turned into a bright starry sky. Where is the shadow of the half-night palace? If it weren't for the fact that you could feel the real improvement on the avenue, everything would be like a dream. Rumble. There are more and more dark clouds, as if all the dark clouds of the entire universe are gathered here. It is vast, covering the sky. A horror of extreme coercion came to the audience. Under this coercion, even the half-step invincible supreme, such as Long Qing, has changed his face. Not good! Jian Wushuang is going to break the supreme. Stop him! Never let him break the supreme! Long Qing and Blue Dog are supreme, turning their heads abruptly, and looking at Xiang Jian Wushuang, their killings flashed in their eyes. Long Qing, I have received a message from our temple master. They have assembled and are about to attack the Palace of Life. At this time, we must not let the sword unparalleled break through the supreme. I know. Long Qing's face suddenly gloomy to the extreme. Jian Wushuang's talent and strength, he is obvious to all. Jian Wushuang is still in the ultimate of the realm. He can kill the supreme. If you let him break through supreme, how can you still have? Once Sword Warrior breaks through the supreme, he can completely grasp the Terra Excalibur, exert the full power of the Terra Excalibur, and the Chaos Overlord will go further. At that time, I am afraid that no one in the entire universe can cure him. And at that time, it will be the beginning of their 6 forces, the disaster. Kill! Long Qing sensibly spoke, and as soon as he stepped down, he went to the sword Wushuang. Huh! Instantly, The void exploded. This time, the universal race of the universe, he broke through half-step invincible supreme, and his strength has soared again. This time he will kill sword unparalleled. Huh! However, before he met Jian Wushuang, a figure in white had already taken the lead, stood in front of Jian Wushuang, and waved at him. "I'm here today, who can hurt Swordsman half?" The King of Nine Kings looked indifferent, blasted out with one hand, and made a move with Long Qing. Rumble! In an instant I saw the place where the two met, and a shock wave that destroyed the world swept out, shattering the surrounding starry sky and turning it into powder. Puff! Long Qing took 3 steps back and rushed away the strong wind, and her expression was instantly furious. "King of the 9 calamities, how dare you stop me?" The King of Nine Kings looked expressionless, first glanced at the invincible Jian Wushuang behind him, then raised his eyelid again to look at Long Qing, and said coldly, "What kind of thing do you dare call me by name?" The King of Jiujia, struck by Xuexing Shui, with white hair flying, looking at Long Qing's eyes, with ancient indifference. "His arrogance is even better than the sword unparalleled. As early as when he broke through the Supreme, his strength was only 1 line from the top Supreme. Now he broke through the medium Supreme and drank God tea at the Cosmopolitan event. He heard the avenue. The strength has not only improved by a little bit. You know, if it comes to talent, the King of Jiujia is only surrendered to those under the swordless twins. What am I?" Long Qing heard the words, and immediately burst into anger and laughed, killing his eyes to the extreme. "Okay, King 9 calamities, since you are dying yourself, then blame this ruthless one. You will be buried with Jian Wushuang. Green Dog, come together and kill the two." Chapter 4395. Kill! The blue dog Extreme turned over with his right hand, and a black exterminator's spear appeared in his hand. He knew that at this moment was not a time for delay. He had to be killed while Jian Wushuang experienced thunder and calamity. Otherwise, once the sword Wushuang broke through successfully, it would be unknown who would die. Huh! The green dog Supreme stepped, and suddenly turned into a shooting star, rushing towards the King of 9 calamities. No one has arrived yet. Thousands of thunder exploded. On the other side, Long Qing also performed mystery and opened his mouth to spit out a crimson shell after extreme compression. 2 people kill at the same time. The King of 9 robbers stood in front of Jian Wu, with white hair hunting and flying. In the face of the 2 powerful men killed at the same time, his expression was not happy or sad. His hands instantly printed. "First calamity, mark of doom!" Rumble! The power of terror instantly condensed in the void. This mighty power directly formed a huge fingerprint of the sky, which was crushed down by the mighty and merciless. This huge handprint is densely covered with palm prints, and each palm print is full of spirits. Not only is it powerful, but it also has a devastating atmosphere that is violent to the extreme, and it is slammed on the blue dog that came from the attack. Huh! Under the intersection of the two, directly blast the surrounding stars. "Break me!" The green dog Extreme roared, and the supreme divine power of the surging majestic shore condensed on the destroying spear, and stabbed at the center of this handprint. I saw that this handprint was poked out of a hole, and the green dog Supreme was photographed instantly. After doing all this, the King of 9 Kings didn't even look at the green dog Supreme, and turned his head again to welcome Long Qing. Second calamity, big suppression. Third calamity, big Huang Quanin. I took 2 consecutive palm shots, and I saw that the scene suddenly changed dramatically on this day. In the sky, 5 towering mountains condensed into reality, carrying hundreds of millions of gravity, suppressing them. On the earth, a faint yellow spring, as if ingested from Jiuyo, exudes a sense of annihilation, rolling towards Long Qing. The surging sound of water rang, and this Huangquan circled like a big python, entangled Long Qing. The crimson artillery shells fired from Long Qing's mouth shot into Huangquan, and just smashed a spray, and then disappeared. Suddenly, the King of 9 calamities defeated the enemy with 1 enemy and 2 Click and wipe. The Huangquan River circled up and entangled Longqing, and the highly corrosive Huangquan River water completely eroded Longqing's golden robe. King of Calamities! Suddenly, Longqing's pupils shrank and roared. He never imagined that just being ranked as the most supreme king of the 9 calamities was so powerful that he could compete with him. In the distance, the blue dog's supreme complexion was gloomy, and his gaze flashed. A sword unparalleled, a king of 9 calamities, this life shrine also contains the 2 most powerful Tianjiao of this era. If you don't slash these 2 people today, Diwu Temple will not even be qualified to compete with the Temple of Life. The thoughts of the blue dog supreme flashed quickly. Jian Wushuang and Zhou Jiaowang were like 2 bright twin stars, which were too dazzling. A 9 calamity king made them feel so difficult. If they waited for Jian Wushuang to break through the supreme, wouldn't it be possible for them to sweep the entire universe? Diwu's secret art, God! Taking a deep breath, the green dog supreme cast a smash hit. Rumble. The heavens and earth boiled suddenly, and numerous voids opened a crack, setting off a void storm and space debris. Behind the blue dog supreme, a huge ghost is condensed. This ghostly ghost has a dog-headed face, like a lingering messenger walking out of hell, and slowly opens his eyes. A pair of scarlet eyes shot like a laser. The next moment, the ghostly ghost raised his dark arm, and a long spear of the sacred was lifted by him, and shot towards the king of Jiolong. Rumble. Countless voids collapsed and annihilated, and a galaxy smashed the spear directly into 2 sections, pulling out a fierce sound explosion in the air. This spear, destroying and dying, is overbearing to the extreme. When the king of Jiolong saw this, even if he couldn't help but change his face. Talent is supernatural, demon evolves. The Jijiawang drank a low voice, which directly brought out his talent as a perfect chaotic creature. Suddenly, the King Jujia's breath was extremely strong, and it rose again and again. The terrifying breath swept away, and a void storm was directly rolled up, and numerous gale winds roared and roared. At the center of the storm, the 9 Calamity King's skin became dark, and a crisscross pattern emerged from his body. Huh! This spear finally stabbed, and hit the King of Jiolong. This spear is really too strong. If in the past, the King of 9 Calamities would naturally choose to retreat and avoid its edge. But now, he can't retreat, he can only do it. Because behind him is the sword unparalleled. Huh! Suddenly, this spear directly exploded the hands that King 9 Calves resisted, terrifying power. It exploded dozens of times in the 9 kings. Puff! The King of 9 Kings opened his mouth to spit out the blood, and his face instantly lost his blood, pale to the extreme. And he hasn't waited for a little recovery. Roar! On the other side, Longqing, who was entangled in the water of the Huangquan River, groaned, and finally appeared the body, turning into a 6-clawed golden dragon with a length of thousands. If his eyes were about to spit fire, his claws would twitch at will, and he would directly tore the Huangquan River water thinly. King of the 9th Calamity, even if you tried to go against the sky? Death to this seat! The next moment, Longqing was in a shape of a shuttle, and rammed directly towards the King of Jiolong. Going against the sky? King Jiujia wiped away the slightest blood in the corner of his mouth, as if he had heard some funny jokes. Sun Han said. One thought, the kingdom of God! Click and wipe. Suddenly, a force of realm came to Qi Jiuwang's dark hands were torn apart, just like in the universe starry sky, setting off a picture. This is the strongest extinction of King Jiujia. Once in the war with Jian Wushuang, he was just a framework. But now, this trick has been fully matured. Jian Wushuang has improved tremendously over the past tens of thousands of years. Countless dazzling immortals fall, mountains and mountains are rising, and stars are flickering. In this kingdom of God, flowers, birds, and beasts swim, rivers and rivers flow, and they become a world. The 9 Calamities King is like the in charge of the world. From beginning to end, he turned his sword to Wushuang. Even though he was stained with white blood, he never stepped back even if he was facing the 2 top extremes. He didn't talk much, but it was a manifestation of boundless domineering. Wow! Immediately afterwards, the king of the 9 dragons dragged him violently, dragging the green dog Supreme and Long Qing directly into the world of Godland. Taking a deep breath, Jiujiawang looked back behind him, and was breaking through the Supreme Sword Master, but his original pale face slowly swelled a smile, as if to himself. The sword is unparalleled. I cannot see many people in my life. You count me as one. If I die, you take care of the Temple of Life for me. If I do not die, you and I will fight again. With that said, the king of Jiujia turned around resolutely, plunging into the mind of God with a determined attitude. Although this is going to die, don't regret it. This is the way of the king of hell. Who dares to hurt the sword unparalleled half of this big universe, except for the king of 9? He who can't defeat the sword unparalleled, I will defeat it in 9 jealousies, and he who will not defeat the sword unparalleled in Swordsman, I will kill it. Lao Tianshan, my old Tianchang, I will call it dead. In the kingdom of God, the cold voice of Jijiawang came out. Chapter 4396. At the same time, the thunderbolt on the starry sky finally condensed. This thunder robbery is longer than anyone's supreme thunder robbery, and it will take longer to save. The entire sky was filled with thunderclouds at this moment. The horrible might suppresses all directions, just like the revival of ancient thunder gods, and the world will be punished. One after another, the muffled sounds constantly explode. A gust of wind surged, making a violent whistling sound, scraped on the skin, cut sorely, as if a wind demon growled in his ear. In the distance, some supreme masters who participated in the realization and had not yet left, exclaimed suddenly, "How can this and this thunderous power be so horrible? I remember when I broke through the thunderbolt, it was far less terrifying. I'm afraid the thunderstorm that Jian Wushuang will go through will not be easy." Electricity in the void crackled. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a fine light flashed through his Zijing pupil. "Now my divine power has been transformed into supreme divine power. As long as I survive thunder, I will truly be supreme." Jian Wu's eyes flickered and he murmured to himself. At this moment, he really woke up. Prior to that, he had been immersed in the theories of the gods of the universe and was unable to extricate himself, and was striving to break the threshold of supremacy. It is not clear what is happening outside, only vaguely remembering, it seems that someone has been guarding him. Yes. King 9 Calamities? Feeling the remnants of fighting in the void, and opening up the mind of the kingdom of God, the sword's face suddenly changed. The king of 9 Calamities is in danger. He felt that the thought of the 9 calamity kings in God's country had gradually faded. In order to protect him, King 9 Calamity dragged Long Qing and Blue Dog Supreme together with one enemy and 2. However, although Jiu Jiawang has a powerful talent, he is only a middle-class Supreme after all. How can he be the opponent of Long Qing and Qing Dog? Long Qing is a half-step invincible Supreme, and is also a dragon race. Although the Blue Dog is only a top Supreme, it has a spear that can perfectly suppress the special life advantage. Long Qing! Blue Dog! Suddenly, the sword unparalleled was smashing, a horrible killing, and surging surged. As soon as he was about to get up and take action, he saw the 9 calamity kings in God's country, and he seemed to realize the intention of Jian Wushuang, and his voice was low. Jian Wushuang! You don't care about me, break through the Supreme! If you do not become Supreme, not only you and I will die, but even the Temple of Life will be destroyed. I just heard the news that, except for the great Sun God, the 5 top forces have all attacked the Temple of Life. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and suddenly felt in his heart. Okay. King 9 robbers, then you hold on. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He was not a man of pride, and he knew that with his current self, it would not help the battle. Only after experiencing thunderstorms and truly breaking through the Supreme, can we help the building to fall and turn the tide over. Come on then! Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the thunder robber from the sky. Bang! A thick red thunder with a thick bucket full of flames, fiercely chopped out of the thunder cloud. 5 elements thunder! This is the 5 elements thunderstorm! Suddenly, a few extremes watching the scene in the distance, the pupils suddenly shrank and whispered. Jian Wushuang is in trouble. The 5 elements of thunderstorms are intertwined and they are linked together. The power is dozens of times that of ordinary thunderstorms. Click! This Ding Vulcan thunder is extremely fast. At first glance it is still in the sky, the next moment it is severely split on Jian Wushuang. Hum! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang issued a groan, the violent force of thunder, and the raging flames, almost instantaneously, tearing his body through a crack. The power of endless thunder, and the surging flames ran down the cracks, poured into his body, and destroyed all his internal organs. Break me! Sword Warrior's eyes were hunting, and he urged Chaos Ba to crush the flame thunder. If he fails to get the Chaos Overlord, this Ding Vulcan thunder is afraid that he will be hit hard in an instant. But now, after he awakens the Chaos Overlord, the body is 10 million times stronger than before. Seeing a breathing time, the crack on his body recovered instantly, leaving only a black mark. Huh! And the second Shenlei fell again. Hai Shui Shenlei. This time, Jian Wushuang did not get beaten passively anymore, but turned his right hand directly to use the Wu Weeping Sword. Open heaven! A blood-colored Jianmong was cut out by the sword unparalleled and hit the Hai Shui Shenlei fiercely. This sword traversed a beautiful arc in the air, immediately in midair, and slammed hard against the Hai Shui Shenlei. Click! The Hai Shui Shenlei collapsed, and Kaitian Jianmong also shattered. It seemed that he felt the meaning of Jian Wushuang's resistance, and this thunderstorm seemed to be angry and make a loud noise. Huh! Suddenly, Atsuki Thunder and Bingtu Shenlei split from thunder clouds at the same time. Between heaven and earth it was incandescent, lighted by electricity for a while. Good job! Jian Wushuang saw this, his expression was slightly dignified. Chopper stars! Wu Yi Chao Ding! Jian Wushuang first cut a Mori blue swordsman at will, smashed the Otomi God Thunder, and immediately turned it over with his right hand, again took out the Wu Ding Chao Ding, and rammed it towards the Bingtu Shenlei. Hey! A loud explosion came out, and a huge cloud of mushrooms rose. The Wu Ding Chao Ding flew back and fell into the sword without hands, and the clay god Thunder was also crushed every inch. Last one! Jian Wushuang looked up to Lei Jie. In his eyes, the mango skyrocketed by 3 inches. Among the 5 elements, Gung Jin's killing is also the most aggressive 5-element spirit. This final of thunder will definitely surpass any previous of thunder, even the sum of their might. Rumble. I saw the silver snakes flying through the thunderclouds, and the murderous power suddenly spread out. This Gingjin Lei Wei has the greatest energy. I don't know if Sword Wushuang can take it. Jian Wushuang is really a monster, and the 5 elements of God Thunder will be replaced by anyone. I'm afraid they won't be able to get through easily, but it seems that it is not difficult to deal with Jian Wushuang. Boom! Among the many discussions, a thick golden thunderbolt embracing a tree was blasted from the endless thundercloud. This golden of thunder is extremely powerful, just like the thunderous roar of the thunder. Sound alone is deafening. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth is replaced by this golden thunder. Come! Jian Wushuang laughed loudly, and the black hair plummeting to the heels flew up, and the whole bodice pattern was bright. In the face of this Gung Jin Shenlei, he actually did not retreat, took a step forward, and took the initiative towards this Gung Jin Shenlei. Chapter 4397. Huh! Jian Wushuang's two-handed Jin Guangkankan grabbed Gingjin Shenlei directly, and pulled it hard. Wow! In an instant, countless electric light burst, Ingjian's face was covered with incandescence, and the purple chuan in the middle of his eyebrow became even more dazzling. Those electric snakes slammed on Jian Wushuang, just like iron nails hitting a steel plate, making crackling noises and splashing countless sparks. How can this and this deity be so strong? It's against the sky. In the distance, those who have not left, the pupils shrink. They can practice to become supreme, and their eyesight will not be poor. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang's deity is like an innocent treasure, without any regrets, and there is no opportunity for the Gingjin Shalay to have any opportunity. You know, this Gingjin Shalay, even if they are, cannot easily take over. 5 elements thunderstorm, but that's it. Jian Wushuang stood in the air and laughed loudly, the muscles of his arms curled up, and he actually opened his mouth and shoved the Gingjin Shalay into his mouth. Huh! After the Gingjin Shalay was swallowed, it suddenly exploded like a cannonball in Jian Wushuang's body. The sword Wushuang just twisted the chaotic domineering body and completely smashed the Gingjin Shalay. Chaos Overlord can be said to be the first of all ages. In front of Chaos Overlord, the 5 elements thunder is not enough. As Gingjin Shalay was swallowed up by the sword Unparalleled, the sword Unparalleled body became more and more brilliant. Actually, suddenly thunder? Is that human being? It was the first time I saw someone crossing a minefield and I directly swallowed the minefield. In the distance, countless Supremes were dumbfounded and shocked to say nothing. For the first time, they found out that thunder can still be done like this. Jian Wushuang fell from the air, and his negative hand looked at the thunderous cloud. Theoretically, the 5 elements thunder robbed the 5 god thunders, and after they had passed through, the thunder should dissipate. However, the thunderstorm hanging above Jian Wushuang's head, instead of dissipating, he became more and more condensed. The dark cloud overwhelmed the city, and the thunderstorm was so heavy that it seemed like the sky would fall down. An intimidation of countless times more than before came suddenly to the audience. What happened? Suddenly, Jian Wushuang frowned. Many extremes in the distance were even more suspicion. Isn't the 5 elements thunderstorm over? Why hasn't this thundercloud dissipate? Yeah, this thunderstorm is so abnormal. Since ancient times, I have never heard of Lei Jita's unbroken life. Rumble. At this moment, the thunderous thief, which was located at a high altitude, made a roar that shook the heavens and the earth like the anger of the heavenly man. In this roar, the sound directly turns into substance, rolling around and spreading, smashing the endless void directly. Countless thick bowls of thunderous electric snakes shuttled in the dark clouds, which was horrifying to the extreme. This is the real thunderstorm. Thunderstorm is coming! Suddenly, countless supreme horror sounded. Only then did they really understand that the 5 elements thunder calamity was just an appetizer, and the real thunder calamity was in front of them. Suddenly, the vision suddenly changed. I saw in the countless thunderclouds, the avenue evolved, chaos emerged, and the dragons and phoenixes emerged in imagination, circling and shouting. Among the thunderclouds, it seems that there are 9 dazed giants holding thunder hammers in their hands and staring at the sword Unparalleled, wanting to put him in deadly. Thousands of thunderous explosions blew up, sending out a muffled sound, as if a gold-armored soldier was drumming a drum in the ancient heaven court. Every sound of the sound made the people tremble. Immediately, I saw countless 5-element thunder condensed from all directions, and finally continue to distort and breed, fuse together, forming a black thunder like the whip of Thunder God. After the condensation of this black thunder, a chaotic breath that spread through the ancient times spreads in all directions. In the distance, many supreme faces who feel this breath have changed, and they can't believe it. This is Chaos God Thunder. Chaos Thunder, the first thunder calf that has been recognized ever since. Chaos, thunder and thunder have always been passed on to legends. I never thought that there would be chaos, thunder and thunder in this world. This chaotic thunderstorm is too strong, even my top supreme can't support it. How can Jian Wushuang survive it? Is Sword Unparalleled want to die in this chaotic thunderstorm? Reversing the sky. It's too reversing the sky. Jian Wushuang is afraid that it will be the first master to attract chaos, thunder and thunder from all ages. Click and wipe. The power of thunderclouds is still constantly strengthening, as if the calamity of the heavens and the calamity, and everything under thunderclouds is turned into nothingness. Under this coercion, even Jiao Jiawang's thought of the kingdom of God could not be maintained, and it shattered. The three figures fled, and saw King Jiaojia's face wax yellow. A white shirt was covered with blood marks like plum petals, and the deity was extremely weak. And Long Qing and Blue Dog Extreme are also not much better. A dragon scale has been peeled off a few pieces and another destroying spear has been broken. King of the Ninth Calamity, you it! Long Qing's murderous flickered in his eyes, and he looked surprised and angry at King Jujia's eyes. The King of Nine Kings ignored him, but looked at Jian Wushuang with a frown. This is Cake's thunderstorm? He narrowed his eyes and his face changed slightly. You know, he is also a perfect chaotic creature, but when he crosses the robbery, it is only a colorful thunderbolt. Compared with this chaotic thunderbolt, is it just a little bit worse? At the same time, Long Qing and Blue Dog Supreme also noticed this scene. Not good! Jian Wushuang is about to cross over! Long Qing's pupils shrank, and they were about to move. Then saw the Blue Dog Supreme grabbed him. Blue Dog, what do you mean? Long Qing wondered. Long Qing, this is Chaos Thunderstorm. The Blue Dog Supreme stared at the thundercloud above Jian Wushuang, and said solemnly, Cake's thunderstorm? Long Qing didn't respond for a moment, and after a little recall, her face suddenly changed. What? Turns out to be Cake's thunder? The boy Wu Jianshuang has caused chaos thunder? He whispered in his mouth, and then seemed to think something, and the corner of his mouth opened a laugh. Ha 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 ha, this boy, Jian Wushuang, is dead this time. Really helped me too. The Blue Dog's extreme mouth also pulled a smile and nodded. Yes, chaotic thunderstorms are rare forever. It is the most powerful thunderstorm among all thunderstorms. Even if I am waiting, I dare not say that I can survive it. Is sword unparalleled? Huh! During their discussion, the black of thunder finally saved up, and blasted down towards the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, the wind demon roared, and the thunder roared. The entire universe was blind, leaving only the black thunder that was moving. Chapter 4398. At this moment, the violent wind blew the sword Wushuang's full black hair, and he looked at the chaos thunder with a dignified expression. The chaos god thunder had not yet fallen, and the overwhelming coercion fainted him, and he began to tremble. In front of this thunder, he was almost as small as the ants looking at the sky. This chaos thunder is far from comparable to the previous 5 elements thunder. Broken! Jian Wushuang drank aloud. His body was full of golden light. The blood and blood was boiling. The purple eyes in his eyes became more and more dazzling. Huh! In the face of this thunder, he stepped on his feet, and the whole man went backwards, punching him on the thunder. Boom! A huge explosion exploded, and saw the figure of Jian Wushuang, like a broken kite, crossing an arc in the air and falling to the ground severely. Just of thunder, sword unparalleled defeat. I saw his dazzling gold body covered with thousands of cracks, like a sticky ceramic doll, which seemed to be broken soon. Ha 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 ha, bang well, blast this sword unparalleled! Long Qing and Green Dog on the side saw the supreme sympathy, and suddenly laughed. The King of Nine Calamities had his eyes narrowed and his heart kept sinking. Just a moment ago, he received a supreme news, prompting him to rush back to the Temple of Life. The Temple of Life, under the pressure of the 5 major forces, was already 100,000 in a hurry. At the moment, Jian Wushuang is facing chaos, thunder, and a life of 9 deaths. Ahem. Jian Wushuang coughed and coughed, as if he was coughing, and a smoky black smoke was spit out by Jian Wushuang. He took a deep breath, turned his gaze to Long Qing and Blue Dog Supreme, and asked coldly, Do you think it's funny? Long Qing and Green Dog Supreme heard the words, and they felt more funny in their hearts. They looked at each other and shook their heads and said, The sword is unparalleled, and the sins of the sky are unforgivable. Buzz. In the sky, a second chaos thunder gradually accumulated. Power is better than the previous point. Jian Wushuang looked up at the thunder in the sky, and then looked at Long Qing and Qing Dog Supreme again, and the corners of his mouth gradually opened a shadow of sneer. Long Qing and Qing Dog Extreme looked at Jian Wushuang, who had a bad look on his face, and for some reason, he felt a sudden shock in his heart. Jian Wushuang, what do you want to do? Long Qing pretended to ask calmly. What? You said you were going to kill me? With a sneer, Jian Wushuang sneered, sprinting towards Long Qing and Blue Dog Extreme. The chaotic thunderbolt on the top of Jian Wushuang's head moved as the sword Wushuang moved. No! The little thief, Jian Wushuang, wants to take us to accompany him with Thunderstorm. Suddenly, the Green Dog Supreme scalped numb and shouted. Long Qing also looked dumb. Thunder Jie has no active consciousness, it will only lock on Jian Wushuang, while others appear within the range of Thunder Jie. Thunder Jie will only act as Sword Wushuang's secret magical powers, etc., to carry out indiscriminate attacks. Rumble! As Jian Wushuang rushed to the side of Long Qing and Blue Dog Supreme, it had already been formed, and the Chaos God Thunder that was about to split against Jian Wushuang suddenly condensed again into three, and the power did not weaken at all. Turned towards Long Qing and Blue Dog Extreme, they also split. Damn it! Long Qing roared and looked at the chaos of the chaos, and had to arbitrarily lift his scalp and shake his hands away. The Blue Dog Supreme is a quick seal of his hands, and he is constantly performing supreme divine magic to fight against this chaotic of thunder. Huh! 3 God Thunders split at the same time. Jian Wushuang once again took out the Wu Ding Chaos Tripod, extracted the air of Hongmeng Chaos, and ran into the Chaos God Thunder. Boom boom! I saw 3 shocking collision sounds. After the 3 Chaos Gods' thunder, the sword of Wushuang, Long Qing, Blue Dog Supreme 3, were all severely dropped. Jian Wushuang and Long Qing are better. After all, one is Chaos Overlord, the other is Dragon, and the physical body is the top level of the universe. Except for the boiling of blood and the bursting of the body, it has not reached the point of great vitality. The Blue Dog was terrible. Numerous mysteries were directly bombarded by a thunder, smashed on the body severely, opened his mouth and spit out endless blood. His face was instantly pale and crumbling. Crazy! This is a lunatic! Jian Wushuang wants to pull us all together! The Blue Dog was screaming, shouting loudly. The next moment, he turned around and shot towards the distance. Long Qing wiped away the faint gold blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and after looking at Jian Wushuang sternly, he was also far away. This chaos thunder is better than one. God knows how many thunders will come again. What will the power to achieve? Seeing this scene in the distance, some Supremes suddenly shook their bodies, and immediately hurried back, for fear that Jian Wushuang was about to drag a few people on his back before he died. Want to escape? Don't you want to watch how we die? Why don't you watch? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and as soon as he stepped, he would chase towards the 2 of Long Qing and Qing Dog Supreme. This chaotic thunderstorm is too horrible. He is not sure whether he can survive this thunderstorm. If it would really fall into this thunderstorm, it would be better to put Long Qing and Qing before dying. The 2 dogs are pulled together. Just as he was about to catch up, the voice of King Jiujia suddenly sounded in his mind. Jian Wushuang, here is not far from the Temple of Life. You and I quickly return to the Temple of Life. Okay? Jian Wu's body shook slightly, and turned to look at King Jiujia, saying, What happened to the Temple of Life? The king of Jiolong took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, The sword is unparalleled. Now the 5 forces besiege the Temple of Life, and the Temple of Life is at stake. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang trembled in his right hand, and immediately took a deep look at Long Qing and Qing Dog Supreme, no longer chasing, but flickering, rushing towards the Temple of Life. Above him, the cake's thunderbolt moves. King Jiujia looked at Lei Jie above his head, Jian Wushuang flying away, a smile on his mouth. This chaotic thunderstorm, if it joins the battlefield, it will be a big surprise, right? The next moment, King Jiujia didn't hesitate, and as he stepped, he chased in the direction of the Temple of Life. Far away. The blue dog supreme with a look of astonishment, and Long Qing with a gloomy face stood in a void. Long Qing, looking at it like this, Jian Wushuang seems to want to bring thunder robbery to the battlefield of life shrine. What should we do? The blue dog supreme asked ugly. The current shrine of life is facing the strangulation of 5 major forces. The supreme on the battlefield is afraid that he has more than his hands and feet combined. Once Jian Wushuang took the chaos thunder, what would it be? Dozens of supremes cross at the same time? Just thinking about it, Green Dog Supreme felt a scalp tingling. What else can we do? Go to the battlefield of life shrine. Long Qing's face was cloudy and uncertain. Chapter 4399. At the same time. Battlefield in the Temple of Life. Spaceships hovered in front of the gate of Life Shrine, unable to see their heads. Dozens of supreme people stepped on the deck and stood on their feet without saying a word. Although they have not spoken, the powerful breath has been exhausted, which is enough to suffocate. Leading it was a young man with twin horns on the head and white scales on his cheeks. He may seem young, but everyone knows that the dragon family named Long Bai is actually an old monster who has already passed thousands of chaos ages. He was also the twin brother of the 3 generations of dragon clan Long Yu who participated in the battle of the life shrine tens of thousands of years ago. Not long ago, he broke through the invincible supremacy and was responsible for leading the dragons this time to come and settle on the Temple of Life. This is my first battle to break the invincible supreme, and it is this battle that will make my name in the universe. Long Bai's eyes flashed with excitement, and he waved his right hand forward and sneered. Kill! Suddenly, dozens of dragons behind him turned into bodies and smashed towards the Temple of Life. Beside him, Binyu Supreme, Qiang God Emperor, and Lord of the Blood Temple, seeing the same flashes of light, led the disciples of their respective forces towards the Temple of Life. For a moment, the void in front of the Shrine of Life was filled with black masters and dominated by all ranks. In this battle, the 5 major forces sent a total of more than 20 supremes, of which Long Baishio was the highest, but was the first to enter the Invincible Supreme, and the Binyu Supreme and the Qiyang Emperor were slightly inferior, ranking Invincible Extreme, and the Lord of the Blood Temple is the top extreme. This lineup is not small, and it is not weaker than the 6 major forces that year, besieging the battle of the Temple of Life. On the other hand, there is the Palace of Life. Gave Supreme fell asleep, the White Tiger Supreme died, and the Giant Axe never recovered from serious injuries. No one can say how much combat power he can have. Gate of Life Shrine. Blood Wave Supreme, Giant Axe Supreme, and Heavenly Supreme, the 3 Chief Supremes stand side by side. Behind them, 7 Junior, Middle, and Senior Supreme followers. A total of 10 Supreme. This is all the fighting power that the Shrine of Life can take out now. Master Bloodwave, I just received the news that the guy of the Black Feather has led the Diwu Temple to intercept the reinforcement of the Starry Sword Sect. I'm afraid the Starry Sword Sect will not be able to arrive for a while. An ordinary Supreme said bitterly behind him. Master Xiebua, I just received a rumor from the Jiodi Pavilion. I have previously said that the Great Sun God Kingdom, who is no longer involved in the war, was also led by the Great Emperor, blocking the Jiodi Pavilion outside the Universe Passage. The other side is ordinary and supreme, with an ugly expression. Bloodwave Supreme heard the words, could not help but fell into silence. The 2 major aid forces have been cut off. This time, the 6 major power agencies are exhausted, and the Temple of Life will be completely dead. It can be said that the vitality of the Temple of Life has been completely cut off. It wasn't until a long time before Supreme Master Xiet took a deep breath. Looking at the next to the Heavenly Supreme asked, Heavenly, how about the passage in the shrine that leads to the edge of the universe? Tianxuan Supreme nodded and heard Shinshin said, Blood, that channel has been tested and is almost stable enough to convey the disciples to the edge of the universe, and I have sent someone there ready to respond. Bloodwave Supreme heard the words, a smile of relief appeared on his face. That's good, as long as they are still there, the roots of the Temple of Life are still there, and one day, they will come back again. What he called the cosmic channel was their last hand. Once the Shrine of Life was broken, that cosmic channel was enough to withstand any monk below the Supreme, left the Shrine of Life, and transmitted to the edge of the universe. Big Axe, how are you doing? Bloodwave Supreme looked sideways at the giant axe next to him, and asked with some worry. Ha ha ha, Bloodwave, I don't need you to worry, even if I die today, I won't make them feel better. The giant axe laughed loudly and raised the sky-opening giant axe in his hand. There was no fear at all, but he went straight to the sky. It is good. Bloodwave Supreme laughed likewise. This is the end of the matter. There are no more fetters. There is nothing to worry about. Big Axe, Heaven, am waiting for Death War. Ha! He stepped forward in blood waves, raised his head and looked at the multitude of Supremes flying from the sky. His eyes were filled with murder. Kill! Bloodwave Supreme spit out a word coldly, and immediately pulled it with his right hand to draw a rolling river of blood, wrapped in supreme power, and rushed away first. Only death battle. The giant axe yelled, turned into a huge giant, raised the giant axe of heaven, and chopped down towards a dragon tribe. Come! Kill me! He roared violently, and every step was a roaring muffled sound. The giant axe in his hand released a sharp axe light, just like the ancient great god, splitting Hongmengchos, and exhausting the turbid air, to open up the world. Way, dead war. Tina Supreme looked indifferent and mumbled to himself. He slowly pulled back with his right hand, and a whole-body scarlet arrow was automatically condensed on the arch of the sun-stretching bow, aimed at a top-level Supreme, and shot instantly. The 3 chiefs of Life Shrine die out. Behind the 7 ordinary Supremes also each broke out the strongest power, transformed into several streamers, and killed the Black Dragon Alliance forces. From the beginning, the war fell into the most intense state. At the same time, in the Temple of Life, a sky-like black light mirror reflected in the sky above the Temple of Life. What is playing inside the mirror is the picture of war outside the Temple of Life. All disciples of the Life Shrine, including the Wu Dao Healing, are now gathered under the Xuanduang mirror, clenching their fists and staring at the Xuanduang mirror. The Temple of Life is their home. Okay, guys, quickly go inside the tunnel and prepare to teleport. A muffled sound came out of Yan Shan. Because he could not move, he was unable to participate in the war outside the shrine. He was left behind and was responsible for the transfer of disciples from the Shrine of Life. At the same time, he is also the last checkpoint of the Life Shrine, guarding the last gate for the Life Shrine. Once the Bloodwave Supreme and others fall and the Temple of Life is broken, he will be here to keep the last line of defense. Ha. However, there is silence in the Temple of Life. No one left. They clenched their fists tightly without moving their feet. What are you doing? Yan Shan's voice thickened. I saw a shrine disciple who clicked his teeth. Extreme Yan Shan, the Temple of Life is my home. The home is gone. What's the point of my life? That's right. Instead of sneaking away, let's die. I'll wait and die with the Temple of Life. For a while, the sentiment in the Temple of Life was intense, and the voice of coexistence and death with the Temple of Life resounded through the sky, shaking the earth. Chapter 4400. I saw a towering mountain, and the face of Yan Shan Supreme saw this scene, and he could not help showing his emotions. A warm current flows through him. As the saying goes, the tree is falling apart, and the calamity is flying, but how lucky is the Temple of Life to have such a group of disciples who are willing to die together? The Temple of Life may not be the most powerful force in the universe, but this alone is far from being comparable to other top forces. Taking a deep breath, Yan Shan Supreme let his face sink, and scolded. Don't be fooled! Bloodwave Supreme, but they are using their lives to earn you time. If you don't leave, that Bloodwave Supreme wouldn't it have been sacrificed for nothing? The voice dropped, Yan Shan Supreme's tones slowed a little, and continued. Listen well, you are the roots of the Temple of Life. As long as you do not die, even if the Temple of Life is destroyed today, I believe that it will still be able to come back and revive the temple. But if you die, the temple of life is really dead. In the end, the sound of Yenshan Supreme has been like a squeak of the heavens, drinking and deafening. As soon as this word came to an end, there was a dead silence in the Palace of Life, leaving only a heavy gasp. Yenshan Supreme said, "Have they never understood? Extreme Yenshan, look at it for a while, and we will leave after a while." A shrine female disciple bit her lower lip, her eyes full of resentment. Yenshan Supreme heard the words and had to sigh, and agreed to this request. Outside the Palace of Life. "Ha ha ha! I am destined to become famous in this battle!" Long Bei's eyes sparkled with sparks of excitement, constantly commanding many powerful men on the battlefield, strangling the Blood Wave Supreme and others. The Supreme of the Temple of Life cannot be described as strong, because each one is a special life. It has exploded several times in the same realm. The Blood Wave Supreme firepower is fully open, suppressing the Ice Cream Supreme bombardment. The giant axe is facing the Qiyang Emperor, and each axe carries the power of Kaitian, pressing the Qiyang Emperor under him. The Heavenly Supreme is also unwilling to be outdone. To the Lord of the Blood Temple, every arrow fired can precisely lock the erratic body of the Heavenly Temple Lord, and force him back again and again. And the 7 ordinary Supremes also have strength far beyond the same realm, often with one enemy, even 3. However, if this is allowed, they are still suppressed and retreated. There is no reason for him, there are too many strong men dispatched this time. In addition to the more than 20 supreme powers, there are also hundreds and thousands of ultimate dominators. They come together, set up battle formations, and turn into war giants, united in no way to the Supreme. At the end of the crossbow, Long Bai put out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, shaking his head in disdain. There is no need for him to take part in this war, he just needs to stand here quietly and sit in the audience. Blood Wave, we can't hold it for long. One more shot from the Heavenly Supreme will prepare to slaughter the ordinary Supreme Bloody Temple Master, and pant a little bit. How long can we persist, at least for our disciples, all safely transferred? In the eyes of Supreme Bloodwave, the murderous light flickered, and at his feet it turned into a sea of corpse blood, containing the power of the horrible laws, suppressing the Iceberg Supreme. Okay, I see. Tina Supreme took a deep breath and stopped talking. Rumble. On the battlefield, all the magical powers that destroyed the heavens and the earth were launched, destroying everything. Various kinds of power burst out, such as Sword Chi, Sword On, and Mystery, surging up, like the scene of extinction. Time slowly wandered, and after an ordinary Supreme was killed by a common person on the side of the Life Shrine, the already life-threatening shrine was once more dangerous, and the situation became more dangerous again. The 3 chief Supreme leaders who still had the upper hand had been attacked by other extreme sieges. The pressure suddenly increased and the situation reversed. Hang them down completely! When Long Bai saw this, he laughed cruelly. Huh! All dragons are turned into bodies, spit out dragon balls, and destroy everything. Suddenly, there was another casualty on the side of the Temple of Life. Let's die together! An ordinary Supreme who was seriously injured was dying. When he saw the 3 Supremes who came to his death, his eyes showed madness, and at this moment he chose to explode. For a moment, the scene was magnificent. Huh! Another 2 ordinary shrines of the Life Shrine have chosen to explode, as if playing a tragedy. Dead to me! The giant axe's chest bleeds blood, and when she sees it, she is completely insane, and under the scream of a terrible roar, she divides the 3 seniors into a slag. And the Qiyang Emperor finally seized the opportunity, and in the flash of his eyes, he directly smashed the Supreme Axe onto the Great Axe Supreme, almost tearing the Great Axe Supreme body. Inside the Temple of Life. When many disciples of Life Shrine saw this, their faces were filled with sadness. The more female disciples couldn't help soaking their noses and choking. Okay, you guys should go. Yenshan Supreme said hoarsely. He knew that Bloodwave Supreme and others could not hold on for long, and it was time for him to meet the enemy. Many disciples heard silence, turned silently, and walked toward the passage to the edge of the universe. Although there is more perseverance, more anger, more sadness, and more humiliation, they know that it is true, as Lord Yinshan said, that as long as they stay, the Temple of Life will not be truly destroyed. They can't let people like Bloodwave Supreme sacrifice for nothing. Flip-flop. At this moment, their footsteps were as heavy as a mountain, and their chests were a bit breathless as if they were pressing a stone. Just when someone was about to step into the entrance of the passage, almost everyone turned away from the Xuanhuang mirror. Suddenly, a shrine disciple seemed to notice something. First, he gave a flick, and then extended his finger toward the Xuanhuang mirror, and then panicked. "Look, what's that? Okay?" Everyone heard the words, could not help turning their heads in doubt, and looked at the position of the Xuanhuang mirror pointed by the shrine disciple. I saw the edge of the battlefield mapped by the scotopic mirror. A mysterious young man covered with mysterious runes, with cold purple eyes and black hair hanging from his head to the heels, is facing a vast thunderstorm and sprinting towards the battlefield. His speed is extremely fast, every step is taken out of a distance of thousands of miles, like a horizontal thunder between heaven and earth. He glowed with dazzling golden light, as if he had stepped out of the immortal in the middle of 9 days, and in the next moment, he resolutely crashed into the turbulent battlefield in an extremely overbearing posture. Boom boom! Suddenly, countless horrible black chaos gods of thunder descended from the thunderstorm, transforming the entire battlefield of Life Shrine into a thundering prison. This man is Jian Wushuang! Jian Wushuang is back! Suddenly, the disciples of Life Shrine, who were about to leave, all stopped at the same time, shaking wildly and in an uproar. Chapter 4401. Outside the Palace of Life. The battlefield is changing rapidly, but in general, the situation is almost one-sided. Compared to the quartet, the 10 Supreme Masters of Life Shrine are too difficult to cope with. The 3 Chief Supremes of the Supreme Axe, and the Greatest have all suffered injuries of varying severity, all relying on hard support at the same time, while the other 7 ordinary Supremes have been damaged, leaving 4 remaining. The Supreme Master is struggling to support, but it can be expected that the fall is also a matter of time. Blood God, I'm afraid I have to take a step first. The Great Axe had already been seriously injured and healed most of the firepower on the battlefield. At this moment, the huge body of the was full of marks of the sword and axe, and his chest was severely torn by the Lord of the Blood Temple. The dark toxin burned the body, making it impossible to recover. Just when he was about to explode, suddenly, a huge thunder roar came from afar. Immediately afterwards, I saw an incandescent light, which was still 1,000,000 miles away at first, but a small light spot, but the next moment, the pupils dilated in everyone's eyes. Okay? Everyone noticed this scene. They couldn't help but stop for a moment, and looked in wonder. Including the dragon Cypress sitting behind the town, he frowned and said, "Who is this?" He hasn't allowed much thought. Long Qing's crackling voice blew in his ear. "Uncle San, let them retreat!" "Huh! Long Qing?" Although Long Bai did not understand what it meant, he also knew that Long Qing would not miss the target, and he was ready to let the quartet's coalition forces retreat first. However, just when he was about to speak, the electro-optic figure who was bathed in the thunder and hijacked above him had already crashed into the crowd. "Let's cross together!" On the battlefield, some Supremes still didn't respond initially, and asked blankly, What is this?" Next moment, "This is thunderous!" A Supreme frightened voice, "Turn around and run away." Many other Supremes were trembling with fright, and they also turned to flee by performing mysteries. However, it's too late. Boom boom. The power has condensed to dozens of caves thunders, and chopped down fiercely. Suddenly, the entire Thunder Palace battlefield turned into a purgatory thunder pool. This is Chaos Thunder. Damn, it's the sword thief who's back. He came back with Thunderbolt. He is going to drag us together. Suddenly, the entire battlefield of the Life Shrine came with wailing and screaming, and the roar of the dragons. I saw a chaos thunder, the battle formation giant formed by hundreds of thousands of ultimate domination, directly collapsed and turned into ashes. A medium supreme agitation of the whole Buddhist divine power, wanting to shake the thunder, but after a thunder was split, the same flies away, and the dead can't die anymore. The scene was spectacular to the extreme. The chaotic thunderbolt on the top of Jian Wushuang thought that these supreme were the helpers invited by Jian Wushuang. Immediately, the thunder broke out, and dozens of horrible chaos gods of thunder were formed. Numerous chaotic thunders with thick waists fell like heavy artillery shells and bombarded wildly. It was learned earlier that the Blood Evacuation Supreme and others who had evacuated the news were located on the edge of the thunderstorm, staring at this scene with stunned eyes, and the whole person was petrified. "Sword Jian Wushuang, did you bring back Thunder Robber?" said the Blood Wave Supreme. "This is Chaos God Thunder. They're done." The giant axe gasped with great sigh, but laughed heartily. Boom boom. After a wave of thunder, the rest of the people on the battlefield are not alive. Except for some of the powerful Supreme and Top Supreme who survive, all others have fallen. The battlefield, which was still so black, suddenly became lonely, 2 or 3 kittens. Even those who survived by chance were miserable to the extreme, their bodies were scorched, and their heads shed. "This thunderstorm is not over! Run away!" A high-ranking Supreme was hesitant. Where could he care about stepping into the Temple of Life? And seeing the thunder robbed by Jian Wushuang's head position, he began to consolidate the power again, scaring the 3 souls out of his head, and leaving at the first step. However, he had just stepped out of the thunder zone. First calamity, great destruction. Second calamity, big suppression. Third calamity, rhubarb Kuan Yin. The 9th calamity, the great sky seal. A cold voice exploded. The king of 9 robbers attacked from the other side with white blood. There are a total of 9 visions covering the sky, carrying a variety of visions, rolling across the sun and the moon, cutting off the sky, directly blocking all the way back, and will kill the many supreme masters who want to escape. Jian Wushuang and Zhou Jiawang, one is responsible for leading the group with thunder, and one is responsible for the damage in the back. Although there is no communication, but the cooperation is extremely tacit understanding. After I saw them, they swept across the hall and killed the Dragon Alliance. When the last chaos thunder fell, the battlefield of Life Shrine fell into silence. Nearly 1,000,000 miles of void have turned into nothingness. On the side of the quartet, apart from Benyu Supreme, Qiang Emperor, Lord of the Blood Temple, and several top supremes, everyone else is gone. A wind kept echoing. Long Bai looked at the scene blankly. His heart was bleeding. His body was shaking. Gone? That's it. All gone. Roar! The next moment, Long Bai was screaming and roaring. This was the first war he led, and it was also a war in which he thought he would become famous in the universe. However, everything has vanished. Sword unparalleled! It! Long Bai's eyes widened, and he looked at Xiang Wushuang stubbornly, with hate in his eyes. "Uncle San! Senior Cypress!" At this time, Long Qing and Blue Dog Extreme arrived. "Long Qing! How did you tell me before? You said that the sword is unparalleled, but you are not the enemy of your finger, and you will kill him. This is what you said? He came with thunder, why don't you tell me in advance?" Long Bai opened his big hand, grabbed Long Qing's collar tightly, and squeezed this sentence out of his teeth. Long Qing looked at Long Bai, who was iron blue and caught in the edge of anger, and could not help but tremble. 3. Uncle, didn't I tell you just now? Long Qing bowed her head reply. Long Bai stared at Long Qing deadly. His chest continued to rise and fall because of anger. After a long time, he took a deep breath, pushed Long Qing forward, and released his hand and said, "Long Qing, this account book will come to you later." After speaking, he turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flashed with murderousness. This sword is unparalleled to destroy many disciples of my dragon clan, and be 1,000 swords. Huh! The next moment, he stepped his right foot, and the whole person turned into an extremely fast streamer, reaching out the sharp dragon claws, and grabbing towards Jian Wushuang's head. I saw that he was still far away in the last second, and his figure still kept rushing out. The next moment, he appeared directly above Jian Wushuang's head. Chapter 4402. Central Battlefield. The sword Wushuang panted, and the chaotic domineering body was full of traces of hacks cut by thunder. Fortunately, in his use of dragon blood mystery, at the cost of burning divine power, he finally arrived at the battlefield of Life Shrine at the last moment. He glanced up at the distant Bloodwave Supreme and others. Although his breath was weak and he was injured, but fortunately, he did not fall. Seeing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sword unparalleled, you take your life! At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyelids jumped, only to feel a sudden great courage. I saw a white dragon with a faint face, coming quickly through the stars. He alone surpasses everyone in the audience. Invincible Supreme! Jian Shuang saw this, and could not help sinking in his heart. And he didn't have much blood, such as supreme blood, and others also noticed this scene, and his face suddenly changed. Not good! Swordsman is dangerous! The Bloodwave Supreme, the Great Axe Supreme, and others immediately stepped forward, rushing towards the sword unparalleled, blocking the dragon and cypress. The Heavenly Supreme was chilling, and Zhang Gong took an arrow and fired the strongest arrow led by his essence and blood. But, get out of this seat! Long Bei's grimace, a tear in his right hand, will directly come to intercept his Bloodwave Supreme and huge axe blast, vomiting blood, body shape retreat. The arrow shot by the Emperor Tianxian blasted on Long Bei's body, and it just smashed a small black spot and shattered it. This is the wrath of Long Bei, and the wrath of the Invincible Supreme. Not at all they can resist. In one hit, the three chief executives are all defeated. But the good thing is that this gave Jian Wushuang a breath of time. Jian Wushuang first glanced up at the glory of power and was about to drop the thunder cloud of Chaos God Thunder again. He then pulled out the Taro Excalibur and played the Yongye sword directly, dragging Dragon's Cypress into Yongye Kingdom. Next breath, two explosions came out. The first explosion is that Long Bei directly shatters the kingdom of Yongye, and the second explosion is that of Chaos God Thunder. Bang! Chaos God Thunder is divided into two, all are the thickness of the bucket, one blasts towards the sword unparalleled, and the other blasts towards the dragon's cypress. This Chaos Thunder is okay to deal with others, it is not enough to deal with me and other Invincible Supreme. The dragon's cypress stepped out of the kingdom of the night, looking towards him, like the Chaos Thunder of the Thunder God's whip. He screamed directly, emitting a terror sound like no human. Sound waves waved from his mouth, forming a howling sound, shattering the Chaos God Thunder. Wu Yi Chao Chao Ding! The sword Wushuang dealt with, it is too difficult. Call out! Wu Xing Chao Ding Ding rose from his sleeve robe to the sky. Countless powerful forces of chaos emerged from the Chaos Ding of Wushu, turned into a dark light group, and hit the Chaos God Thunder. Countless violent forces of thunder exploded, slamming on Wu Chaos Ding. Suddenly, Wu Xing Chao Ding Ding issued a wailing, spinning back to the sword without hands. This Chaos Thunder is stronger than one. After so long, the mighty power has been horrible, and the Wu Chao Chaos is incomplete, and it is not a defense against the offensive extreme Taoism soldiers. It cannot stop the Chaos Thunder at all. Next moment, in the blood-scratched eyes of Supreme Bloodwave and others, Chaos God Thunder and Long Bei's wrath hit successively on Jian Wushuang. Dang! I saw Jian Wushuang's chaotic domineering body shining brightly with golden flames. First, it gave out a crisp sound like a gong, and then the whole domineering body burst open and shattered into countless pieces. This is the first time the sword body has been shattered by Jian Wushuang since it achieved Chaos Overlord. Ha 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 ha. After 3 breaths, Jian Wuxuang's chaotic domineering body reunited, but his face turned into a piece of wax yellow, and the whole person was teetering, almost falling from the air. Oh? Overlord? It seems that you guys have something to do with overlords. It really is a great opportunity. Long Bai narrowed his eyes, an inch of coldness was captured in his eyes, and then sneered sneerily. But what about the tyrant? This one is going to kill you today, and no one can stop it. Even if the tyrant's ancestor, the white ape, comes, he can only retreat aside. After speaking, Long Bai once again stretched out the claws of the dragon, and grabbed at Sword Wuxuang. Jian Shuangshuang saw this, his pupils shrank, his heart sank to the extreme. As a result, just now, a deep, thick voice sounded suddenly in the void. You try again? Next moment, a burly figure with a bright sun and white fur all over his body stepped in front of Jian Wuxuang. He was expressionless and blasted with a fist. He carried the power of the universe and blasted a paw from Long Bai directly. His breath is similar to Jian Wuxuang, but it is much stronger than Jian Wuxuang. Patriarch, Patriarch! Suddenly, Jian Wuxuang trembled with an unbelievable look on his face. Immediately, there were several sounds from the sky again. Leader, Overlord is late, please forgive me! A figure rushed from the sky, surging blood. It was at the grand event of the universe that broke the Supreme Overlord. Leader, the 9-star Holy Land is late, please forgive me! On the other side, Jiu Xingxingzi, who joined the Sword Alliance with Overlord in the ancient road of Shinkong. I saw him hunting in a white shirt. Although he didn't break through the Supreme, he was much stronger than when he was in the ancient road of Shinkong. Behind him, several people from the 9 Stars Holy Land followed, among them the supreme level of the old strong man. Leader, Mora is late, please forgive me! A rough voice sounded, and then, I saw a barbaric giant with a sharply curved double-headed head and a raging flame, led by the Luo people, striding forward. I haven't seen it for tens of thousands of years. This ancient patriarch of Mo Luo Yen Yen also broke through the Supreme. Farther away. Master Bloodsword, I am here! A chubby monk rushed around in a yellow robe. Behind him, led dozens of ultimate masters. Jian Shuangshuang saw this, and his heart was instantly moved, and his body couldn't help flowing a warm current. Here, the core members of the Sword League that he founded in Shinkong Ancient Road are here. Long Bai's face suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. Instead of controlling the Overlord and others, he stared at the Overlord ancestors, his voice hoarse. White Ape, did you choose to be born? The ancestor of the Pa clan had no expression, and was too lazy to answer him, but said indifferently. Long Bai, did you just say that even if the husband is here, do you want to step back aside? After a word of speech, the ancestors of the patriarch swelled endlessly, and then spoke word by word. If you dare say it again, the old man will kill you now, and take it back to stew the soup. You believe it or not? Chapter 4403, Overbearing. After the resignation of the patriarch's ancestors, an extremely overbearing breath emanated, and the audience was silent. Everyone was staring blankly at the patriarch's ancestors. Long Bai clenched his fists tightly, a pair of snow-white eyes frantically contracted, his face was extremely blue. He didn't doubt the words of the patriarch's ancestors. This lunatic has always been lawless and can do everything. I believe! Finally, Long Bai squeezed this sentence out of his teeth. The patriarch's ancestors heard a scornful smile and said, Long Bai, you are far worse than your elder brother. With this remark, Long Bai's face became more ugly. For a long time, Long Ling was stronger than the dragon family. Although it was a brother relationship, it was a knot in Long Bai's heart. The reason why he took the initiative to invite a battle this time to settle the Temple of Life is to prove that he is more capable than Long Yen. After all, the last time Long Yong settled on the Temple of Life, he failed. Taking a deep breath, Long Bai's eyes first looked at Xiang Jian Wuxuang, then at White Ape. White Ape, are you sure you want to protect Jian Wuxuang? I'll tell you the truth, Jian Wuxuang has already been on my Dragon Clan's kill list. You alone can't protect him. Even if Longbai retires today, there will be other Dragon Clan strongmen coming to the door soon. If it really annoys me and other Dragon Clan, the distant ancestors of the second generation may not be able to wake up and come to the door in person. At that time, what will you stop the white ape? The patriarch's ancestors heard no change in his expression, and replied indifferently. Longbai, you have too many words. It seems that you really want to become a dragon head soup. You. Longbai heard that. His face became iron again. A fierce anger was burning in his chest. He is a third-generation dragon and an invincible supreme. When was he so humiliated in the public eye? If it were not for the reason, he told him that he was far from being an opponent of the patriarch's ancestors. White ape, I admit it this time. After taking a deep breath, Longbai turned and left. He looked at Long Qing, who was stunned, and suddenly gave him a stern glance, yelling, Waste, do you still want to stay here and be ashamed? After speaking, he rose to his feet and turned into a huge white dragon with a length of thousands of feet. After making a long howl, he shuffled in the void and left the place. Long Qing first unwillingly glanced at Jian Wushuang, then took another look at the patriarch's ancestor, hitting him with excitement. This is a peerless and vicious man who threatened to beat down his three uncles Longbai and make a faucet soup. His figure also disappeared in the same place. And that blue dog supreme is not so lucky. He lowered his head, pretending that others could not see him, and just wanted to sneak away, and saw King Jiujia standing behind him, holding his shoulders. The voice said quietly, Where do you want to go? He was stiff. On the battlefield of the Temple of Life, there was a silence, only the thunder robbed by Jian Wushuang's head, still making a loud noise. It seemed to be giving birth to a blow to destroy the world. Everyone else stared at Jian Wushuang from afar, his heart rising. The ancestor of the patriarch looked up and glanced at Thunderbolt, then shook his head and said, There are 18 chaotic thunderbolts. One is more dangerous than the other. The last one is the sum of all the power of Thunderbolt before. Wushuang, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive. Under the thunder, the sword sat cross-legged, his expression dignified. Longbai and others left, and the crisis at the Temple of Life was lifted. But the crisis of his unparalleled sword really began. He had a hunch in his heart that this would be the last thunderstorm and also the most powerful one. Whether he can survive, he has no idea. Crackling. I saw countless electric snakes among thunderclouds. A loud noise, like a stuffy drum, kept exploding from Thundercloud, which was heartbreaking. Overlord, Jiuxingxingzi and others just felt the shudder and pale when they felt the coercion from Lei Jie. This is not a thunder, this is a catastrophe. Rumble. Above the entire shrine of life, all are filled with billowing clouds. This day covers the sun and annihilates all light. Roar. Finally, the last thunderbolt has condensed. Suddenly, the entire universe is filled with roaring sounds, as if the brass bells are ringing, the dragon's skin is beating, the imposing waves of power sweeping the four sides. The universe seems to be in chaos. Click! A black goddess with a width of 100 feet wide dropped sharply. There are countless forks spreading on this black thunder, and it has the evolution of heaven, as if the sky is angry and endless. Coming! Is this the last thing about chaos and thunder? It's terrifying! How could there be such a powerful thunderstorm in the world? Suddenly, countless people set off a huge wave in their hearts, and suddenly lost their voice. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked up at the black thunder. His pupils shrank for a while. This thunderbolt has not yet fallen, and the thunderous thunderbolt has opened thousands of cracks in his body. Break it for me! At this moment of life and death, Jian Wushuang's heart burst into a frenzy of madness, and his face became pale. Chopper Star! He was holding the Taro Excalibur and fiercely hacked at this black thunder. A forest blue sword Mang that was nearly 10,000 feet long shot from the sword without hands, with an incomparable sharp sword spirit, and slammed into this black thunder. This sword is enough to split the sky gate and shake Kunlun. A burst of noise spread, and immediately afterwards, I saw the nearly blue forest Mang shattered and broke into powder. and the black thunder, once again unhindered. Power is not reduced. Everyone looked at this scene with a tremor in their hearts, but they knew that this thief was destined to be passed by Jian Wushuang himself, and no one could help him. Once Jian Wushuang crosses through, he will walk in peace and stand completely on top of the universe. If Jian Wushuang could not pass, it would be death, and everything would be nothing. Come! Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. He understood that Guangguan could not stop this chaos thunder with his supernatural power. This chaos god thunder is too powerful. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang doubled his right hand again, and Wu Wei's Excalibur appeared in his hand. Old man, it's up to you this time. There was a tinge of heartache in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and the Wu weapon sword accompanied him to battle the universe. He is undefeated in all battles, and has long been his closest partner. And Wu Wei's Excalibur seemed to sense something, and issued a sword slamming straight towards Jiuxiao. Chapter 4404. Next moment, Jian Wushuang's black hair flew up, staring up at the vast thunder and screaming loudly. Explode me! Huh! Suddenly, Wu Weeping Sword rose into the sky, accompanied by the sharp swordsman who shook for 9 days and 10 places, and slammed into Chaos God Thunder without hesitation. Bang! A loud noise spread, and the entire Wu Weeping Sword exploded. Wu Weeping Sword is the ultimate treasure of the universe, and the power under self-detonation is not weaker than a top extreme self-detonation. Huh! A huge mushroom cloud rose, and Wu Wei's Excalibur shattered after releasing the last glory, annihilating between heaven and earth. And Chaos God Thunder, the power finally dropped slightly. Old boy! Jian Wushuang's throat was sweet, his blood was spit out, and his body was shaking. Wu Wei's Excalibur accompanied him to the north and south to discuss, and I didn't know how many enemy chiefs' heads had been killed for him. He had already had a connection with him. At the moment he exploded, he felt the same backlash. Come again! Forcibly suppressing the violent blood in God's body, Jian Wushuang raised his head again to look at the chaotic God Thunder that broke down, and yelled, Boon for me! In a short time, countless treasures rushed out of the sword unparalleled Qianquan ring, and greeted the Chaos God Thunder fiercely. In recent years, Jian Wushuang swept across the ruins of Taro, dominated the ancient road of the sky, and stretched across the wild wilderness of the universe, killing more than 2 hands. After the fall of these people, the various magical materials and top treasures in the Qianquan ring fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang. This is an incredible number. Huh! I saw these top treasures, converging into a long dragon, ramming toward the Chaos God Thunder, and then blasting away. Among them, also includes Qingmu Sheizan's extreme magic weapon, Qinghe Supreme's 7-star magic sword, and so on. And the most expensive thing is that Jian Wushuang slaughtered that High Supreme, 9-claw Mozhong tribe patriarch in the wild wilderness of the universe, and obtained a piece of 9-claw blackfish shield from him. Rumble. Suddenly, dozens and hundreds of universe treasures of different grades exploded. A shocking explosion exploded. It is impossible to use any words to describe the power of these dozens of hundreds of treasures exploding at the same time. At this moment, the entire universe is silent. In the ears of everyone, the sound of discussion could not be heard, but only a loud bang continued to echo. In front of their eyes, a sea of white waves set off, spreading out in a mighty manner, destroying the surrounding starry sky forever. Countless dusts floated and filled the sight. Among the white waves in the sky, a faint color and a lot of chaos gods and thunders, once again covered the thorns, penetrated the white waves, and shot the sword unparalleled. With so many arcane blasts, I still can't stop this chaos thunder. Suddenly, everyone around me couldn't help exclaiming, This thunderbolt is almost as old as ever. Master Lord is worthy of being Lord. Even the thunderstorms brought in are much stronger than us. This thunder robbery, everyone on the scene, except for the patriarchs, who dared to say 100%. This thunderbolt is too strong, but the stronger one is Jian Wushuang. If I wait for this thunderbolt, I am afraid that I would give up resistance long ago, right? Wow! This last chaos thunder, breaking clouds and mists, swinging all the evil spirits in the world, constantly enlarging in the eyes of Jianwu's eyes. Although it has been destroyed by a lot of precious treasures, the power has been wiped out a lot, and the thunder, which is nearly 100 feet wide, has also become the thickness of a bull. However, for Jian Wushuang, there is still a deadly threat. Keep coming! Jian Wushuang's mouth bleeds, and under the power of dozens of hundreds of Arcana's self-explosive powers, the shock wave also reached him, causing his body to shatter. Go with! He first threw the chaos sting of Wushu again and ran into this black thunder, and then stepped hard again without using the sword, and the whole man rose into the sky. In the end, he is going to shake this thunder, and sublime it as much as possible. Dang! The Wu Chao Chao Ding carried an unmatched force of chaos, and hit the black thunder fiercely. After a while, the black thunder was slightly stagnant, and its power was worn away a little. After the Wu Chao Ding wailed, "Fly up!" And with the Wu Chao Chao Ding being split and flying, Jian Wushuang and the Black God Thunder finally collided together. Roar! Cake's thunder roared through the world. Break it for me! Jian Wushuang has a grimace, and his eyes are crazy. No devil can't live. Today is either the destruction of this thunder, or the death of his sword without a pair. Huh! Jian Wushuang shot the bright golden light, the flames entwined with the 5 fingers of his hands, and the crisscross patterns of his body continued to light up. In particular, the purple, Chuan mark on his brows became blood enchanting, and with the purple golden pupils, he really looked like a lingsher. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to be divided into 2 halves. Generally, the sword of Wujing was full of dazzling gold. On one side, the entire starry sky was plunged into the black thunder of thunder. The 2 forces are glued together and constantly collide, just like 2 semicircular masks, struggling hard. Puff! The dark thunder was like a snake on the sword Wushuang deity, and then penetrated into his body, and the violent power continued to tear his deity. A pain in the heart could not help but let Jian Wushuang growl. But Jian Wushuang not only did not retreat, but the meaning of madness in his eyes became stronger. He knows that killing him will make him stronger. Crackling, silver snakes dancing wildly, dark clouds over the city, swordsman within 100 feet around, turned into a horror thunder pond. He was bathed in thunder, as if he were the sinful son of the thunder penalty. In the distance, Bloodwave Supreme and others watched this scene intently, saying silently in their hearts, "Sword unparalleled, you must hold on, otherwise all your efforts will be defeated." Others clenched their fists as well. Jian Wushuang, hold on. Huh! I saw the fork on the Chaos God Thunder, which spread again into countless small God Thunders and bombarded wildly towards the sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's mouth and nose were overflowing with blood. The whole person was like a blood person. He raised his head and looked at Lei Jie. Instead of being afraid, he laughed wildly. "Don't you just want me to die? Come, then see who we die first." At this moment www.mtnovel. In the sight of Jian Wushuang, Lei Jie is no longer Lei Jie, but a wild monster who wants to put him to death. Boom! As soon as Jian Wu stepped on his feet, his figure soared into the sky again. In the deep laughter, he rushed directly into the depth of the thick sky and thundercloud. "Come! Kill me!" Next moment, a sound of explosion came out from Thundercloud. I don't know what happened in Thundercloud. After half a column of incense, Lei Yun slowly began to dissipate. When everyone saw this, they were all in a tight heart, and at the same time they were in doubt. Jian Wushuang finally survived? Chapter 4405. How's it going? Did Jian Shuang survive? Come on! How about Jian Wushuang? Master Lord! Everyone glanced at each other, then swept up, and rushed towards the thundercloud that had not completely dissipated. Before they could reach the thundercloud, a bright beam of light suddenly shot out from the thick dark clouds. It was like the first rays of morning light that pierced the dark captivity and returned the light to the earth. Alas! Immediately, more and more of this light beam. Until the end, this bright glow violently tears all dark clouds. The entire sky was dyed golden by the halo, just like the sunset on the seashore, and it was magnificent. I saw that above 9 days, Jian Wushuang was wrapped in a golden ball of light. He was completely broken from the broken body and began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. He closed his eyes slightly and spread his hands in a hug. The dazzling glow also dyed every strand of his skin and every hair end into gold. His original appearance was so beautiful under the glow of the sun. Next moment, the stars trembled, the world changed. Endless xianhui sprinkles from the air, like the beginning of heaven and earth, chaos and dawn, and the air is stirred up. On the sky, Didao played the music for him, and the thick earth trembled, playing a crossover sacred song, as if congratulating him in Chi-Chi, breaking through the supreme. Today I have no match for the sword, I have sublimated as much as possible, and I have won the supreme avenue. An indifferent voice sounded. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes in a bang. I saw in his purple-golden pupils that countless avenues evolved from the pattern, and the whole person revealed a sacred breath. The divine power in his whole body was mobilized, and the divine power in the supreme avenue changed. His indomitable chaotic domineering became stronger 1 inch at a time. His black hair grew darker. Boom boom! A strong breath, centered on Jian Wushuang, is constantly erupting. This breath is mixed with his charm as a super-perfect chaotic creature. For a moment, there is a sense of subjugation to all the races. Okay, so powerful. Too scary. I have a feeling that today's swords are unparalleled and can crush me to death. Countless Sword League disciples saw this scene. They were shocked to the extreme, feeling the breath of Jian Wushuang's body, even more trembling. However, the more they looked at Jian Wushuang's gaze, the more fanatical worship. In their dazzling eyes, Jian Wushuang seems to be the who controls the life and death of the world. He stepped out of the ancient chaos and once again came to the world, but I have exclusive respect. Including the Bloodwave Supreme, the 9 Kings of Calamity, and the Great Axe Supreme, etc., the eyes are also deeply shocked. The breath of Jian Wushuang, this little guy. I even feel like him on my back, I feel a sense of danger. The Great Axe took a deep breath and said in shock. Bloodwave Supreme stood next to him, staring at Jian Wushuang as he watched, and said with a smile. The giant axe, now he is not the little guy who needs our protection. After a short pause, Bloodwave Supreme smiled slightly and continued to speak. Now he has grown up. He is a giant arm who can truly stand on his own. The giant axe could not help but hesitated, and then laughed, sighing. Yeah, time flies. Long ago, Jian Wushuang was only a 3rd-level master, and they needed some protection. Now, unconsciously, Jian Wushuang has become a behemoth enough to shake the universe, and the temple of life-saving is about to fall. The King of 9 Calamities always had a cold smile on his face. You guy, how can I fight you? In his entire life, the King of 9 Kings could not see much. Jian Wushuang counted as 1, but he felt ashamed for the first time, only Jian Wushuang. Over 9 days, between clouds. The sword was unpaired and the black hair flew. Strands of golden glow continued to pour into him. The supreme divine realm is here. Jian Wushuang felt a different power in his body than before, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Is this the supreme divine realm? He shook his fist. Now he is more than 1,000 times stronger than before. A terror force that has never flowed in his body is the vast power that surpasses the world and sets foot on the top of the universe. Knowing that there was someone waiting for him below, Jian Wushuang didn't make any delays. He was a little familiar with the power in his body, and he stepped forward toward the crowd. I saw that his body didn't seem to move, and the whole person had already appeared in front of Bloodwave Supreme and others. It wasn't until the last few days, that after 9 days, the afterimage formed due to the speed was too fast, and then it slowly dissipated. Extreme blood, supreme axe, supreme nature. Jian Wushuang nodded hello to them. Bloodwave Supreme looked at Jian Wushuang, and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, many of the words that had already been drafted were all turned into one word. It is good. He patted Jian Wushuang's shoulders, his eyes full of comfort and appreciation. Jian Wushuang also didn't say much, and the relationship between the two was also a teacher and friend, and it was no longer clear what warm words could say. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang led the Bloodwave Supreme and others toward the ancestor of the Patriarch. Thank you, Senior White Ape, for help. Jian Wushuang first paid respectfully to the Patriarch ancestors. The Patriarch ancestors had great gratitude to him. Not only did he save his life, but this time also saved the entire Palace of Life. The Bloodwave Supreme and others have the same expression, and said archly, "Ill wait, Senior White Ape!" In theory, the Patriarch ancestors rescued them, and in Lili the Patriarch ancestors cultivated their existence far beyond theirs, and naturally deserve respect. No need to be polite. The Patriarch ancestors shook his head with a hand and groaned. Speaking of you, the Lord of the Palace of Life Palace, you are still old with the old man. You once helped the old man once. The old man just returned his favor. After hearing the words, Supreme Bloodwave and others suddenly narrowed their pupils and looked at each other, and then asked again. Council Senior, do you know our master? They are all people of the same age and naturally recognize. The Patriarch nodded. Hearing here, Bloodwave Supreme and others suddenly looked excited, forcibly pressed their inner emotions and asked. Then, Senior White Ape, do you know where our palace master is now? Is it okay? The Patriarch's ancestors narrowed their eyes and groaned for a while or two, then sighed softly. The Lord is trapped in that place. I am afraid the situation is not good. I won't be able to return in a short time. Chapter 4406. Is that so? Bloodwave Supreme waited for a moment, and then seemed to remember something, and some of them lost their souls. Jian Wushuang didn't say anything beside him, listening silently. He was always curious about who the Lord of the Palace of Life was, and why it has not appeared. At this moment, listening to the discussion between the Patriarch and the Supreme Bloodwave, he immediately understood that it seemed that the owner of the Palace of Life was trapped in a certain place. Place can't come out? After a while, Jian Wushuang once again introduced the people of the Sword Alliance to Bloodwave Supreme and others. Almost half of the people in the Sword League came this time. According to the Overlord, there are still some remote Sword League disciples on their way. Sword Wushuang naturally will not neglect. First of all, thank you. After discussing with the Supreme Master of Blood, all the people who are helping in the future will be invited to the Palace of Life, and a feast is a thank you. After Jian Wushuang said, Overlord, Malyu Yengu, how Emperor and others were naturally indispensable, and they respected obedience, and obeyed the arrangement of Jian Wushuang. However, the ancestor of the Naha ancestor, after thinking about it, shook his head and refused, turned and left. Jian Wushuang's heart inevitably has some regrets, but he won't force it. After a period of getting along, he can be regarded as a clear understanding of the paternal ancestor's temperament, free-spirited, unwilling to restrain, and alone. Bloodwave Supreme arranged for the Sword Alliance to enter the Temple of Life, and at the same time, let the Axe Supreme and the Heavenly Supreme go to the Cosmic Passage of the Nine Emperor Pavilion and the Starry Sword sect to see if they could cooperate with these two forces to bring the Big Sun Emperor and Black Feather Supreme remain. At the same time, it was considered to invite Shinkong Jianzong and Jyoti Pavilion to dinner. After some arrangements, Supreme Master Shui led everyone into the Temple of Life. Inside the Temple of Life, Life Shrine disciples, who have been looking at the Xuanguang mirror and watching the situation on the battlefield, have long waited. Seeing the return of Bloodwave Supreme and Jian Wushuang and others, there was a burst of joy and joy. Supreme Blood! The disciples of Life Shrine said hello to Supreme Master Xie, but more attention was still put on Jian Wushuang. This is Brother Jian Wushuang. Brother Jian Wushuang is really powerful. Some of the new disciples who have entered the Temple of Life and have never seen Jian Wushuang watched Jian Wushuang with admiration. Jian Wushuang smiled and said hello to them. Immediately, he also saw a lot of familiar faces in the crowd of Life Shrine. For example, the Lord of the Winds that had had a dispute with him was not seen for nearly 100,000 years, and he broke through to the level of invincible dominance. His body converges and his eyes have vicissitudes of life. There is also Wu Deling, who saw Jian Wushuang at the moment, the wrinkled, smiling face like a little old man. The sword without 1,000 swords. Forget it, Uncle Ben forgive you, good job. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and held Wu Daohaling's face torn, and immediately stared at that aura. Bloodwave Supreme looked at this scene, and could not help feeling a warm current. This is the Shrine of Life, and this is the home of everyone. For the rest of their lives after the death of the Temple of Life, these disciples naturally did not need to leave anymore. Under the arrangement of Supreme Bloodwave, they returned to their posts one after another, while Yanshan Supreme took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and reformed mountains. After 3 months, the feast was held. The lights in the Palace of Life are full of joy and joy. Now that the Lord of the Palace of Life disappears, and GVV is supremely asleep, he will be led by the Bloodwave to command the Palace of Life. The Giant Axe Supreme and Tian Di Supreme, who are responsible for picking up the Starry Sword Sect and Geode Di Pavilion, have returned. Behind them are the Geode Di Pavilion's Heartbreaking Supreme, Red Ear Supreme, and the Wu Jianxian of Starry Sword Sect. It is more regrettable that after hearing about the defeat of the Black God Emperor and the Emperor Dairy, they fled without hesitation, resulting in the Giant Axe Supreme and others not leaving them. Jian Wushuang and Shoshin Supreme have the old one, and naturally it is a shame to meet again. At the feast, everyone laughed and smiled. When the interest was the highest, when a major event was finalized. After today's feast, the Palace of Life and the Starry Sword Sect, the 9 Emperor Pavilion, and the Overlord family formed an alliance relationship, and since then they have supported each other and moved forward together. No vow was made between them, because the core hub of this alliance is Jian Wushuang. As long as Jian Wushuang does not die one day, this alliance will last forever. At the banquet, Jian Wushuang noticed that a pair of beautiful eyes had been staring at him, and could not help sighing, and said hello to Wu Jianxian, the owner of the beautiful eyes. Jian Wushuang, I've seen Lord Wu Jianxian. For Wu Jianxian, Jian Wushuang is quite admired. There are not many supremes in this universe, and even fewer supremes. With the help of a woman's body, Wu Jianxian can reach the top of the universe, stand on top of the universe, break the Star River, and take charge of one path. Okay. Wu Jianxian nodded. She was tall, with 3-dimensional facial features, her hair was tied up, and she passed it through a white gold jade pendant, giving it an extremely capable and heroic feeling. You, really good. She glanced up and down, sword unparalleled, and then said lightly. As an invincible supremacy and enlightenment with swords, Wu Jianxian's vision is naturally not low. She looked at it with a single glance, and Jian Wushuang was full of breath without sending out. She had a great understanding of kendo, not even behind her. Mr. Wu Jianxian is ridiculous. Jian Wushuang nodded. She knew that Wu Jianxian would talk to him naturally. It would not be so simple to just be 1 or 2. Sure enough, after seeing Wu Jianxian groaning for a moment or two, she finally said, Jian Wushuang, can you show me the Tai Luo Excalibur? Is Tai Luo Di Jian? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words. He had heard a few points about the relationship between Wu Jianxian and Tai Luo Supreme, so he didn't hesitate, nodding back. It is good. After that, Jian Wushuang took out the Tai Luo Excalibur and handed it to Wu Jianxian. Wu Jianxian looked at the Tai Luo Divine Sword. The state of perpetual trembling suddenly trembled. The color of recollection surged in his eyes. That smiling and proud universe that year, whoever we are, once attacked Xing Yi's arrogant Tai Luo Jianzun, and returned. Taro. Wu Jianxian's 5 onion fingers gently rubbed the blade of Taro's Excalibur, and some of them were fascinated. It wasn't until a long time later that she returned to God and handed back the Tai Luo magic sword to Jian Wushuang, whispering softly, Thank you? After a pause, Wu Jianxian took a deep breath, flipped her right hand again, and a golden scabbard appeared in her hand. Jiang Wushuang, you are the heir to the Supreme Luo, so this thing should belong to you. This is? Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and he suddenly found that after the scabbard appeared, the tailor magic sword trembled suddenly, trying to break free from the sword without hands and enter the scabbard. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 4407. Click. With a clear whistle, Tai Luo Di Jian shot into the golden scabbard. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out of the scabbard, and a sense of completeness came, as if the Taro Excalibur and the scabbard were one. Wu Jianxian said with a smile. The sword is unparalleled. The world only knows the Taro sword, but it doesn't know the Taro sword sheath. Only the Taro sword has the Taro sword sheath. Is it invincible? Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then said, What does this mean? I have to ask Master Wu Jianxian to make it clear. Wu Jianxian groaned for a while and said, Jian Wushuang, have you ever heard of Ji Dao Shenbing? Ji Dao Shenbing? Jian Wushuang heard this for a moment and then thought back. I've heard one or two, but I don't know much. Wu Jianxian explained. The real soldiers of Ji Dao should be called the ancestors of Ji Dao, but the 7 strongest weapons that appeared at the beginning of chaos and the universe were born, enough to suppress the universe. These 7 stalks of ancestral ancestors have different functions. For example, your penthouse chaos tripod is one of the 7 stalks of ancestors and created by the master. The Tai Luo Excalibur is also one of the 7 ancestors of the stalk, and it is the master's kill. However, it is precisely because of the killing of the master of the Tai Luo Excalibur that his temper is one of the most violent of the 7 armed ancestors. With a little carelessness, it is easy to eat back the host, and it is easy to demonize the stain and damage. And this scabbard, from the Seraph sword, can play a role in suppressing and nurturing the Seraph sword. As long as the Taro sword sheath is present, the Taro Excalibur can continue to grow and become stronger and stronger. After Wu Jianxian said, seeing Jian Wushuang still looks like he can't understand, he shook his head and smiled. Sword Wushuang, this is too powerful for the sword sheath. You may not understand it now, and you will naturally know it in the future. Now. Well, I came to the Temple of Life today. One is to see you, and the other is to see the Taro sword. Now that I have wished, I will go first. After saying that, Wu Jianxian said goodbye to the Supreme Master Xie, and drove the flying sword, flying away, just like the Yiping Zhou, heading for Shanghai. There was a touch of contemplation in Jian Wu's eyes, and holding the exposed sword handle of the Taro Excalibur, a sense of blood-to-heart connection was sensed from his mind. He felt that at that time, a trace of evil thoughts left by Tai Luo Supreme on Tai Luo's Excalibur was finally cleared away and gradually restored to the purest and most perfect state. Time passed slowly, and the 3-day feast finally came to an end. This feast not only finalized the alliance between the Palace of Life, the Patriarch, and the 9 Emperors' Pavilion, but also promoted 2 new chief executives. 6th Chief Supreme, King of 9 Calamities. The 7th Chief Supreme, Sword Unparalleled. In this regard, there is no objection to the entire Life Shrine. Originally, the Supreme of the Life Shrine, only the top Supreme can serve, but although the King of 9 Kings only has a medium Supreme practice, it is definitely a top Supreme, even stronger. Not to mention the Sword Wushuang, when it was still the ultimate dominator, it was able to slay the Supreme, and now he has obtained the Supreme Avenue, completely unlocking the Terra Excalibur, and it is unnecessary to know that the Sword Wushuang must be strong at the moment already. The Shrine of Life is full of congratulations. That night, the top of the moon is a little starry. The 6th mountain range of the Shrine of Life, on a mountain top. The sword sat cross-legged, the whole person seemed to be integrated with the full moon next to the mountain, and at first glance it looked like Gu Shixian, unstained by the earth. Behind him, the overlord stood respectfully, sweeping the audience since Jian Wushuang, breaking through the Supreme. He completely lost his heart to Jian Wushuang. At the beginning, he helped Jian Wushuang in this way, and there was a gambling element. The future of gambling Wushuang will not be low, which will feed back to him and the whole family. But now, he is determined that the sword is unparalleled, and the future is expected to become a giant arm of the universe. Leader, do you need to take Mrs. Wushuang? Said the overlord Xinxing. Jian Wushuang thought about it and shook his head. It still won't work. Let Shuanger stay with Senior White 8 first. After I have completely resolved the turmoil, I will pick her up in person. When it comes to the word turbulence, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a slaughter. The overlord was shocked, and then took a deep breath. League, do you intend to take action against the dragons? Jian Wushuang nodded his head and shook his head again. The dragon is a towering giant tree with deep roots and is not easy to destroy. Such good dishes must naturally be placed at the end. As for the great sun god kingdom, Taishu temple, etc. Of course it's time to calculate the old accounts. The sword was bilingual and suddenly turned cold. He acted with his sword in his entire life and never took the initiative to deceive others. But too many powerful forces such as the Temple of Deficiency had to go in and attack him again and again. His sword is unparalleled, he has already moved to kill. The Lord, when do we start? The overlord asked. Jian Wushuang heard the thoughts flashing in his eyes and said, I haven't completely stabilized the Supreme Realm yet. We'll talk about it until I completely stabilize the Supreme Divine Realm. Yes. The overlord nodded, then said, League, then I will retreat first, and prepare with Yengu and Jiuxing Sun. It didn't take long for the overlord to congratulate. On the top of Shaoxies Mountain, only Tian Mingmingyu and Jian Wushuang were companions. The sword sat cross-legged, his right hand turned over, and Tai Luo Jian appeared in his hand. Now he breaks through the Supreme. The following 3 sword styles of Tai Luo Jian are naturally no longer crippled and can be read through. The first form of Tai Luo Jian is called Yongyi, and the second form is called Daybreak. The two seem to be unrelated, but they are intertwined. The third form is called Dusk. Hero's Twilight, God's Twilight. This style is a sword to cut God. In the eyes of Jian Wu, the scene of the sun setting in the west appeared. In this scene, a blue sword opened the gate of heaven, the mighty sword vibrated Kunlun, rolled the dragon's wall, and wiped out all the supreme heaven. Not too hesitant, Jian Wushuang continued to turn to the fourth style. The fourth style of Terra Sword Code, for Seasons. As the name suggests, this Tailu sword canon is called the fourth form of the 4 seasons, which contains the 4 sword meanings of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Compared to the first 3 styles, the 4 seasons sword has a deeper and deeper intention, and its obscurity and complexity, even today's sword unparalleled, are quite difficult to understand. This also makes the sword unparalleled emotion. Tai Luo Supreme deserves to be the first sword honor since ancient times, its talent on the kendo. I am afraid that he is not in the slightest under his sword unparalleled. If I want to really catch up with Tai Luo Jianzun, at least I will get the Supreme. Jian Wushuang shook his head, realized the sword style of the 4 seasons, took a deep breath, and finally opened the last page of Tai Luo Jian. 5th Form Taro. Chapter 4408. Taro. This is the last form of Terra Sword Code, named directly after Taro Supreme, and its hegemony can be imagined. This sword was created by Tai Luo Supreme in his later years, and it is also the greatest dependence of Tai Luo Jianzui to rely on the universe and lone towns. This sword contains all the insights of Tai Luo Supreme Invincible Kendo, but the master of Taoism in his life. Am invincible, who can I let go of? I'm so brave! Jian Wu's eyes flickered and he took a deep breath. Immediately, Jian Wushuang's thoughts sank into this Taro sword style. Next moment, the scene in front of Jian Wushuang suddenly changed, the bright moon on the mountain disappeared, the violent wind disappeared, and he seemed to be trapped in a virtual space. In front of him, a blue shirt stood with his back to his back. Taro Supreme. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed and he asked, My successor, you finally turned the last page. The voice of the blue shirt was low and turned slowly. His face was clear, his face was long and thin, his eyes were sharp, and he was 300 pre-chaos blue shirt sword gods. I wait for you for a long time. He glanced up at the sword unparalleled and said. Jian Wuxuang looked at him the same way. Of course, the person in front of him wouldn't really be Tai Luo Supreme. If he guessed right, Tai Luo Supreme at this moment should be the mark left in the Tai Luo sword code before his death. Come on, little guy, let me see how much strength you have as my heir. Tai Luo Supreme spoke faintly, and then his eyes flashed a sharp sense of sharpness. A long sword condensed by divine energy was held in his hand. It is good. Sword Wuxuang nodded, a flash of hotness flashed in his eyes, and a long sword condensed in his hands. Regarding the thousands of chaos eras that galloped across the universe and fell into the 300 chaos prehistoric eras, the Tailor Supreme has long been fascinated for a long time. Now, this opportunity is finally before us. Then, a battle across time and space begins. Huh! Tai Luo Supreme stepped on, and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he had already appeared behind Jian Wu's body, and he stabbed fiercely. So fast! Jian Wuxuang's pupils shrank, and the response was not slow. Without turning back, he already inserted a sword obliquely, and the grid blocked the thorn. Your sword, it's too slow! Tai Luo Supreme spoke coldly, throwing his right foot like a giant axe, and slamming it on the sword perilous waist. Puff! Suddenly, Jian Wuxuang fell all over, and the huge power from his waist made him take a few steps forward. Before he could return to God, the figure of Tai Luo Supreme flashed again, and he appeared in front of the sword without two sides. Jian Wuxuang looked up, and saw a dark sword mangling, which was constantly enlarged in his eyes, and finally slashed at him severely. Consciousness collapsed. It was only after a long time that Jian Wuxuang's consciousness recovered in this virtual space. Tai Luo supremely bares the back of his hand facing Jian Wuxuang, and a low voice comes out of his mouth. My successor, the way Kendo is, the stronger the magical power, the stronger Kendo. Even if it is the most basic thorn, chop, and chop, it will reach an extreme, and it will also give out the strongest power. As long as murder is a murder sword. Jian Wuxuang heard the words, could not help but fall into meditation. Among the opponents of Tai Luo Supreme just now, Tai Luo Supreme did not use any mighty swordsmanship, but defeated him with a stab or a split. There was no chance for him to use Kendo magical powers. Gradually, there was a tinge of enlightenment in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. Huh! At this moment, Tai Luo Supreme has once again killed with a sword. Don't be distracted when facing the enemy. Tai Luo Supreme spoke coldly, and the whole person turned into a cyan afterimage. The speed was extremely fast, and thousands of swords were split in an instant. Come! Sword hunting warfare was captured in the eyes of Jian Wuxuang. At the same step, the divine power broke out and he collided towards Tai Luo Supreme. Ding ding ding! The two instantly fought for 100 moves. After a jaw stick. Breaking dawn. Taro Supreme suddenly turned into a golden light, sprinting forward, and slashing the sword unparalleled. The way to Kendo lies in the convergence of moves, its enemies with the fastest speed and the most convenient way. Do you understand? Time passes slowly. From the outside, Jian Wuxuang seems to be transformed into a sculpture, sitting cross-legged on the mountain. In fact, Jian Wuxuang is immersed in the space of Tai Luo, and fights against Tai Luo Supreme day and night. Taro Supreme, after all, has lived through thousands of chaos eras and once stood on the top of the universe. When it comes to the consciousness of Kendo, it is much deeper and deeper than that of swords. One practice is only 700,000 years, and there are thousands of times of chaos. There is no comparison between the two. In the confrontation between the two, Jian Wuxuang is like a sponge, absorbing the insights of Tai Luo Supreme Kendo madly. Jian Wuxuang's Kendo realm began to rise at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Tai Luo Supreme, like a gold medal sparring, constantly helps Jian Wushuang grow. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years passed in this trial space. In these 5,000 years, Jian Wushuang did not stop fighting with Tai Luo Supreme for a moment. He was killed by 688 times by Tai Luo Supreme. Gradually, Jian Wushuang went from having no fight back to becoming 1 or 2 against Tai Luo Supreme. At your fingertips, 5,000 years have passed. In this 5,000 year, Jian Wushuang has grown so impressive that he can fight against Tai Luo Supreme without losing the slightest disadvantage. And with the passage of time, the victory is constantly leaning towards Jian Wushuang. If this is known to the outside world, I am afraid that it will set off a stormy sea in the universe. In just 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang has caught up with thousands of Chaosera Kendo consciousnesses of Tai Luo Supreme. What a horrible learning talent, how fast is it growing? Huh! Tai Luo Supreme turned into a blue shadow, while Jian Wushuang turned into a black light. Both speeds are extremely fast, constantly flashing and colliding in the void, pulling up numerous afterimages. The sword light flickered, the sword shadow was heavy, intertwined with each other. Tai Luo Supreme and Jian Wushuang, both of them are filled with skyward sword energy, and are extremely extreme. The two men fought 1,000 times in an instant, and a long stream of sparks sputtered from the sword in their hands. Breaking dawn! Tai Luo Supreme sighed coldly, and immediately became one with the sword, turning into a golden light of dawn, like the lightning that tore the night, and rushed towards the sword Wushuang. Chopper Star! Jian Wushuang's head was full of black hair flying, and a forest blue sword Mang was instantly split. Huh! This sword firmly locked Taro Supreme, and chopped it straight, making Taro Supreme's Broken Dawn sword slightly stagnant. Next moment. Breaking Dawn! Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot, and also transformed into the Dawning Sword, and rushed towards Tai Luo Jian Zun. Huh! A huge shock wave exploded, and Tai Luo Jianzun and Jian Wushuo crossed the long sword in a cross and collided together. The strong wind blew their hair. In the eyes of the two, they are shooting out of the war. Click, click, click. Immediately, the sword in the hands of Tai Luo Jianzun was broken inch by inch. There was a smile of satisfaction on his clear face. My successor, if you have a chance in the future, please kill a man named Emperor Eater for me. After taking a deep look at Jian Wushuang, Tai Luo Supreme gradually annihilated, turning into black smoke. Then, like the same black line, these black smokes penetrated into Jian Wushuang's brows. The fifth form of the Terra Sword Code, Taro, impressively reflected in Jian Wushuang's mind. Chapter 4409. Click and Wipe. The virtual space is constantly broken. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp sword flickered in his eyes. The strong wind on the top of the mountain is still turbulent, and the full moon next to it is still bright. For Jian Wushuang, he has been in the virtual space for more than 10,000 years, but to the outside world, it has only passed half of Zhixiang time. This harvest is too big. Jian Wushuang couldn't help sighing. Through this 10,000 years of training and teaching, he not only mastered the 5 styles of Kendo magic in the Terra Sword Code, but also fully realized Taro's Supreme Kendo, and even strengthened it on the basis. He defeated Tai Luo Supreme in the virtual space, which already represents that he is stronger than the Tai Luo Supreme when he was waiting for the Supreme at the beginning. This does not include other means of sword unparalleled, such as Chaos Overlord, Special Life, and so on. This is an epic enhancement to Jian Wushuang. The cold evening wind blew the long hair of Jian Wushuang. After a moment, Jian Wushuang lowered his head, and there was a hint of thought in his eyes. Emperor. According to Tai Luo Supreme, if Jian Wushuang did not guess wrong, this person called Emperor S was afraid that it was the culprit that caused Tai Luo Supreme to fall indirectly or directly. You must know that the Taro Supreme that the top Supreme repaired at that time, with the Taro Excalibur in his hand and the extremely terrifying Kendo magical power, has been enough to sweep the universe, suppress the peoples, is not weaker than the Invincible Supreme, and even enough to kill Invincible Supreme. Maybe in the universe, there are very rare characters in the universe who can defeat Taro Supreme, but they can kill him directly, and even the people who destroy Taro's kingdom are almost zero. If there are such characters in the universe, Jian Wushuang would not be unaware. After all, the fall of Tai Luo Supreme is actually no more than 300 Chaos Ages, not too far away. Who is this bite-eater? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and he determined that he had never heard of this character. He was almost killed by a group of mysterious Supremes when he was in the Jioi Starfield. Those mysterious and Supremes seemed to be called 7 or 5. After a moment, Jian Wushuang shook his head. Since he didn't understand, he simply stopped thinking. Also, if I can meet the Emperor Eater later, and I can beat him, then I will kill him for you. Jian Wushuang faintly whispered to himself. The next time, Jian Wushuang did not rush to leave, but announced to the Blood Wave Supreme and announced the retreat again. During this long-running battle with Tai Luo Supreme, he realized that there are too many things, and he needs to carefully sort out one or two to make it fully understand. As time went by, 5,000 years passed again. In the universe, the calm have gradually recovered. The 5 major forces, such as Taishu Temple, Xiutian Temple, and Xiang God Kingdom, seem to have really died down and kept silent about the sword unparalleled. And the most powerful dragon, once the crown of the universe, did not come out as a demon for a while, and fell into a state of silence. The whole universe is a peaceful color. 5,000 years later, the Shrine of Life is day by day. The 6th mountain, which belongs to the manor of Jian Wushuang, has been transformed into the Supreme Mansion with his 7th highest position. Crunch. Suddenly, the gate of the manor house, which had been locked for 5,000 years, was slowly pushed open from the inside by a white palm. A cold young man wearing a gold-plated robe with a corner of clothing, a sword hanging from his waist, and purple gold eyes, stepped out of the manor step by step. "See warriors supreme!" At the gate of the manor house, 2 disciples of the Palace of Life, when they saw Jian Wushuang at first, immediately bowed and said hello. "Okay." Jian Wushuang slightly yelled at their heads, and they greeted him. Then, as soon as they stepped, they turned into swordsmanship and shot at the Supreme Temple. Grunt grunt. The fierce howling wind in the air passed quickly across Jian Wushuang's cheek. "Now that everything is in place, it's time to settle the old accounts." In the eyes of Jian Wushuang's purple gold, there was an indifference. In these 5,000 miles, he finally mastered the Wudao Tongtian Shitong of Tailuo Jiandian and mastered the Supreme Realm firmly. The already terrible sword is unparalleled, and the strength goes to the next level. A moment later, the Supreme Temple arrived. Only 5,000 years ago, there has been no change in the Supreme Temple. Only the Supreme Master of Blood, it seems that he has already learned the news of Jian Wushuang's exit. Supreme Blood. Jian Wushuang stepped in and nodded towards Blood Wave Supreme. "Sword unparalleled, have you completely stabilized the Supreme Realm?" Bloody Supreme asked with a smile. "Fortunately, no shame," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The 2 of them shivered for a while, and saw the Supreme suffering suddenly sighed and asked, "Jian Wushuang, I know why you came, but are you ready to start working for those 6 forces?" "There is nothing to hide from this." Jian Wushuang nodded and calmly replied, "Yes, it's time to settle old accounts with them." Blood Wave Supreme heard a deep look at Jian Wushuang and asked again, "Are you ready, Jian Wushuang?" Jian Wushuang said, except for the Dragon Clan, he is not sure how to deal with it. The other major forces are no longer in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. Even if they have any whole cards, Jian Wushuang is confident, and cannot pose a lethal threat to him. "That's good." Xie Buixuan smiled comfortably. Although he doesn't know how strong Jian Wushuang is today, he knows Jian Wushuang's temperament. If he has more than 80% certainty, Jian Wushuang will not take risks. Lost and risked. After thinking about it, Xie Baxian Shinin said, "Jian Wushuang, this time you go to the 6 forces, our life shrine, it is estimated that we cannot help you." Jian Wushuang nodded his head. It was to his surprise that the Temple of Life experienced 2 wars, and the Supreme was severely damaged. And Jian Wushuang did not intend to drag anyone into the water this time, including Jianming. Jian Wushuang, come, these are the 6 forces information that I collected for you during this time, you will see later. Bloodwave Supreme flipped his right hand, took out a roll of jade tube and handed it to Jian Wushuang, and then said, Sword Unparalleled, I suggest it is best to start with the Blood Temple. Among these 6 forces, the Blood Temple is not only the weakest one, but also the one with the deepest roots and the highest strength is the Blood Temple Master, who is top-notch. Is the Blood Temple? Okay, I will consider it. Jian Wu's eyes flashed a thought. The 2 trembled for a while, and Jian Wushuang wore a bamboo block on his head and left the Palace of Life. Chapter 44:10. In the universe, the stars are flickering and boundless. Among them, there is an asteroid group in the depths of the universe. There are thousands of small and large stars in this asteroid group, mixed with dragons and snakes, and all kinds of people who are illustrious and vicious. Therefore, this asteroid group is also called the Sin Field. The Blood Temple was built in this sinful star domain. Among the top forces in the universe, the Blood Temple is not powerful. At first, the whole force is the highest cultivation person, but it is only the Blood Temple Master. Succession from generation to generation. However, the Blood Temple is definitely the most difficult force to deal with. They are like poisonous snakes living in dark corners. Once they are targeted, they are like dead bones, endless and pervasive. Therefore, few people in the universe are willing to provoke the group of bugs in Blood Temple. At this moment, deep inside the sinister realm, a large hall built on the poison mist marsh. Dear Lord, this is the blood food from the new memorial below. There was no light in the hall, and it was quiet and quiet. A man in a black robe stepped into the hall, and spoke toward the throne hidden deep in the hall. Immediately, a husky voice came from the depths of the hall with a tired voice. Let the blood food go. Yes. The man in black robe nodded respectfully, turned his right hand down, and suddenly a black iron cage appeared in the hall. Inside the cage, dozens of ultimate masters were locked inside like pigs and poultry, with a look of panic. This is where? Let me out! My master is the Supreme Master of Nanming in the Southern Star Domain. Hurry up and let me go, or wait for my master to come to your door. You have no good fruit to eat. Please, please let me go. Suddenly, yelling and begging for mercy began to ring. However, the more they shouted, the more disturbed they became. Next moment, a ray of blood shot from deep in the hall, and then rolled back, rolling the entire black iron cage into it. Huh! In the hall, there were numerous muffled sounds and screams. After a while, the shouting screams stopped, and a middle-aged man wearing a wide blood robe with an evil appearance stepped out of the hall step by step. This person, he is the master of the Blood Temple, the Supreme of Blood Temple. Blood 7, the recent blood food, the quality is not good. Xiutian Supreme's lips were a little seductive and red, and he stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, looking at the black-robed man hoarsely. The black-robed man smiled bitterly when he heard the words, and replied, The Temple Master, this sinister Starfield-talented seedling has been eaten. If you want to find new blood food, you have to leave here the Sin Realm when looking for it. Blood Heaven Supreme waved his hands and said, That's it. The man in black robe nodded, and then asked with great concern, Master, how is your body recovering? How's it going? The Lord of the Blood Heaven Palace heard the words, and a flash of resentment flashed in his eyes. 2 times before and after strangling Jian Wushuang, the first time Jian Wushuang was rescued by the Patriarch's ancestors, and he even took the punch of the Patriarch's ancestors with a punch. Although the punch didn't hit the Pa ancestor at random, and it was not entrained to kill, he was still collapsed by the bombed body and was seriously injured. Later, he finally recovered from the injury, and then participated in the battle to level the Life Shrine. First, he battled the Axe Supreme, and was bombarded by bombers. Then he was bombarded by the chaos god thunder that was introduced by sword warriors. Suddenly, the injury broke out. If he hadn't left quickly at that time, I was afraid that there would be danger of falling that day. If this were not the case, he would not rely on just some ultimate masters as blood food to speed up the recovery of the blood demon body. Damn sword unparalleled! Thought of this, the blood of the supreme venom is even more venomous. Jian Wushuang, wait and see. One day, this place will turn you into blood, eat its flesh, and sleep on its skin. After taking a deep breath, the supreme venom gradually dissipated. He converged his thoughts and opened his mouth to ask the Hypo people. Blood 7, have there been any visions at the Temple of Life recently? The man in the black robe replied. Return to the Lord of the Temple, the universe has been peaceful in recent years. The Temple of Life has been recuperating, and Jian Wushuang has no movements. It should still be in the Temple of Life to consolidate the Supreme State. Well, that's fine. Xiutian Supreme heard a sigh of relief, and now he is in a very weak state. I don't know how much the combat power has fallen compared to the peak period. I am afraid that Jian Wushuang will come to him for trouble at this time. Jian Wushuang's talents and strength, the entire universe is already aware of it. Although the two sides of the sword have just broken through the elementary supreme realm, many people in the universe have divided the strength of the sword unparalleled into the highest level, even the sword unparalleled. The braggers even said that Jian Wushuang already had top-notch combat power. Well, when this seat recovers this time, it will almost be able to break through the half-step invincible supreme. When the time comes, Shen Qiangbi will fall to Huangquan, and I will kill the sword unparalleled. Blood Heaven Supreme hummed. Breakthrough. The man in the black robe had 7 bloods. When he heard the words, he was immediately overjoyed, and immediately kneeled down. She said, That's small, first congratulate the Lord here. I wish the Lord generations through generations, unified the universe. Xiutian Supreme heard a smile, reached out and touched the head of Blood 7, and said, Blood 7, for the sake of your loyalty, this seed assures you, as long as you follow this seed obediently, you will definitely be your goodness is indispensable. Not finished. An extremely cold sound suddenly exploded. Did you die with you? Huh! The next moment, the gate of the blood temple was ripped apart. A stern young man with a bucket hat and a black robe and a sword around his waist stepped in. You are Swords Warriors! Suddenly, the smile on Xiutian Supreme's face solidified, and then the scalp became numb. The Blood 7 did not respond for a moment, staying in place. Extreme bloody, long time no see. The corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth opened a touch of Mori cold radiance, and said lightly, Jian Wushuang, why are you here? Where is the blood clothing guard? Blood Jun, what about blood? At this time Xie Qifeng reacted and screamed. He clearly remembers that there are many blood clothing guards around the blood temple, and the 2 vice halls of Blood Jun and Blood Veterinarian are in charge of the overall situation. The 2 deputy hall masters are all medium to supreme practice. Jian Wushuang, how could it be silent and entered the blood temple? Xiutian Supreme did not speak, and his face was ugly. You don't need to ask him to know that the blood cloak guarding the blood temple and the 2 deputy temple masters of the blood monarch blood have all died in the hands of Jian Wushuang. And why is it so silent? It can only prove that Jian Wushuang's strength is far above them. Chapter 44:11. Jian Wushuang, what do you want to do? Xiutian Supreme looked at Jian Wushuang gloomily, said coldly. Jian Wushuang didn't answer, but reached out to take off the cloak, and let the black hair roll away. This said with a smile. Blood A, you seem to be weak now. Xiutian Supreme heard a cold snorting, narrowed his eyes and said, Han. Jian Wushuang, it seems you want to kill me? At the same time, he slowly began to accumulate divine power. Blood days, I wasn't the ultimate overlord that year. When you see me weak, you bully again and again, and you even have to settle down the palace of life. Sword Wushuang slowly spoke. Blood Heaven Supreme heard the words, and a slap of blood drew from the corner of his mouth, sneer and said, Jian Wushuang, this universe is originally weak meat and strong food. Do you not understand the reason? At the beginning you were weak, you should be deceived. Who blame? Shaking his head in disdain, Xiutian Supreme continued and said, Jian Wushuang, this place tells you the truth. I only hate why I didn't do it earlier and cut you out. This makes your bereaved dog a climate now. Really? Jian Wushuang nodded, and then smiled. Blood days, you saw me as a gnat that pinched to death. Now, in my eyes, isn't it also a gnat? Ha! The words fell. Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot, and immediately shattered the whole blood temple, shattering the whole person like a cannonball, and rushed towards Blood Heaven Supreme. He didn't pull his sword at all, just the surging blood from his body had shaken all directions. In the next breath, Jian Wushuang appeared instantly above the Blood Heaven Supreme, his right hand condensed into a fist, and Jin Guang Kankan on his fist, like pushing a golden chariot, blasted towards the head of Blood Heaven Supreme. Sword unparalleled, do you really think you can sweep the universe by breaking through the Supreme? Xiutian Supreme grinned, and a white curved sickle appeared in his hand. Go die. A large amount of supreme divine power poured out from the Blood Heaven Supreme hand, poured into the demon's sickle in his hand, and split the sword like a cold moon. A layer of purple venom is attached to this demon's sickle blade, which is enough to directly corrode and melt the Supreme. Even if the top Supreme is contaminated a little, it will be severely damaged. Hey! However, a scene that scared him happened. This indestructible white demon's sickle was split on the sword's chaotic domineering body, without even breaking the skin, tearing a long string of sparks. How can it be? Blood Heaven Extreme trembled in his heart. How impossible! Jian Wushuang heard a sneer. Chaos Overlord was the first of all ages. When he was the ultimate dominator, he punched the mid-level Supreme Jinnan with a punch, and later shook Chaos God Thunder. Its strong and overbearing place can be seen from this. And after he was baptized by grenades and broke through the Supreme, he not only repaired it a step further, but also the physical strength of the Chaos God body rose even higher. If the Blood Heaven Supreme is still at its peak, he will not be so encumbered, but now the Blood Heaven Supreme is still injured, and it is not bad to play half of his strength. How can he hurt him? Native Chicken Tile Dog. Boom! The sword Wushuang's fist directly blasted through the chest of Blood Heaven Supreme as if it were a cannon. Under the might of this fist, thousands of miles away from the surrounding land were all trembling, like a terrifying earthquake. Suddenly, the bloody Supreme reverted to a blushing complexion, which instantly turned pale. He stared at Jian Wushuang again, terrified in his heart. This son is already strong enough to pervert. I'm afraid he's in the top extreme enough to sweep invincible. Suddenly, Xiutian Supreme thought flashed wildly, and pushed a Qi with a dull face next to him. Help this seat block the sword unparalleled! The next moment, Bloody Heaven took a deep breath and turned to escape madly. Master of the Temple! Suddenly, Sweki looked at Jian Wushuang, who was killed by Ta Tian, and he was struck with excitement. Sword unparalleled! It's none of my business! His lips trembled fiercely, and there was a look of hope in his eyes. He was a medium supreme, but before the sword was double-sided at the moment, there was not even a trace of resistance. None of your business? The sword was two-sided and expressionless, and the voice Moran said, When you slaughtered the disciples of Life Shrine, did you ever think that it was not their business? When you went to the wild wilderness of the universe to kill me, have you ever thought about it? The purple Chuan imprint of the sword without a pair of eyebrows is looming, and in the eyes of the purple gold, there is a murder. Huh! Immediately, Jian Wushuang reached out with his right hand, and his 5-fingered swords were entangled with a snake-like spirit, which slaps the blood 7 directly into a powder. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang looked up and saw that the blood god supreme had turned into a red on, and quickly flew away in a certain direction. You can't escape. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and when he stepped on it, he turned into a streamer and quickly chased toward the Supreme of Blood. This chase fled, and immediately alarmed the entire Sin Starfield. Almost tens of thousands of practitioners inhabited the asteroid group. After noticing this scene, they looked up and saw that they were shocked to the extreme. "Look at it! Blood Heaven Supreme is being hunted down!" "What? Who can kill the Bloody Supreme?" "So, that person seems to be a sword unparalleled." Instantly, the word sword warriors came out as if a heavy bomb had been dropped in the crowd. We must know that the Supreme of Bloody Sky is the oldest top Supreme. In this asteroid group, it is the Overlord who controls the right to kill and kill. The awe and fear of everyone have been engraved in his bones. They did not expect that they would break through the Supreme Sword Warrior, and they would be able to force the Bloody Supreme Sangye to flee. "Go! Go after it! Hurry up!" Suddenly, countless people glanced at each other. All of them rose into the sky, turned into a streamer, and chased in the direction of Jian Wushuang and Blood Heaven Supreme. "Damn!" Xiutian Supreme glanced at the sword Wushuang, who kept pulling away from him. Behind him can't help but grit his teeth. His already overwhelmed deities, at this moment, were on the verge of fragmentation. "Jian Wushuang, you forced me!" Taking a deep breath, Blood Heaven Supreme seemed to have made a decision. There was a flash of pain in his eyes, and he turned sharply, rushing towards a planet not far away. There was a scarlet pool of blood that reached its extremes. Gollum. That pool of blood is like boiling water, and there are constant blood bubbles coming out of fists. Between sinking and floating, we can still see that there are countless stumps of broken limbs and complexion in the blood pool. Skull with eyes wide open. Huh! At the next moment, Blood Heaven Supreme, like a sharp arrow, rushed into this pool of blood. Chapter 44:12 Boom! The sky is full of flowers, and the Supreme Body gradually sinks into the depths of the blood pool and disappears. Okay? The sword that came after the killing stepped in a footstep, stagnated in the void, and looked down at the blood pool. Gurus! Blisters continued to flow from the depths of the blood pool. Immediately, the whole blood pool began to rotate, and a smell was coming. Pretend to be a ghost. The sword has no expression on both sides, and the right hand condenses into a fist. Countless golden lights flash, as if a round of sun hangs on his fist, and blasts towards this blood pool fiercely. Huh! A terrifying sound came. Immediately afterwards, the whole blood pool shook madly and was torn apart. Under this punch, heaven and earth seemed to fall, and the sun and the moon seemed to be broken. Those who followed closely to see the lively crowd felt only an extremely powerful oppression, released with the sword's right fist as the center. Sprinting, their bodies are like stinging into a piece of transparent glass. And in that blood pool, the blood of the sky burst out. In the sky of the sky, a red Mang was reaching the extreme speed, holding a meniscus sickle with a long iron chain in his hand, splitting it in front of Jian Wushuang. Tear it! This split directly struck a series of sparks on the golden body of Jian Wushuang's golden light, and forced Jian Wushuang back 3 steps. Hong Zhong's loud voice echoed in the sky. Oh! Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and he raised his brow lightly towards the figure who came to him. I saw the red ons dissipating, revealing the supreme figure. However, at this moment, the Supreme of Blood God had already been judged as if they were 2 people. His tall and burly body had become thin and thin, as if he had been drained of blood, and his wrinkled skin was attached to his bones. The sides of his cheeks were deeply sunken, his eyes were protruding, not like a living person, but more like a skeleton evil spirit walking out of the underworld. Sword. Jian Wushuang, this blood pool was originally intended to break through the half-step invincible Supreme. The result is because of you. I use it in advance to restore the injury you it. The Supreme voice was hoarse, panting slightly, and his eyes became flushed. Go to hell! Blood Heaven Supreme stepped hard, and suddenly turned into a blood light, as flashed, appeared in front of the sword without double sides. The sickle in his hand quickly split off. Ha! The Blood Heaven Supreme splits 13 times, and the speed is extremely fast. Each split is a mixture of endless evil spirits. By the way, The strong wind directly draws the starry earth underneath, forming a gutter of thousands of meters. This may seem simple, but in fact, each of these powers can directly kill a medium supreme. Is this the ultimate strength? Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows, and then the hunting war fought in his eyes. After breaking through the supreme, he has not really exploded in strength, and has long had itchy hands. Also, just take this bloody supreme to test my strength now. Come! Jian Wuxuang laughed loudly, urging the Chaos Overlord completely, and the divine body emitted bright light from the inside and out, just like the 9-day god of war came to the world, throwing his fist and smashing towards the blood heaven supreme. The magnificent qi and blood surged up, and the sword Wuxuang's fist drove the qi machine directly to the demon moon sickle cut by the blood god supreme. Huh! Suddenly, a thunderous thunder blew, and a mighty gale swept across the entire stars under Jian Wu's feet, forming a sea of white waves. This isn't the end. The sword Wuxuang, who blasted out with one punch, didn't give up. After a long laugh, he threw 13 punches repeatedly and smashed on the blood sky supreme sickle that chopped 13 times. I saw Jian Wuxuang open and close. Facing the supreme, who recovered the peak of his strength, there was no sign of concession. His fist blasted on the supreme sickle, and the sickle that was booming kept trembling. Even if the blood heaven supreme ran into bullying occasionally, he smashed into Jian Wuxuang's body, and Jian Wuxuang did not evade, and carried it purely with the flesh. Ding dang dang dang. The meniscus sickle slammed on Jian Wuxuang, making a noise like hitting a steel plate. The sword Wuxuang's divine brilliance shines, and the golden light is like a raging wave, standing like a fucking. It is undefeated, full of Xiangang, eternal and immortal charm. Blood heaven supreme, even if your strength returns to its peak, it's not good. Jian Wuxuang twisted his head and spoke lightly. Until now, he has only used the power of Chaos Overlord. If he pulls out the Taro Excalibur, this blood god will be more vulnerable. Shuetian Supreme heard no words, but stared at Jian Wuxuang hardly, panting more and more heavily. In the distance, the shocking force blasted by Jian Wuxuang casually, the asteroid crowd slamming to the side looked at this scene, and was suddenly shocked to the extreme. Blood Heaven Supreme, can't even break his defense? Jian Wuxuang, is this still human? Someone took a breath and said in horror. Jian Wuxuang's deeds, they have naturally heard of it, and understand that after Jian Wuxuang broke through the Supreme, it must not be an ordinary elementary Supreme that can be compared. But they did not expect that today's sword unparalleled has reached the point where the bare hand is extremely hard. This is nothing. The most important point is that they know that the real strength of Jian Wuxuang are not the undefeated physical body, but the superb swordsmanship that can suppress the world. If Jian Wuxuang used the Taro Excalibur again, how strong would it be? Everyone dared not think about it anymore, but felt scalp tingling for a while. Above the stars, the unsupremely sunken cheeks of Blood Heaven Supreme were obviously aware of this. After taking a deep breath, a fascination was captured in the eyes of Shuetian Supreme, saying, "Sword unparalleled, this seat and you are endless. Mystery, gore fiend!" He bit his tongue and sang with all his strength. Suddenly, the black robe on his body seemed to be blown by the wind, and hunting sounded. His skinny and dry body, like a balloon, started to inflate quickly. Click and wipe. In just a few breaths, he turned into a mountain-like meatball. It's not over yet, arm after arm, twisting and struggling out of his body. On his stomach, there are countless stern faces, some of them have expressions of fear, others are full of resentment, and there is more despair and pain. These people are all practitioners who are swallowed up by Blood Supreme as blood. Suddenly, in the eyes of everyone, Shuetian Supreme turned completely into an ugly and disgusting humanoid monster. When everyone saw this, they just fell into the ice cellar and got cold all over. A powerful breath emanates from the Bloody Supreme. "Sword unparalleled, you should be proud to see the true body of this seat." Blood Heaven Supreme opened his mouth, emitting horrific sound waves that did not resemble human beings, as if thousands of people were talking at the same time, overlapping and overlapping, and it was horrible. Puff! The next moment he raised his hand and patted Jian Wushwang. A bucket of thick blood-colored vitality bombs condensed from the palm of his hand, and then slammed violently towards the sword Muzu. Is this your real strength? Jian Wushwang narrowed his eyes and knew for a while. Sure enough, the Supreme Master of Blood could not be so simple. But you still don't look good enough. Shaking his head, Jian Wushwang's 5 distinct knuckle fingers slowly held the hilt of the Taro Excalibur at the waist. Tai Luo Excalibur, 1 inch by 1 inch, began to scabbard. Chapter 44:13. Boom boom! The Terra Magic sword only came out of the sheath for half a minute, and a stream of sword gas tornadoes spread out, forming a strong sword pressure. Jian Wushwang's head was full of black hair, and those purple and gold eyes flashed a sense of coldness. Draw sword and cut! Suddenly, the Terra Magic sword turned into a mad snake, slamming down at the vitality of the blood column that was directed towards Jian Wushwang. At this moment, the entire expanse of the sky seemed to be divided by the mighty sea, as if divided into 2 sides, with only one line left. The vision in everyone's eyes turned black, and there was only one golden sword left, crossing a beautiful arc, slashing down. The real power of the Taro Excalibur burst out. Just like a knife-cut tofu, the blood column vitality projectile fired from the Blood Heaven Supreme was directly cut into 2, and it was very easy to break open. Tai Luo Jianmeng continued to cut down towards the Blood Heaven Supreme. This kid! Xiutian Supreme gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground with his feet, and suddenly bounced like a large meatball, avoiding the sword. Although his size has become huge, his speed has not only slowed down, but has skyrocketed. Rumble! This sword was chopped on the asteroid under the foot of Blood Heaven Supreme, and it was like cutting an egg with a knife, cutting the whole star on both sides. And this is not to be said. After cutting the star without any hindrance, this practicing swordman continued to shoot the depths of the universe unabated, until it rushed out tens of thousands of feet before dissipating. The terrible sword air spread freely, turning the 2 sides of the sword into a restricted area. Jian Wushwang's expression was indifferent. Now he can break the galaxy with one sword and destroy the planet. Mystery, Blood Demon Arrow! Blood Heaven Supreme was in the starry sky. After looking at the sword unparalleled, he opened his mouth quickly. Suddenly, the tens of thousands of arms spawned from his body, and at the same time he tried to print. A voluptuous evil howl sounded from Bloody Supreme's stomach, as if the stomach was wriggling. Immediately he saw blood arrows like snakes crawling out of thousands of arms on Bloody Supreme's body, blazing toward the sword Wushwang. There is no way to describe the spectacularness of this scene. Dense countless blood arrows, covering the sky and the sun, filled all the heavens and the earth, and the speed came to an extreme. Each of these blood arrows has the horror of a primal supreme full blow. At this moment, all the arrows are launched, and after converging together, it is enough to shoot the top supreme into a sieve. Many asteroid monks watching in the distance saw this, but felt that their eyelids were jumping wildly, and they couldn't help spitting. Bloody Supreme is indeed too powerful. However, a scene that stunned them happened. In the face of tens of thousands of blood arrows like a rainstorm pear flower, Jian Wushwang just squinted his eyes and said indifferently, "Chopper!" Suddenly, countless energy in the universe converged in the sword without hands, forming a magnificent forest blue sword rainbow, falling down. This sword, across the sky, runs through the sun and the moon. This sword fell, the sharp and powerful sword gas directly strangled all directions, almost shattering the countless blood swords into powder with almost a crushing attitude. One sword breaks everything. Blood Heaven Supreme is powerful, but Jian Wushwang is even more terrifying. Tuk tuk tuk. A dull voice sounded. Fortunately, the blood arrow that was not crushed by Jianxing Jianheng hit the sword Wushwang, but it did not penetrate the sword Wushwang, but it was like an arrow hitting a plate of 10 feet thick steel plate. After splashing out on Mars, it turned out to be flying. Moreover, Jian Wushuang also stretched out his big hand, lowered his head and grabbed a blood arrow, just like throwing a javelin, and threw it towards Blood Heaven Supreme. The blood arrows smashed by sword warriors, both in speed and power, have skyrocketed. Huh! Suddenly, Xiutian Supreme was hit by this reflected blood arrow, and the whole person stepped back 3 steps, his face flushed with a flush. This is not the end. The sword that was cut by Jian Wushuang before it was split. After shattering countless blood arrows, Jian Mang was only slightly dimmed, and it was severely chopped again on the bloody Supreme chest, like playing baseball. In general, the Blood Heaven Supreme smashed and flew out. Suddenly, countless people watching in the distance were trembling and shaking. Among them, there are people who are far superior to the sword unparalleled, and even the Supreme exists. But at this moment they are all terrified. This sword Wushuang is a freak. Strong, unparalleled in swordsmanship. Not only invincible in attack, but also invincible in defense. Who else can fight sword invincible? The terror is half invincible below the Supreme. No, it should be said to be below the invincible Supreme. I'm afraid that there is no longer a person who can no longer pose a threat to Jian Wushuang. So horrible! At this moment, everyone was staring at Jian Wushuang, their eyes terrified. Prior to this, they never thought that the Lord of the Blood Celestial Palace, who had dominated the asteroid group for nearly 500 years, would one day be suppressed by people who are not invincible and supreme. It seems that in the hands of Jian Wushuang, Xiutian Supreme is not the cruel and fierce blood demon, but a random projectile. No wonder some people said before that without the means to meet Jian Wushuang in person, they would never understand the power of Jian Wushuang and the amazing talent. Countless people remembered the rumors that had been circulating in the universe before. They had secretly disdained to blow their noses and thought that the sword Wushuang repeatedly shot, either by relying on the treasures such as the tailored Excalibur and the Wui Chao Ding Ding, or using the power of thunder. The true level itself is not very good. But at this moment, they suddenly realized that they were wrong and how outrageous they were. They thought of another sentence circulating in the universe. How lucky it is to be in the same era as Jian Wushuang, and how unfortunate it is to be in the same era as Jian Wushuang. Since the rise of sword warriors, any Holy Land sons and divine sons who have been soaring in the depths of the universe before have disappeared invisible, and the words sword warriors have not been able to release even a little bit of light. In a respectful gaze, Jian Wushuang's expression was dull, and he came to the heavens and earth, and the flames of gold flames in his eyes shook the world, like a thunder. The Lord of the Blood Temple, if you are just capable of this, you will not be able to survive for a while. This remark dropped, and the Blood Heaven Supreme face suddenly changed into a piece of iron blue. Jian Wushuang, you are too arrogant. I have experienced thousands of battles in Blood Heaven, what storms have not seen. I tell you, Jian Wushuang, this seat is life or death, not you. You want to kill me, you are still far behind. The Blood Heaven Supreme roared and cast the secret method again. At this moment, he still hasn't given up, and he wants to break the dead net with Jian Wushuang. Really? Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow and then shook his head. Stubbornness. The voice fell, and Jian Wu's eyes flashed a cold killing, slowly speaking. Taro's Sword Code, Second Style. In the deepest darkness, the first light torn apart. Breaking dawn. Chapter 44:14. A little golden light at first glance. Immediately afterwards, the sword was full of energy, and the starry sky was covered. At this moment, wherever everyone can see, there is only darkness, as if it was in the long night of eternity. There is only one golden light that keeps lighting up. This golden light is like the first light between heaven and earth before the rising sun, like the first power opened up by chaos, blurring all darkness and tearing it all. This beam of light is getting brighter and brighter. In the end, it took everyone's pupils violently. Replaced everything. Cut! A cold voice sounded, and then, everyone just felt a flower in front of them, and the golden light flashed through them like a thunder between heaven and earth, and be headed towards the Heaven Supreme. Today's sword unparalleled, and then showed the breaking dawn sword move, how much stronger than before. In addition to breaking through the rising waters brought by the Supreme, in the virtual space of the Tai Luo Jiandian, Jian Wushuang and the Tai Luo Supreme have played against each other for 10,000 years. His understanding of the Tai Luo Jiandian has been improved too much. In those 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang and Taro Supreme have fought nearly 8,000 times, and each time they fought, it is equal to Taro Supreme teaching. Nearly 8,000 fights, it is equivalent to nearly 8,000 teaching sessions. How terrible! Even if it is an uncivilized pig, one thing can be achieved after 8,000 repetitions of one thing, let alone a talented person with excellent instincts such as Jian Wushuang? It can be said that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of Yongye and Daybreak Jian nowadays, not to mention the pinnacle, but definitely reached the point where the fire is innocent and familiar. Rumble. Daybreak Jinghuan quickly approached the bloody Supreme, dragging a long white wave in the void. Swords, warriors! Suddenly, Bloody Sky shrinks his pupils, exhausting his whole body power, drinking. Supreme God, Gore's wrath! The voice fell, and he saw the painful and fearful faces on his stomach, neck, and legs, all with open mouths and growls. The stern roar sounded, as if the evil spirit was being punished in hell, and he continued to make sharp screams, and a wave of horrible sounds spread. Their expressions became more struggling and painful. Immediately afterwards, he saw that Blood Heaven Supreme took a deep breath, like a whale sucking water, and a small lake-like vortex appeared in his mouth. Countless arms and faces on his body were all under this inhalation, pouring into his mouth. The next moment, he saw that the cheeks on both sides of Xiutian Supreme's cheeks bulged quickly, like a dormant toad, about to attack, protruding two meatballs. Countless energies are twisted and condensed in the Sky Supreme mouth. Go die! Blood Heaven Supreme opened his mouth, and a ball with a foul odor soared out of his mouth like a missile. Roar, roar, roar! This blood-colored sphere is bigger and taller than the sun. With the rolling of this blood-colored sphere, everything in the universe seems to be overshadowed and cannot be compared with it. Apart from that golden light. Huh! Instantly, this golden light slammed into this sphere fiercely. A shock wave surged out, which directly caused a 1,000,000-magnitude earthquake, and the surrounding void was like glass smashed by a sledgehammer, breaking apart inch by inch. Sword unparalleled, I see you die this time! Blood Day's supreme laughter. Now, in order to slay the sword unparalleled, he has cut off the road, crazy enough to pay no cost. Broken! An indifferent voice came from the dawning golden light. Immediately afterwards, I saw this golden light sword that cuts across the heavens and the earth, and plunged into the ball. Zzz! A horrible sound was emitted from the blood-colored ball, and everyone watching the distance felt that the eyes were just a flower, and saw that Jian Wushuang rushed out from the other end of the blood-colored ball, directly like a sugar gourd, and penetrated from the middle. Sharp and overbearing. This is the characteristic brought by the Taro Excalibur, as the main ancestor to kill. If it is Wu Cry Excalibur, under the squeeze of this blood-colored ball, I am afraid that it will not be able to persist and be fragmented for a long time. After all, this is a peerless murderer enough to suppress the universe. The next moment, I saw the dawning golden light, and then rushed out of the blood-colored sphere, and continued to strike the body of Blood Heaven Supreme in a forward and backward posture, passing it directly. Do not! Bloody Supreme's face finally burst into a terrible color, making a scream of heartbreaking. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the cosmic starry sky of the great dark sky, and gradually recovered its clarity. The figure of Jian Wushuang has appeared behind the Supreme of Blood. Jin Guang gradually dissipated, revealing the sword Wushuang's unhappiness and grief. His 5 knuckle-show fingers, holding the hilt of the sword of Tai Luo, and looked back slightly. Click. I saw that Blood Heaven Supreme was originally as tall as a mountain of meatball gods, and a huge humanoid cavity was opened in the middle, and countless violent winds roared through this cavity. Immediately after, cracks opened from the edge of the blood hole on his stomach, like a spider web, and numerous cracks extended out densely. Huh! Finally, after a loud noise, the blood god's supreme blood demon body exploded. Countless green juices and blood fell, like a blood rain in the air, and the stench smelled. Suddenly, the hearts of countless monks watching the battle in the distance were shocked, staring blankly at this scene. One sword killed? Blood Heaven Supreme is completely invincible to Jian Wushuang? Blood Heaven Supreme is the leader of the Supreme. He was even slain by the sword Wushuang, who entered the state of Supreme. At this moment, countless people were choking in their throats, speechless. Bloody Supreme defeated. The overlord of the asteroid group, who has nearly 1,000 chaos eras, overlooks the heavens and the earth, and finally loses. Countless eyes focused on Jian Wushuang. In the eyes of everyone, it seems that under a big sunset, a round of brighter rises. They know that this asteroid group with 3 teachings and 9 streams and nearly 10,000 practitioners has since changed owners. And in the universe, the Blood Temple, which has changed the color of countless people, will no longer exist. At this moment, countless people's faces were extremely complicated. Alas! No one has noticed that after the deity of Blood Heaven Supreme exploded, a blood was quietly shot towards the distance. That is the Supreme of Blood. It is also his last life-saving magical power. The sword is unparalleled. Qin Shan does not change the green long stream. After this seat recovers, it is still unknown who will kill the deer. In this blood of God, the voice of supreme venom in the blood heaven resounded. Slap. Suddenly, he seemed to have hit something and slammed. Okay? The blood of God rolled. Blood Heaven Supreme looked up, and saw Jian Wushuang looking down at him facelessly. Where do you want to go? An indifferent voice came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth. How did you find me? Suddenly Blood Heaven Supreme is cold all over the body. For the first time I feel the great terror between life and death. Huh! The next moment, he saw the sword extended his hands without expression, and grabbed him. No! Sword Wushuang, don't! My day is willing to submit to you, please go around me. At this time, what resentment, what top dignity, all disappeared, in the Blood Heaven Supreme heart. Only the fear of death was left, begging Jian Wushuang to spare his life. However, nothing worked. Rumble! The surging divine power was squeezed out from the palm of Sword's unparalleled palm, and the blood of the Supreme God of Blood was transformed directly into crushed powder. Bloody Supreme is dead. Chapter 44:15. Blood Heaven is dead. This giant armed figure who once stood at the peak of the universe and was the leader of one of the forces, died in the hands of Jian Wushuang. Above the starry sky, Jian Wushuang stood with his hands on his back, black hair flying all over his eyes, the flames in his eyes, and his cool and stern face indifferent. Countless stars were stepped under him, as if the Lingchun was the master of the stars. For a moment, everyone in the entire asteroid group opened their mouths, and there was no sound. Blood Heaven Supreme ruled them for nearly 1,000 chaos periods, and their fear of Blood Heaven Supreme has been imprinted in their bones. They never thought that one day the Supreme Bloody Heaven would fall into the hands of others. All this came too suddenly, like a dream, giving a sense of unreality. Until a long time later, after Jian Wushuang stepped on the sky and left, they slowly returned to God, and then looked at each other, boiling instantly. Falling down! Blood Sky Supreme, this optimistic superstar, has fallen down. It seems that Jian Wushuang has broken through the Supreme now. Am afraid to clear the old accounts one by one. Yes, if I guessed it right, Blood God Supreme is just the beginning. At the beginning, the 6 forces of Jian Wushuang were hunted down, and none of them would be missed. It seems that something big is going on in the universe. Countless people think of this, and their hearts are trembling. Immediately afterwards, the news that Jian Wushuang came out to kill the Blood Heaven Supreme spread at an extremely fast speed and swept the entire universe. Immediately, there was an uproar in the universe as if a bombshell had been dropped. Temple of Life, Supreme Temple. Ha ha ha, boy, I knew he could succeed. In the hall that has always been somber, there was a loud laughter of bleeding waves. In the early hours of this morning, news spread into the Temple of Life, the sword unparalleled in the asteroid group. One sword killed the Lord of the Blood Temple, the top supreme blood god, and the whole universe shook. The King of Nine Robbers, the Supreme Axe, and the core members of the Sword Alliance all sat on both sides, and they also smiled when they heard the words. Jian Wuxuang, if you don't do it, you will be shocked when you do it. King Jiujia shook his head and said that his expression was helpless, and he was happy for Jian Wuxuang. Blood Sky Supreme is among the top, and they are all outstanding. This place will be tricky to deal with, and it is unexpected that Jian Wuxuang can already kill him with his own strength. The giant axe sighed with emotion, then looked at the Blood Wave supremely and said with a smile, Blood, I'm afraid Jian Wuxuang's current power is no longer under you and me. Blood Wave Supreme nodded with a smile and replied, Yeah, in my opinion, it won't be long before the sword warriors are able to grow to the point where it is enough to protect my life. This kid's talent is really terrifying. The Supreme Masters laughed at each other, but they were the overlords of the Sword Alliance, and they seemed to be thinking about it, and their expressions were a little worried. Seeing this, Xuanbo could not help laughing and asked, Bawang Xiaoyu, what are you worried about? Could it still be that Shi Huai feels that Jian Wuxuang has gone this time without bringing you? The overlord heard the words and quickly converged his thoughts and replied, This is not true. Since the Lord has done so, he naturally has his consideration. Oh? Little King Naha, why are you looking sad? Blood Wave Supreme couldn't help but be a little surprised. The overlord took a deep breath and replied, Blood Supreme, now everyone knows that the Supreme Lord beheaded and killed the Supreme Master of Blood. Many people have expected that the Supreme Lord wants to bring those 6 forces one by one. I came to the door, and now I am afraid of other forces I have already prepared. I am worried that the Lord, will be in an ambush. Blood Wave Supreme heard the words. His face did not appear as worried as the overlord imagined, but he reached out and patted his shoulder, looking through the door of the Supreme Temple, looking to the distant void, smiling slightly. Overlord Xiaoyu, you can rest assured that you can think of Sword Wuxuang naturally. We don't need to worry about these, as long as we wait here and wait for the good news of Jian Wuxuang. The tyrant heard a moment's silence, then said with a bitter smile, So too. After the news of Jian Wuxuang's slaying and killing the Blood Heaven Supreme spread, the entire universe, which had been slightly calm, once again fell into turmoil. In the depths of the universe, the temple is too empty. Ha! Binyu Supreme slaps the throne of the throne and smashes it. His face is green. Miscellaneous. This sword is unparalleled. We haven't bothered him yet. How dare he come to our trouble? Does he really think he is a character? The sound of Binyu Supreme was full of deep anger. Under him, the Supreme, who was originally packed full of seats, had no more than 10, and only 2 or 3 kittens remained. The Lord of the Temple is angry. One of the Supremes of the Taishu Shrine quickly soothed. With this remark, the Ice Cream Supreme, which was originally unsightly, became even more ugly. This seat has been said many times. This seat is now the Emperor of the Taishu Temple, not the owner of the temple. Binyu looked at him coldly. Suddenly, the several supreme people present heard the words, looked at each other, and sighed in their hearts. Since Binyu Supreme himself personally failed to stab Jian Wuxuang, he was even humiliated in public by Bai Mao's ancestors. After a punch, he became more moody and grumpy. I know. The Supreme nodded his head, and then said with a little worry, Master God, the sword is unparalleled nowadays. I'm afraid that we will come to the door if we don't have time. We better prepare early. Get ready early? Just rely on his sword unparalleled? Binyu Supreme heard a contemptuous sneer and shook his head. You think that this seat is a day, that waste can't be achieved? This seat will be afraid of a swordless match? If he doesn't come, it's fine. If he dares to come, this seat will tell him to come. Return. This. Several Supremes heard the words, their faces flashed with hesitation, and they felt that Bingyu Supreme was a little too conceited. Seeing this, Bingyu Extreme saw their thoughts at a glance, and couldn't help humming. I see that you are frightened by the sword warriors. He can't be better than the Supreme Master. Can he be stronger? This seat? What a shame! After a cold glance at the Supremes, Bingyu Supreme strode out. In the hall, these Supremes heard a bitter laughter, and looked at each other face to face, but they felt that they could rely on a sword, and they would not cause trouble to the Taishu Temple. After all, they had only half of them. In addition to the invincible practice, there are other whole cards. Thinking of this, they were slightly relieved, but for some reason, they still felt uneasy inside. Chapter 44:16. At the same time. In the universe. A cosmic boat was sailing through the stars, breaking through the nebula all the way. This cosmic boat is not fast, and it is quite leisurely. In the spacecraft, a young man with a cold face wearing a black robe was sitting cross-legged, playing with the jade tube in his hand. This person is naturally the sword unparalleled, and this jade tube is when he left the Temple of Life, and was handed to him by the Supreme Master of Blood, which recorded the detailed information of the 6 forces. If it wasn't for this jade tube, the Blood God's Supreme Division of Blood Demon would be recorded. Maybe he would have escaped. Jian Wushuang raised his head and sighed slightly. There is no weak person who can reach the top of the Supreme. The Blood Heaven Supreme not only has great strength and frequent means, but also has a supernatural talent similar to his divine power decomposition. However, it can also be calculated from this. My current strength is definitely far above the top. Jian Wushuang thought of this, could not help but smile. This time against the Supreme Master of Blood, he finally got a general understanding of his strength. Now I can rely on the chaos-domineering body alone to be able to harden the top Supreme. For example, he and the Blood Heaven Palace Master and others can fight against each other. And if you use the Taro Excalibur, you have the ability to kill the top extreme. And this is not the case with the killer. For example, the last 3 styles of Terra Sword Code, Dusk, for Seasons Taro. These 3 types of Kendo's supernatural powers, but one move is more powerful than one move. I am afraid that once they are used, they will be able to instantly reach the level of the Supreme Master of Blood Heaven Palace. My current combat strength should be above the top, but not yet the level of invincibility. Jian Wu's eyes revealed the meaning of contemplation. Since he practiced, he can be considered to have seen a lot of invincible supreme shots, such as Gaffa Supreme, such as Dayu Shrine Lord Black Feather Supreme, such as Patriarchs, and so on. Among them, no matter what, they have the power to kill the top Supreme. In front of them, the top Supreme is not a chicken and a dog. Even if the dragon family, Long Mai, who had broken through the invincible Supreme soon, was in the battlefield of the Life Shrine at first, but with a slight bump, the Blood Wave Supreme, Great Axe Supreme, and Jiujia King were all repelled. Then my current strength should be half-step invincible and supreme, and even better by 1 point. Jian Wu's eyes revealed the gods. After a moment, Jian Wushuang converged his thoughts and opened the 2nd page of the bamboo tube. The information recorded above is the Great Kingdom of the Sun. Great Sun God Kingdom. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, and there was a cold flash in his eyes. Boom! The next moment, the spacecraft accelerated suddenly and disappeared into the starry sky. Deep in the universe. The country of the great Japanese god has a vast territory and occupies the 3 star domains. God rules tens of billions of people in the country. In the universe, it is a well-known old-fashioned power. Since the last emperor of the great Japanese sun, annihilated in the aftermath of the Holocaust, although the strength of the great Japanese nation has shrunk a lot, it still cannot be underestimated. Today, it is the time for the worship of the ancestors of the great gods. The sacrifice ceremony is a grand event that will be held for every 100 chaotic times of the great Japanese god kingdom, praising the founding emperor of the great Japanese god kingdom, and a series of feats. Therefore, in the city of King Darajun today, the lanterns are bright and colorful, whether it is some sects that belong to Darajan's domestic rule or other forces that have always been good with the kingdom of Darajan. Today, all kinds of expensive gifts are brought to Day King's city to congratulate. In the middle of the king's city, there is a towering hall, which is the palace of the kingdom of God. Tianji Shinzong, carrying 10 capsules of Huadan pill, attacking 20 top-quality treasures, and 500,000 universe source stones, came to congratulate the great sun god kingdom. Yuding is supreme, with 10 stars, come to congratulate the great kingdom of God. A long voice of the servants of Secretary Li Jian sounded a long time ago. In the early morning, representatives of the various forces who had made good relations with the great sun god kingdom came. In the golden palace hall of the imperial palace, the great emperor of the sun sits on the throne. Followed by the messengers who came to visit, until the very end, was the prince of the great sun god kingdom. Everyone talked and laughed, and pointed out the rivers and mountains, so please. Daily, have you heard of the recent event in the universe? After 3 rounds of drinking, a strong man looked at the Emperor Dari and said with a smile, Extreme Rainforest, are you talking about Jian Wushuang's killing the Lord of the Blood Temple? The Emperor Dari heard the words, and the smile on his face sank slowly, and he asked, Good. The Rainforest Supreme nodded his head, reminding in good faith, Dari, you are not far away from the Blood Temple. You have to be careful that Jian Wushuang came to find trouble. Today's sword matchless climate has become, there are a lot of supreme presents, but if the sword matchless, there is really a bun in my heart. The Emperor Dari nodded his head when he heard the words. He is also a top supreme practitioner. In terms of strength, it is not much different from the Blood Heaven Palace Lord. Since Jian Wushuang can cut and kill the Blood Heaven Palace Lord, it means that Jian Wushuang has the ability to kill him. Taking a deep breath, the Emperor Dari looked at the old man who was sitting next to him and said, Everyone is assured that the king has already prepared, and specially invited the Yuding Supreme to come to shelter. And Yuding the Supreme has promised the king that if Jian Wushuang dares to come to trouble, he will kill Jian Wushuang. After a pause, the Emperor of the Sun looked at Yuding Supreme, and said with a slight smile, Yuding Supreme, are you right? This Jade Ding Supreme is thin, with silver hair running through a wooden clog, and dangles behind his head. Yes, there is an old man here, and that sword is unparalleled. The Yuding Supreme nodded his head, his face proud. Some other Supreme heard a sigh of relief. Yuding Supreme is a long-established veteran Supreme in the universe. As early as hundreds of prehistoric times, he has broken into the half-step invincible supreme cultivation. With him, there is no need to fear the sword. Haha, now that the Emperor of the Sun has asked Yuding to take the shot, everything is fine. It's okay if the sword Wushuang does not come. If it does, the Supreme Master Yuding will just teach him. The sword Wushuang in the province is really lawless, thinking that no one in this world can overcome him. With Yuding Supreme, I can rest assured that the drink is unparalleled, not enough. A sound of disdain and laughter sounded, and the palace resumed lively again, and between words, there was full of disdain and contempt for the sword unparalleled. Among them a prince in a luxurious brocade, with a magnificent appearance, even got up and said, Father, there is only one sword unparalleled in the world. Why should the Supreme Master Yuding shoot? If he dares to come, he can chop his head under the sword with a baby. After hearing this, the great emperor laughed and laughed. It is not easy for my son to have such courage. After he inherits our position, he will be able to achieve a grand domination. Only the little thief of Jian Wushuang the strength is indeed good. It is not long before you broke through the Supreme. You should first solidify your solidity, and then talk about sword killing. The prince heard the words with respect in his mouth, but he was quite dissatisfied. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang was the same as him, but only broke through the supreme realm, and he could not be stronger. Well, if this sword is unparalleled, it will not have to say anything if it doesn't have a too strong sword. The prince hummed in his heart. Chapter 44:17. At the same time. A handsome young man wearing a large black robe with a sword hanging around his waist and a bucket hat, blocking most of his face, and only showing his chin, has stepped into the city of King's Sunday. It's a bustling city. Jian Wuxuang stepped on the royal road, and looked around casually. This great king of the Sun City occupies almost half of the planet's location, with a very wide area, but it does not look empty at all, but is particularly lively. Someone kept rushing past him and discussing with each other. Hurry up, this ancestor worship ceremony, the palace is said to have taken out hundreds of divine medicine to reward the world. Speaking of the day when the old emperor abdicated and the new emperor ascended the throne, as a result, the young emperor Sha was slain by the sword unparalleled in the ancient sky and everything became a dream bubble. You said, will Jian Wuxuang come on the day of great joy? Who knows, but I heard that Lord Emperor has invited the strong to sit in the royal palace, and if the swordsman dares to come, he can teach him to come back. Don't talk about this, don't talk about this. I will go to the palace and fight for the potion and the source stone of the universe. What is the relationship between these big men and me? That's right, let's hurry up and don't let others take the lead. There was a rush of discussion, and Jian Wuxuang lost his hand, and no one could recognize him. Is today the ceremony of the great kingdom of the sun? Is the strong still invited? Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't know if this great Japanese emperor would like the gift he gave. While thinking about it, Jian Wuxuang walked towards the Dairy Imperial Palace. There were more pedestrians along the way, all in a hurry. Among them, a master carrying an axe saw Jian Wuxuang leisurely, and was not anxious. He also kindly reminded, Little brother, you have to hurry up, otherwise you will have nothing more. Jian Wuxuang smiled back and said, Anyway, I'm not going to collect the rewards, I'm going to give gifts. The master who carried the axe could not help but hesitated, and immediately shook his head, saying no more, and rushing forward. There are 9 gates and 3 doors in the imperial palace. The side doors on both sides are for ordinary monks to walk, and this time is also used to distribute rewards. The middle arch, this time, is used to greet the congratulatory messenger. Only those who have received the invitation from the Emperor of the Sun can enter. Stop here! As soon as Jian Wuxuang reached the gate of the middle palace, the 2 gods who ultimately dominated the realm held the halberd in his hand and blocked him. Can you have an invitation? The 2 gods will speak coldly. No. Jian Wuxuang wore a dipper, only revealed a chin, and replied slightly. That's where the prizes come? The prizes are at the side doors on both sides, and they quickly retreat. The 2 gods looked at Jian Wuxuang up and down, seeing that his breath was unusual, not like a big man, and he suddenly scolded. Jian Wuxuang laughed and heard, I'm here to congratulate you. Huh! Then you pick it up, and let me wait to confirm my identity. The 2 gods would look at each other and said, Okay. Jian Wuxuang nodded his head, and then slowly took off the bucket hoe. A cold and sober face suddenly appeared. The next moment, a thunderous sound exploded. Swords of Life Jingu's sword, come to watch and congratulate. Boom! Suddenly, the sound shook for thousands of miles, and the city was uproar. What? Jian Wuxuang! Jian Wuxuang is here! No! Stop him, and sue the Lord! Suddenly, the 2 gods were shocked, and their faces turned pale. Jian Wuxuang's name is really too big, the supreme number of hands that died in his hands, and there are even giant arms such as the Blood Heaven Palace Lord. The major monks who received the reward in the distance were equally shocked. The axe-resistant monk who had greeted Jian Wuxuang before, even his eyes fell down in amazement and gazed at his eyes. He's Jian Wuxuang? The 2 gods will hit a stunner and yell, Quickly start the moat! After that, they took a shot with both palms and retreated into the palace with countless divine powers. A scorching big day rose rapidly from the center of the palace. Immediately, countless gods radiated around this big day, forming a mask like an eggshell, protecting the entire palace. Rejecting customers outside the door, is this the way to treat the great kingdom of God? Jian Wushwang raised his eyebrows lightly, immediately stepped on his feet. His body suddenly rose into the sky, turned into a golden light, and swept across the entire palace. Huh! The next moment, Jian Wushwang bowed his head and looked down at the entire palace, stepping down with his right foot. Bang! Suddenly, a surge of violence surging to the extreme, with Jian Wushwang's right foot, hit the mast that sheltered the palace severely. In a short time, the entire city of King Dae-sun was like an earthquake, and it was shaken in madness. The palace in the center of King Dae-sun was a flat boat rolling in the sea of anger, as if it was about to break. Sword of Life, Jingu's sword, come to congratulate and observe the ceremony of King Daeri. Jian Wushwang's indifferent voice blew again. The residents in the entire city of Daeri King felt like they had been bombarded in their ears, making them deaf. Inside the Sun Palace, the Emperor Daeri, who was drinking and having fun, suddenly changed his face. Sword unparalleled! Jack! The Emperor Daeri suddenly got up and stood up. His face was extremely gloomy. Snapped! The wine glass in his hand was severely dropped on the ground by him, shattered. Jian Wushwang will come, he is no more surprised. But today, it is the ancestor ceremony. This is too much. Yuding Supreme. The Emperor Daeri took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Yuding Supreme, and arched his hand. The expression of Yuding Supreme was indifferent. When he saw this, he nodded slightly with his jaw. He drank the wine in the cup in a hurry, and said, Rest assured, if you have this seat today, that sword is unsurpassed. You can't go to it. He is against the enemy, and if he loses, he will shoot. That would be good. The Emperor of the Day was slightly relieved when he heard the words. As soon as he was about to go out to meet the enemy, he saw the Emperor of the Day sitting at the end and stood up and said, The father is a little calm and restless. The sword is unparalleled, but it's just a superb elementary realm, and it's just a matter of training with the baby. Why should the father give him a shot? Well, I'll meet him when he sees him, and see how capable he is. How dare he be so arrogant? Having said that, the Japanese prince strode toward the palace. My son must be! Seeing that his face changed greatly, the Emperor of the Great Sun was about to stop, and he saw the steps of the Emperor of the Great Sun. He had turned into a streamer and flew into the sky. Oops! The Emperor Daeri only sank with a single heart, and did not dare to delay, and hurriedly chased after the Emperor Dae. 3 heads. Chapter 44:18. On the Great Palace of the Kingdom of God. The sword is unparalleled, with black hair flying, and under him, the towering city of Daeri is like an ant. At this moment, tens of thousands of people in the king's city of Daeri looked up at Jian Wushwang. Their hearts trembled. They did not expect that Jian Wushwang would break into the Japanese palace directly in such a domineering manner, without any fear. Is this sword? Sure enough, it's a pride. I've heard that swords have been practiced for 700,000 years without both parties, and they can step on the great kingdom of God, which is really awesome. Just like her husband. Countless people looked at the figure of Jian Wushwang in the king's city of Daeri, and they all spoke. Bold! At this moment, a young man with a handsome face wearing a Jinhua suit rushed out of the palace in one step. The sword is unparalleled! This is the forbidden area of the palace. How dare you be brazen? The Chinese youth looked coldly at Jian Wushwang and scolded him. Okay? Jian Wushwang raised his eyebrows and asked lightly. Who are you? The great Emperor of the Sun? Guanai, the great prince of the 7 kingdoms of God, Haoji. Jian Wushwang, just because you want to see my father? Haoji Prince shook his sleeve and said coldly. Prince Haoji is here. Prince Haoji has recently broken through the Elementary Supreme, and it is very likely that he will inherit the position of Emperor. Don't say that, just talking about the gas field, Prince Haoji never loses sword unparalleled. There was a discussion in the city, and there was no expression on Prince Haoji's face, but there was a sense of contentment in his eyes. Why did he volunteer to come out first? Didn't he just want the immediate effect? Sword unparalleled, you quickly retreat, and that's it for today. If you dare to dominate here again, don't blame me for being polite to you, Prince Haoji said with a heavy hum. This humming, suddenly like a thunder blast, thunder and thunder, has already used the supreme divine power, so that the entire city of Dari Wang, a shock. You're welcome? Jian Wushuang heard the words, and couldn't help but laugh and said, Even if this is your dad, the emperor, I am afraid to tell me now, where do you dare to threaten me? Presumptuous! After hearing this, Prince Haoji was furious and screamed, You are the one who dare to insult my father? You are the only one who dares to insult my father? You alone can't rely on the Terra Excalibur villain, but you dare not use it. Fighting alone? Are you worth it? Jian Wushuang sneered scornfully, too lazy to talk to him again, and shook his head. Go back and let your father come to see me. Huh! The words fell. Jian Wushuang pointed at one hand, and went towards the bullet of Emperor Haoji. There was a trembling sound in the void. A sword gas condensed at the fingertips of the sword unparalleled, and then shot out suddenly, turning into a slap, as if rolling into a black wave, across the sky 10 miles, banging on the face of Prince Haoji. Huh! Suddenly, a scarlet slap print was printed on Prince Haoji's face, and the whole person was beaten by this palm with eyes staring at Venus. The next moment, a huge force exploded on his face, blasting him into the palace like a meteor, smashing into countless temples, and trembling to the extreme. In the city of King Day, a mass of people looked at this scene, and all of them were petrified. Prince Haoji just so clamored, and the result is just a slap, then it's gone. What just happened? Here, this special lady is purely to give people away. The crowd swallowed and said in shock. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, either sad nor unhappy. For him today, the monks below the Supreme could not even make him interested. And just then, a crackling roar suddenly sounded. Swords, warriors! Boom! A majestic middle-aged man wearing a crown and wearing a dragon robe rose from the palace, staring at Jian Wushuang violently. This person is a great emperor of the sun. Jian Wushuang, you killed my young emperor first, and now you destroy my palace at the ceremony of ancestor worship of your king, and seriously hurt my son. It is too bullying. Emperor Tairi spoke furiously. A horrible atmosphere, like an angry ocean, constantly set off a raging wave and slapped the quartet. This breath is from the same origin as Prince Haoji, but it is much stronger, not at all in a grade. That's kind of interesting. Jian Wushuang nodded his head in admiration. The divine emperor had a strong and powerful divine power, much stronger than that of the blood god. Immediately, Jian Wu's eyes turned, looking at the emperor of the sun, as if he heard some of the world's most funny jokes, sneer and sneer. Too much bullying? At the beginning, your 6 major forces chased me from the starry sky to the Temple of Life, and in the end they killed me, and even brought the Temple of Life to peace. The White Tiger Supreme fell and covered Fu Zhizhuang fell asleep, and countless apprentices of the palace died. Do you remember this account? Ever thought of bullying too much? You now say that my sword is so deceptive, it's a joke. Speaking of the back, sword Wushuang is heavier than one word, just like the thunder of a thunder, and deafening. He came to pacify the 6 major forces this time, not only for him, but also for those who guarded the life shrine, guarded his sword unparalleled, and were killed by the shrine disciples. If he does not settle these 6 forces in a day, he will feel uneasy all day. You! When the Emperor Dai's son heard a change in his expression, he couldn't say anything to refute Jian Wushuang, and he had to rattle his teeth. Jian Wushuang! I wouldn't say nonsense. My king might as well tell you that today you can't get out of this big king of the sun. After taking a deep breath, the emperor in the sun shone brightly. Is it? Jian Wushuang sneered, slowly holding the hilt of the Taro Excalibur in his hand, and said, God Emperor, ready to catch the gift from my sword Wushuang. Gift from me? What gift? Dareen narrowed his eyes, his body full of divine power, behind him, turned into a round of hot sun. Send you to death! Boom! Suddenly, the Taro Excalibur came out. A huge horrible sword pressure came to the audience instantly, full of sword energy. Under the pressure of this sword, it is like the King of Swords coming to the world. All the monks with swords in the entire city of Duri are instantly released from their hands, shoot at high altitude, and bow their heads toward the Taro sword. Mtnavel. In just a few interest rates, the city is full of 3-foot swords. What? How could this be? My sword! For a moment, the audience first fell into silence, and then throbbed. Everyone was wide-eyed, staring at the scene where Wanwan came. In that void, the heavenly sword forest columns, like courtiers, are suspended under the Taro sword. The Tai Luo divine sword, one of the 7 stalks of the great ancestors born when the universe was developed, is the first ancestor of the sword. And the sword unparalleled holding the Tai Luo divine sword is like the peerless sword coming to the world. The eyebrows are cold and not stained with earth. Chapter 44:19. Kill! The next moment, Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot, and the whole man shot up, holding the sword and killing the Emperor of the Sun. One step, Wan Jian moves. At the foot of Jian Wushuang, like the thousands of exquisite swords that Ruyan came home to, all the swords are turned, converging like long dragons, stepped on by Jian Wushuang, and slammed into the great Emperor. This sword cuts across the sky, and the sea of clouds is directly split. And the sword unparalleled championed by Qian Jian is like stepping on the top of a fairy, proud of the world's auspicious archery sword god, raising his right hand and slashing down towards the Emperor of the Sun. Raise your hand to open the sky. Good job! The great Emperor of the Sun wasn't afraid, but he laughed loudly, and his hands were full of red light, just like the eternal fucking holding the sun and moon to pick the stars, and collided away with the sword unparalleled. Sword unparalleled, originally you broke through the Supreme. This seat has planned to write off the old account with you. Who knows you are so uninterested, dare to come to the door. Then no wonder this seat left you today. Noise. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were cold, and the Kaitian Jianmong, which was split openly, shook up with the magnificent rays of the sky, and the profound intention of the kendo broke out, but it was directly disintegrated. Jian Wushuang's understanding of kendo has reached an extremely terrifying level in the inheritance of Tai Luo's supreme kendo heritage. Jian Wushuang, your talent is truly outstanding. Whether it is the understanding of magical powers or the use of avenues, it is above the king. But unfortunately, you have forgotten one point, that is, you can be stronger, and you are still the ultimate supreme. The total amount of divine power between the two of us is not at the same level. This gap, even if you are the perfect chaotic creature, cannot be crossed. Oh! Emperor Dari snorted, and in the palm of his hands 2 small suns sprang up at the same time. A lot of violent divine power broke out, breaking the sword unparalleled into the sky. Thousands of exquisite swords gathered at the feet of Jian Wu, gathered together to grow dragons, were scattered and turned back in all directions. Sure enough. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes when he saw this, showing an interested look. The strength of this great Japanese emperor and the lord of the Blood Celestial Palace is probably between Bozhong, but the way of fighting is quite different. The lord of the Blood Temple, like a poisonous snake entangled in a dark corner, vomiting a letter, intending to throw a fatal blow at any time. The great Emperor of the Sun, it was a big opening and closing, the attack power burst, and it fell 10 times in one fell swoop. Come! Sword Warrior twisted his neck, hunting warfare in his eyes, and grabbed again towards the great Emperor of the Sun. Huh! The sword Wushuang Yijian fell off and was gripped by the Emperor Dari. His right leg was swept like a whip, and hit the Emperor's waist fiercely. A muffled noise came, and a huge shock came from the Emperor Sunri, slamming the sword's right leg slightly apart, smirking. Jian Wushuang, don't take this as the seat. I don't know that you awaken the indestructible overlord, but it's a pity that the king's divine deity is also one of the eternal deities. Much higher than you. Is it? There was a slight surprise in Jian Wu's eyes. To know that his foot was enough to trample thousands of mountains and have trillions of tons of power, let alone the ordinary supreme take it, it was just an injury. However, the look in Jian Wu's eyes quickly restored calmness. With his right hand slung away, the sharp Taro sword cut the hands of the great Emperor of the Sun directly, and then stabbed forward again. Humph! Emperor Dari snorted slightly, stepped back a few steps, and avoided the sword. However, before waiting for his hands to be reorganized, Jian Wushuang's indifferent figure flashed, like a ghost, has dragged a long series of afterimages, appeared behind him, and attacked again. Tear it! The next moment, Tai Luo's Excalibur ripped a long hole on the body of Dari, and numerous blood was shot out. Why so fast? Emperor Dari shrank his pupils. Suddenly furious, hands regrouped, holding two small suns, and raised his fist to kill the sword unparalleled. Ha! One after another, the sound of blasts came, and Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. Between the movements, the Taro sword in his hand kept waving, and he opened the mouth after mouth on the Emperor of the Sun. Swordsmanship does not need to be so powerful, it only needs the simplest chopping and stabbing to kill its enemies. This is Taro Supreme. In the virtual space, it takes 10,000 years to hand over to Jian Wushuang. What? The Emperor Dai's son was furious to the extreme, his eyes staring at the void around him. On him, there were dense sword marks, and countless blood overflowed from the sword marks, and a blood rain fell. The sword art of sword unparalleled is really too clever and mysterious, far beyond his imagination. No matter how he bombards wildly, the figure of sword unparalleled, like a ghost, keeps moving, resisting, or hiding. He launched thousands of attacks, tearing the sword marks of 3 inches into his bones. He wanted to perform amazing magical powers, but once cast, let us not say what would happen to Jian Wushuang, but he worked hard for nearly 1,000 chaos eras, and the great king of the sun, a land of millions of miles, will be destroyed and no longer existence. Millions of people will shed blood into rivers, turn them into dead bones, and destroy them once. Swords, warriors. The teeth of the Emperor Dari rattled, and the whole person turned into a man, and was about to crack. Breaking dawn. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. He turned a deaf ear to the roar of the great Emperor of the Sun, and directly performed the breaking dawn sword technique, turning it into an unrivaled sharp golden light, passing through the chest of the great god's body. Ha! Suddenly, Emperor Tairi turned his face into a waxy yellow, and the whole person was teetering, almost falling from the air. Fortunately, the Big Sun body of the Big Sun Emperor is much tougher than that of the Blood Temple. Under the endless twist of endless power, the sharp sword energy bursting out of Jian Wushuang in his body force suppressed. But Rao is so, the Emperor of the Sun has lost the power of World War I. DJI, if you can do just that, then get ready to die. Jian Wushuang stepped into the void, took a deep breath, and spit out 2 words. Chopper Star. Suddenly, the clouds rolling in the void, the turbulent wind, and the floating dust, all the temple houses in the king's city stood up, as if receiving instructions, gathered together towards the sword without hands, turned into the purest ability, forming the nearly blue forest blue Swordsman. The sword-cutting sword is the strongest killing sword created by Jian Wushuang. Cut! In the next moment, the sword of Tai Luo with no hands in the sword slashed, and the sword pressure was overbearing and mighty. Chapter 44:20. Inside the Sun King's city. A sword across the sky, running through the sun and the moon. All the people who noticed this scene were all shocked and did not dare to channel. Is the Emperor's son defeated like this? Jian Wushuang is too strong. The strength is far from being comparable to the top supreme. Dali's son Emperor, will it be the second supreme to be slain by sword Wushuang after the Lord of the Blood Temple? Every discussion sounded. In the imperial palace of the sun, Prince Haoji looked at this scene, but he was all cold, like falling into an ice cellar. Father! Father King! His lips trembled, and at this moment, he didn't even have the courage to stop Jian Wushuang. He and Jian Wushuang are both in the elementary state of supremacy, but until now, he has only realized how big the gap between him and Jian Wushuang is. Above the imperial palace, Emperor Dari looked at this glorious impossibly, and Mori sword covering the entire sky. His pupils could not help shrinking. He still has many supernatural powers at the bottom of the box, and there are many extreme treasures in the Qianquan ring. Taking a deep breath, the Emperor of the Sun looked down at the palace, screaming with all his strength, "Please ask Yuding Supreme to help!" Laugh. The words fell, and there was no response from the palace, except that everything in the void seemed to be pressed with the pause button. The forest blue sword mangling with unmatched might was like being caught by an invisible hand. Can't fall in the slightest. Ugh! Immediately, a sigh sounded lightly in the void. The next moment, I saw an old man wearing a robe, holding a duster and holding a clean face. His silver hair was with a wooden scoop, and he seemed to be walking out of the palace step by step. Every step he stepped on the void, without using any power. It was as if the heavens and the earth actively laid the steps for him and lifted him up. Let's go. He glanced at Jian Wushuang lightly, without any emotional ups and downs on his face, just a gentle shake of the dust in his hands. The star-struck sword horse that struck the world suddenly felt like a sand painting swept by the wind. Far away, dissipated between nothingness. Yuding Supreme. After seeing his shot, the Emperor Dai's son still had a frightened expression, and slowly recovered his calmness. He stood behind him respectfully and arched his hands. Trusted loyalty? Dai, leave it to this seat. Yuding Supreme nodded at him. Huh? Who are you? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He could feel that although the Jade Supreme looked simple and unobtrusive at first glance, if he looked closely, he would find that the person was integrated with the Heaven and Earth Avenue, full of the true meaning of the avenue. Without sending. When it comes to strength, this person is far more horrible than the Emperor Dari, but I am afraid that he has reached the half-step invincible state of supremacy. Yuding of this seat, you are young, you may not have heard of the name of this seat, but you go back and ask the Supreme Master of Blood in your Palace of Life, he will naturally tell you who this seat is. Yuding's expression was dull, and he looked at Jian Wushuang up and down and immediately said, Sword Wushuang, your talent is truly outstanding. I heard that at the grand event of the universe, it is loved by the Lord God. If you can, this seat is unwilling. Hurt your life. After a pause, he calmly said, Jian Wushuang, give this seat a face, and stop at this moment. The various resentments between you and Dari, but you first killed his son Shouty first, plus your original strength it's really weak and heavy, and you will only be able to hit you in the future. Now that you are using the Supreme Avenue, you can write off all the past. This seat can be decided on behalf of Dari. As long as you retreat now, Eternal World will no longer step into the semi-divided kingdom of the Great God Kingdom. This seat will not hold you to the door today. How about insulting him? After speaking, he also deliberately looked at the Emperor of the Sun and asked, Darade, I have made this decision. Do you have any objection? Emperor Dari quickly replied, Everything follows your arrangement. As for today's Jian Wushuang, he really does not have the will to fight again. He just wants to invite this to kill him quickly. Yuding nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, Jian Wushuang, would you give this seat this face? In his opinion, what Jian Wushuang needs is a step, and now he has given the steps, he is confident that the sword Wushuang will go down the steps. After all, if he really shot, then it will be unavoidable that there will be bullish discussions in the universe. If he wins, it is okay to say, after all, of course, if he loses, his supreme name of Yuding will be ruined. In the great King Sun City, countless people suddenly focused their eyes on Jian Wushuang's face, waiting for Jian Wushuang's answer. Your face? However, Jian Wushuang replied expressionlessly. I'm sorry, my Jian Wushuang never acted as a bully when he acted in his life, but if he deceives me, I will pay back and return 100 times. In the beginning, the great Japanese goddess kingdom slaughtered thousands of disciples in my life shrine, causing many shrines to fall, and rewarding me with gold in the universe and asking me to be a leader. Now you give me a face in a simple sentence. Never mind? Wow! In the sword without hands, the Tai Luo divine sword is horizontal, the point of the sword is pointed at Yuding Supreme, coldly. I tell you the truth, the Emperor of the Sun is dead today, and you cannot protect him. If you are interested, you will be obedient. I won't care about you. If you want to protect him, then I'm sorry. Don't say that your face will not be given. Bold! Suddenly Yuding's supreme complexion was iron blue, and there was a strong killing in his eyes. Yudingui is invincible and supreme, no matter where he goes, which side of the hegemon, the giant arm of the sky, does not respect him? This sword Wushuang district is the elementary supreme, even dare to insult him? Alright, Bold, you can give it a try. Jian Wushuang looked at him coldly, without looking back. Okay, Jian Wushuang, since you give your face shame, then don't blame me Yuding for not giving you a chance. Yuding Supreme spoke openly, then flooded the dust. The whole person turned into a streamer, like a tide, billowing and rushing into the sky. Sword unparalleled, this seat is waiting for you outside the star. In the sky, the cold voice of Yuding Extreme came. It is good. Jian Wushuang glanced down at Dai King City. If the two started a war here, they were afraid that the entire star would be destroyed once and thousands of people would die. It is not his wish that there is a debt and a debtor. Huh! When Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot, he instantly condensed endless sword energy, and the last sharp and brilliant Huang Jian Mang soared into the sky and shot out of the stars. Chapter 44:21. Above the Imperial Palace. Emperor Dari's face was gloomy, and his eyes kept flashing. He didn't expect that Jian Wushuang would dare not even give Yuding's supreme face, and he was so determined to kill him. Father King! Prince Haoji flew up and stood next to the Emperor of the Sun, and said, Father King, it seems that Jian Wushuang has been determined to endlessly die with our great kingdom of God. In this case, we might as well catch up. While Jian Wushuang and Yuding Supreme are not paying attention, I wait for a joint shot and double-click kill. Oh? Emperor Tairi raised a brow and immediately nodded. Yes, if you can't kill Jian Wushuang today, you're afraid of endless troubles in the future. After that, the Emperor of the Sun flew into a rolling sun, like a fireball, chasing towards Jian Wushuang and Yuding Supreme. Prince Haoji is also not slow, followed closely. After a while, there was only a messy imperial city of Japan, many people, and concierges who came to watch the ceremony. Hurry up, but this battle is about the life and death of the great Sun God Kingdom. How can we not miss it? Yes. One is the first genius of the universe, and the other is the half-step invincible supreme who has been famous for a long time. This battle is destined to be very exciting. We will catch up soon. For a moment, after everyone looked at each other, they performed magical powers, or turned into glorious lights, or turned into gods, and flew towards the sky. The universe is boundless. Stars shone, and galaxies crossed. Sword unparalleled, you are too arrogant, do not understand the reason for just breaking. Yuding's expression was cold, holding a duster, and looking at the sword unparalleled. If you practice 100 Chaos Ages with all your heart, you will take it one step further, or you will reach the top of the supreme practice, then this one will never dare to intervene in this muddy water, or even worry about your existence. Even this great sun, the ancestral ceremony of the kingdom, will not participate. Unfortunately, you broke through the supremacy, and you are proud of yourself, and come to seek revenge. You are just seeking death. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's brow lifted, the purple eyes twinkled, and a frightful war broke out from him. Unfortunately, I was trying to be invincible and half-step invincible. Pinch my wrist. Yuding, let me see your ability. Who in the end gave you the confidence and dared to intervene in my sword unparalleled thing? Huh! The words fell, and Jian Wushuang stepped on his feet, turning directly into a mighty daybreak Jianmong, killing Yuding Supreme. The whole starry sky, only one golden light left. Oh! This sword move is in the Terra Sword Code. When Taro Supreme ruled the universe, I had the honor to witness that if you only talk about the skill level of the sword, regardless of the power, I am afraid that I will not lose it. Taro Supreme. Yu Ding Supreme expressed admiration, but Sun Han's eyes did not decrease by half. This sword move is enough to pose a life and death threat to the Supreme. Unfortunately, it is not enough to look at this seat. Shaking his head, Yu Ding Supreme flicked the dust gently in his hand, and a colorful light immediately waved out, with unparalleled power, blasting the sword in the front. Huh! Suddenly, a huge force of repulsion emerged from this colorful divine light, which was actually breaking the dawning swordsman directly from the original energy to disintegrate and split. Puff! The figure of Jian Wushuang was like hitting an invisible glass. The figure sprinting forward was held up fiercely, and then was shot backwards. Da-da-da! Jian Wushuang stepped back 3 steps in a row before he stabilized his body, and his blood was boiling. Is this half-step invincible supreme? Sure enough, it is much stronger than the top supreme. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and immediately there was no reservation of the whole Buddhist divine power, and the explosion broke out. Come again! A towering warfare exploded around Jian Wushuang as the center, soaring. The next moment, Jian Wushuang appeared on the top of Yu Ding Supreme. The Tai Luo divine sword burst with a strong sword pressure. Sculpture of the worm. Yu Ding supremely hummed, and swiped his right hand on the dust, and all of the white wires in his hand suddenly became vertical, as hard as iron, and turned into the shape of a long knife. Ha! Tai Luo's Excalibur slashed on the duster's long sword, but failed to cut it off, instead pulling up a long string of sparks. The sword is unparalleled. If Taro Supreme holds this Taro Excalibur sword, I'm afraid I will be chopped when I meet him. But Terra Excalibur is in your hands, but the pearl is dusty. After all, the gap between you and me is too big. Yu Ding disdain sneered, and then quickly changed his wrist, one after another splitting 32 knives, 1 knives faster than 1 knives, the sword unparalleled. Mystery, Star River Slash. Seeing Jian Shuangshou retreating, Yu Ding Supreme held Fushin's right hand again, and the Fushin even changed again. Countless white wires grew madly, and the cooperation turned into a steel whip. Crackling! This whip directly blasted a void in the void, and made a clicking sound similar to glass breaking, which caused numerous air machines to stir and set off a violent wind. Puff! Immediately, the whip landed on Jian Wushuang's chest fiercely, and his violent power directly ripped his chaotic domineering body, tearing a long slap scar. This scene fell into the eyes of many people who came to watch the war in the distance, and immediately caused a shock. Yu Ding Supreme is indeed a half-step invincible supreme. Whether it is attacking might or fighting skills, it has reached the point of being invincible. This whisker in the hand of Yu Ding Supreme is an imitation of Qianji Fu, one of the 7 ancestors of the 7 handles, which can be changed into any weapon, and the power is only a little weaker than the real Qianji Fu. It seems that the invincible Jian Wushuang has been pushed all the way. This time it is in big trouble. Everyone in the audience was watching, and they started to discuss. The great Emperor of the Sun and the Emperor Haoji took a look of joy in their eyes. Father Wang, it seems that this sword is unparalleled, and it is not a supreme opponent of Yu Ding. Prince Haoji said. The Emperor Dari smiled and nodded, and his nervousness on his face turned extremely relaxed. Yu Ding Supreme is the super strong who survived the catastrophe and survived, but the sword Wushuang is just a hairy doll with a stinky flesh. With his own talent and some opportunities, he will be fierce for a while. Naturally, it cannot be Yu Ding's supreme opponent. Emperor Dari shook his head and smiled. On the starry sky www.mtnovel. Jian Wushuang looked down at the scratch wound on his chest. His eyes flashed, and then he sighed. It is truly invincible in half a step. All aspects have reached maturity, not so easy to deal with. Yu Ding Supreme heard the words, with a touch of irony on his face, saying, Jian Wushuang, do you know the gap between you and me? It's not too late for you to give up. As long as you have a better attitude and are willing to apologize to this person in front of everyone, this one is not incapable of letting you go make your way. Jian Wushuang, this is the last chance this seat gives you, you must know how to cherish it. After that, Yuding Supreme looked down at Jian Wushuang, and his eyes were full of condescension. Jian Wushuang heard the words and grinned, only responding to 4 words. Whimsical. Chapter 44:22. Insufferable. Yuding Supreme heard that his face sank and said coldly, Jian Wushuang, since you are so lacking in discipline, this seat will give you the elders of the Temple of Life to discipline you. Ha! With a wave of his right hand, the duster in his hand turned into a magic pen, and stroked in the void in front of him, directly drawing a pattern of Jin Chan Ken's Yin and Yang Tai Chi. Mystery, a seal. Yuding uttered a low sigh, turned the dust brush in his hand into a heavy brush, and cast a heavy weight on this Yin and Yang Tai Chi pattern. Suddenly, this Yin and Yang Tai Chi moan uttered a low groan, which sprang up into the air, and then continuously zoomed in, rising in the wind, and in just a few breaths, it was like a cloth curtain covering the entire sky, all blocked. After doing all this, Yuding Supreme stepped on his feet and flew up, turning the dust in his hand into a giant axe, and splitting down towards the sword Wushuang. Talents, primitive universe. Jian Wu's eyes captured the hunting and hunting warfare, directly turning on the talented supernatural powers. Instantly, a strong force came to the world, turning the surrounding void into a dark magnetic field. Boom! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's breath soared again, and the movement of Yuding Supreme's flying split could not help but stagnate. It is this stagnation, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Chopper star. Boom! Sanlan Jianmon condensed in the hands of the sword, and split it instantly with a strong sword pressure, and the starry sky was split directly, as if passing by the sea. Oh? Yuding squinted his eyes narrowly, and then sneered. What a surprise, but unfortunately it didn't work for me. Qianjifu, change. He drank aloud, and in a flash, his hand turned into a duster of a giant axe, and the white wires suddenly spread out, like a girl's loose flower, making a clicking noise, and the next breath, these white wires merged and turned into a prismatic shield will protect Yuding Supreme. Ha! The star-slicing sword slashed on the shield, and suddenly made a loud noise shaking the mountain, as if the whole universe directly caused a 10,000 magnitude earthquake, a force of shock, flying along the shield, spreading to all directions. Rewind! The fight between these two men is terrifying. In a short time, among the people who watched the battle, those who did not reach the highest level of supremacy were violently retreating backwards and backwards, slamming their sleeves to withstand the violent shock waves. The Yuding Supreme has already stepped after blocking the star-cut Jianmong, like a tide of smoke, rolling towards the sword Wushuang. Come! In the eyes of the sword Wushan, the mansion skyrocketed, and the Tai Luo divine sword swept across the 99 swords, tearing the sky, arrogant sky, and killing Yuding Supreme. Ha! The two instantly fought with more than 100 moves, one with sharp swords, the other with magical powers that destroyed the world, and the whole universe seemed to be destroyed, and one black void after another was exploded. The speed of both of them was extremely fast, and even the crowd of the audience had already worked hard to capture the movements of the two with their eyes. I saw that the sword with no hands in the sword continued to chop and stab, and the sword shadows overlapped, like a dream, giving a very beautiful feeling. And the dust brush in the hand of Yuding Supreme is ever-changing, once transformed into a long knife to tear the sky, once transformed into a giant axe to open the world, and once transformed into a spear to sweep the world. The two keep moving from this star to another star, just like the two divine powers that cross each other. The collisions that occur again and again produce the surrounding stars into powder, as if to reopen chaos and make the universe boil. These two are too strong. Yuding Supreme is worthy of being a half-step invincible supreme. Before the great Emperor of the Sun, there was no way to deal with the sword without hands, but Yuding Supreme was able to cope with it. He was not afraid of Sword Master, and even suppressed Sword Master, The real horror is Jian Wushuang. Think about it, Yuding Supreme has cultivated thousands of chaos periods before he has such a powerful strength, but how long did Jian Wushuang practice? 700,000 years. More than 700,000 years, Jian Wushuang can be indistinguishable from Yuding Supreme. What is this concept? This seat is closed a little, it will take 700,000 years. Fortunately, the two did not make a shot in King's City, or let's not talk about King's City. I'm afraid that the entire kingdom of God's day will die out instantly. The gap between people is really too big. The audience were all amazed, some supreme masters who had been cultivating for a long time, and looked at the surging Jian Wushuang. Their hearts even gave birth to a kind of frustrated sigh. Jian Wushuang, let's die! Yuding Supreme frowned, seemingly bored, and Jian Wushuang continued to cling to it, his hands quickly printing method. Extreme Divine Art, Purple Shao Mantra! Suddenly, a golden yellow curse was condensed in the void, and an extremely powerful coercion detonated the quartet, which was enough to subject the world and the world to surrender. The next moment, this curse is as if one person was carrying two giant tripods, coming towards the sword Wushuang. In the void, he was directly blasted out of an annihilation channel. Cut! There was a dignified meaning in the eyes of Jian Wu, and he even cut 9 swords to open the sky. Stop this curse. Huh! The first sword, let the speed of this curse be slightly slower. The second sword on this curse had a fissure the size of a hair. Third sword. The fourth sword. After the sword Wushuang 9 swords came out, this curse could no longer hold on, first shaking, then violently, and the countless spirits of the Chinese race shot at the universe in all directions. Call! Swordsman slightly relieved, rare sweat beads appeared on his forehead. 9 swords in succession, but his exhaustion of the whole body of the power to split it is no small drain on him. And just then, Jian Wushuang, let's die! A loud laugh sounded. Immediately afterwards, he saw the Emperor of the Sun turned into a fireball, slammed it into the sword, and smashed it on the body of the sword Wushuang. This blow is the great save of the great Emperor of the Sun, and he will kill the sword unparalleled. Ha! Suddenly, under this great force, Jian Wushuang flew upside down, directly penetrating a star in the distance, and then flew down thousands of feet again, and then stopped. I saw a hole in the size of Kuja on Jian Wushuang's chest, and countless Mars burned on him. Tick-tick. The blood of countless tyrants fell along this wound, and continuously burned black holes in the void, burning a burst of white smoke, and permeating Jian Wushuang's body. Dairy! Yuding Supreme's complexion changed slightly, and he looked a little displeased to the Emperor of the Sun. He used to deal with the sword unparalleled, even if he bullied the small, but the Emperor of the Sun still attacked. If it spreads, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? I want to talk with more like-minded people too. Sword Master Wan Dao. WeChat pays attention to reading literature, to read novels, talk about life, find friends. Chapter 44-23. Extreme Yuding, it'll be foolproof until I kill this little thief together. I promise to double your benefits later, okay? Emperor Dari said with a smile. After hearing this, Yuding Supreme found his face a little slower, and shook his head and said, The sword is unparalleled now, but it is the end of a powerful crossbow. It is no longer a threat. He can't live today. The words of the crickets fell. Yuding's expression was indifferent, and he walked step by step towards the sword unparalleled, ready to cast his final killing blow. The Emperor Dari and the Emperor Haoji walked on both sides, his eyes filled with murder, and the corners of his mouth evoked a sneer of pleasure. The 3 of them joined together, and approached Jian Wushuang quickly. In the distance, everyone watching the scene saw this scene, and his face suddenly changed. It's really shameless. Jian Wushuang is just a junior supreme. Why even join hands? This great Emperor of the Sun is also the leader of one side of the power, the top and supreme. I can't think of it so unbearably, and the front is defeated by Jian Wushuang, so I sneak attack while taking advantage of the swords. It seems that the great Emperor of the Sun has already hated the sword unparalleled hatred and has done everything. Someone said scornfully. There are others who sighed and shook their heads. It's no wonder that the big day, since Jian Wuxuang decided to come and settle in the big kingdom of the big day, this scene should be thought of. It's just a pity that Jian Wuxuang is in such a vertical position that it should be the treasure of my universe, but it will fall here unexpectedly. Jian Wuxuang is too arrogant and too arrogant. If I were him, I would hide in the dark, wait until the ceremony of the ancestors passed, all the guests left, and then find a chance to slowly map it. It's just a pity that sword is unparalleled, and chose one of the most arrogant and high-profile, and the easiest way to gather fire. Everyone whispered and talked differently, but in general, almost all of them were unworthy of swords. Crackling. Each step of the Emperor Tairi fell into the void with a muffled sound, as if a dying approaching, proclaiming the death of sword unparalleled. Sword unparalleled, aren't you the first genius in the universe? Aren't you going to settle down my kingdom of the great God of God? Let's take another look at it. The Emperor Prince Haoji said with a smile on the corner of his mouth and said ironically. But Yuding Supreme said with a blank expression. Jian Wuxuang, I admit that you are strong, but unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong opponent, and should not be your enemy. In the eyes of the three men, all of them emit different light, or indifferent. They are confident that under the joint of the three, Jian Wuxuang is undoubtedly dead. The smoky waves of the sky gradually dispersed. The three of them are distanced from Jian Wuxuang, but they are 10 feet away. Then, at this moment, a quiet voice sounded from the smoke waves that had not completely dispersed. I didn't want to use this sword, I intend to leave it to Bingyu. But why? Why? Why do you have to die? Ha! The next moment, the smoky waves of the sky suddenly shattered, revealing the indifferent figure of Jian Wuxuang. The blood hole blasted out by the Emperor Dari in his chest has been restored, exuding bright golden light, as if the perfect body of the of heaven. With his hands in his hands, the eyes of the Taro Excalibur's hilt were spreading wide. A huge surge of sword pressure was released from the Taro Excalibur. Sword unparalleled. Suddenly, the three of Yuding Supreme stepped together, and their pupils shrank. I do not know why, they felt a breath of enthusiasm on Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang's expression was indifferent, he ignored them, but looked up at woody starry sky, then closed his eyes slowly, and said silently, Third sword of Terra, dusk. Alas! There was a wind between heaven and earth. The sword has no Taro's sword in both hands. Starting from the point of the sword, it becomes sandy and disappears gradually. The whole world, falling into stillness. The stars that were originally suspended in the universe seemed to have lost their gravity, and began to fall, as if they were about to fall into an abyss. What is this? The Emperor Dari and the Emperor Haoji noticed anomalies and frowned. A feeling of palpitations, constantly amplifying in their hearts. I just know that no matter how they release their magic power to spread around, they can't feel where this feeling of consciousness came from. I only know that it must be related to sword warriors. And Yuding Supreme, it is an instant change of face. The Emperor Dari and the Emperor Haoji did not know what was going on, but how could he not know who had witnessed Taro Supreme dominating the universe in person? This is simply one of the 5 unique skills that Tai Luo Supreme dominated the universe. Kendo magical power, dusk. At that time, Tai Luo Supreme used the evening sword to slaughter 3 major races with one sword, making the universe horrified. Originally, with the fall of Tai Luo Supreme, the sword-like magical power of this terrible crying ghost was also sealed. I didn't expect it to be opened again by Jian Wuxuang today. Escape! Su Yuding's eyes widened, and he burst into a drink at the Emperor of the Sun and the Emperor Haoji. At the same time, he stepped his right foot, and the dust in his hand instantly turned into a shuttle, allowing him to step under the foot and fly away. The speed was extremely fast. What? The brief encounter between the Emperor Dari and the Emperor Haoji was immediately understood in his heart, and it must be that the Supreme Master Yuding noticed the existence of danger, and this was the case. As a result, The two of them also performed magical powers and wanted to escape. Late. Wu Jianwushuang slowly opened his eyes. Under his feet, the void slowly sunken, forming a giant pit, and then began to spread out at a very fast speed. Rumble. This pit is like a giant beast with a wide open mouth. A suction that can't be resisted is transmitted from the center of this pit. Countless stars, countless galaxies, everything suspended in the universe have lost control, fell into this crater, and died silently. The night will be replaced by the dawn, and the sun will fall into the arms of the night. The middle process is dusk. I have already shot 1,000 miles away from the great Emperor of the Sun to see this scene, and suddenly the scalp became numb, and his liver and gallbladder were cold. Next moment, stopping his original sprinting motion, the huge suction from the pit that wiped out everything in the world is like an invisible arm, dragging him back. He obviously still keeps sprinting forward, but the whole person keeps retreating and then falling, until it fell into the entire pit. It wasn't just him, but also Prince Haoji, who watched the war a little closer, fell into one after another. It's not over yet. Including the Yu Ding Supreme who first reacted, and the farthest flew away, was also dragged back and fell into the pit in the unwilling roar. No! Sword warriors, I will not intervene in this matter, you let me go! When Sun was about to fall into the pit, Yu Ding's Supreme stared at Jian Wushuang and said, Late. Wu Jianshou shook his head, his eyebrows were cold, then his lips opened slightly and he spit out a word. Buried. Chapter 44:24. Burial! The sword with no pair of feet is empty, with both hands quickly stamping, coldly drinking. When this sentence fell, the pit, like a black hole in the desert, began to collapse quickly. Reaching the point where Jian Wushuang is now, Kendo magical power is no longer tied to swordplay. In the universe, a loud noise was heard. First, the stars that were swallowed into the pit began to smash and annihilate one by one, turning them into nothingness, and then the weakest Prince Haoji was squeezed by heaven and earth, and the body collapsed and shattered instantly. My father saves me! Shouting in horror, Prince Haoji shouted. Huh! On the verge of death, the Prince Haoji was extinct in form and spirit, leaving only his tragic sounds echoing in the universe. Haoji, my son! For a moment, the Emperor of the Great Sun was about to crack and his eyes opened. After the Emperor Shao was beheaded and killed by Jian Wushuang in the ancient Road of the Sky, the Emperor Haoji was the last effort of the Emperor Dari, and he was the heir to the Emperor. Even if there is no such thing as Jian Wushuang, the Emperor of the Sun is ready to launch the Emperor Haoji as the Emperor at the ceremony. His love for Haoji, even less Emperor. Now, in the presence of his Prince Haoji died in the hands of Jian Wushuang. The last words of help of Prince Haoji, like a sharp knife, poked into his heart. He is the Emperor, he is the top and supreme, he is in the universe, and is in charge of thousands of life and death. But he is even more a father. At this moment, the Emperor Haoji dies in front of him, and the Emperor of the Sun is crazy. Sword unparalleled, you it! The Emperor Dari raised his head, and through the huge pit, he looked at Xiang Jianshuang, and the resentment in his eyes condensed to the extreme. It looks like you're in pain? Ji Jian looked at him with no expression on both sides, and a corner of indifference radiated from the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, you will be reunited with your son soon. Huh! The collapsed speed of the pits has become faster. There is a devastating force formed by sword gas, which is constantly harvesting vitality in the pit. Evening twilight, everything withered. I have fallen into this night forever. This is the true meaning of the evening sword move. Howling! Howling! The Emperor Dari is running supreme divine power, resisting the offensive brought by the evening sword move, and roaring constantly. I was stunned by him, and it was like a raging atmosphere. It was quickly annihilating, and it was also expensive to be the top 10 universe gods, constantly opening cracks and leaking air. 10 breaths passed. The body of the Emperor Dari finally began to explode inch by inch, and in the end only one skull remained, staring at the sword unparalleled. Sword unparalleled, you must not die of the king's curse. You go to Huangquan as you go up and down. My king curses you. Huh! He did not wait for him to finish, and the head of the Emperor Dari exploded like a cracked watermelon. The vitality belonging to the Emperor of the Great Sun disappeared. At this moment, there was still a rumbling boom in the pit, but everyone watching the battle in the distance seemed to be deaf. Looking at this scene blankly, his mouth could be stuffed with an egg. It wasn't long before someone trembled with his lips. Big! Great Sun Emperor, how did a generation of magpies fall like this? Big Sun Emperor, but in the universe, the little one who stood at the peak died like this in a sword without hands? The Emperor Shao died, the Emperor Haoji died, and the Emperor Dari died. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be no place in the universe for the great D-God kingdom. It's terrible. How strong is Jian Wushuang? Countless people said in shock. They turned to look at Jian Wushuang, with only deep awe in their eyes. Huh! Evening sword moves did not end, but continued. Because there is one person who is still supporting, that is Yuding Supreme. Inside the pit, a blast of destruction slammed into Yuding Supreme. While Yuding Supreme sat cross-legged in the void, the dusting silver wire in his hand spread rapidly, and then grew like an eggshell, and wrapped Yuding Supreme in it. No matter how violent bombing of the sword energy at dusk, he stood still. Jian Wushuang, this move is really powerful, but unfortunately it is still the same sentence, you have done too much for me, and you cannot use the combat power that this move deserves, otherwise, one face-to-face will be beheaded. Qi Yuding shook his head with pity and then shook his head, then said, Sword unparalleled, now that the great Emperor of the Sun is dead, and your resentment has been reported, why not let this seat go out? Is it possible that you have been consuming here with this seat all the time? When Sun said here, the corner of Yuding Supreme's mouth evoked a slight meaning. There is no expression on both sides of the sword, and I have to say that this Yuding Supreme is really powerful. Even at dusk, he can't completely kill it. I was silent for a while, Jian Wushuang said. Yuding, do you remember what I said before? Okay. After hearing the words, Yuding Supreme squinted his eyes and asked, What is it? Wu Jianshou glanced at him lightly, and calmly replied, I once said that if you block me, I will kill you. Do you think I'm joking with you? Boom! Suddenly, the deep pit that killed countless lives disappeared. Taro's sword, reunited in the sword without hands. However, before waiting for Yuding Supreme's face to burst into joy, he was suddenly replaced by an unprecedented panic. Terra Sword Code, 4 Style, 4 Seasons. Wu Jian stared coldly at Yuding Supreme, and Moran opened his mouth. In a short time, the entire universe regenerates and changes. The entire star air temperature suddenly dropped by thousands of degrees. It is in all directions, blowing strong cold snow and ice, icy miles of stars. For a moment, the world seemed to be in the middle of a cold winter. Countless snowflakes exuded a bitter coldness, falling from the air. Each snowflake is a season of sword spirit. This is the 4-season swordsmanship. Suddenly, Yuding Supreme was terrified. If Jian Wushuang used the dusk sword move before, he was just shocked. Now he is scared. 4-season sword moves, seemingly unremarkable, far from the momentum of the first 3 swords, but no matter in terms of intention or power, it is far from being comparable to the first 3 swords. It can be said that from the beginning of the 4-season sword move, it is a huge watershed. The 4-season swordsmanship is like a needle hidden in cotton. Huh! A beautiful and delicate snowflake fell. Yuding Supreme raised the whisk in his hand, and just to stop it, he saw the snowflake and passed through the dust directly and silently, reflecting on his body. Suddenly, the place where his deity was touched by snowflakes was directly frozen, and even the divine power could not work. Ji Yuding's extreme complexion changed instantly, and he did not wait for him to change again. The 4-season sword move had changed again. Chapter 4425 Boom! A spring thunder blew. The four-seasons sword moves suddenly regenerate and change, cold winter melts, and turns into a warm spring silent. Alas! The icy snow and cold snow gradually faded away, and what turned to be was a drizzle of drizzle falling from the air. Long winter, warm spring, hot summer, cold autumn. The four major solar terms are the four sword meanings implied in the four seasons swordsmanship. It's obscure and complicated, it's profound and profound, far beyond anyone's imagination. Nwanchuan is not the sword of the four seasons swordsmanship, but it is the most dangerous sword. Hunchin solar terms, all things recover, beneath the peaceful surface, cruel killing and plundering are hidden. Rumble. In the universe, at this moment it seems that the entire starry sky has disappeared. There are continuous spring rains falling and spring thunder roaring constantly, as if playing a song of destruction. Sun Yuding held the whisk in his hand, and stared at the world around him. The rain falling in the sky is sword air, and the thunderous thunder is sword air. Even the gentle wind that blows is sword air. Sword after sword dense, filling the world. Avoidance is inevitable, ambush on all sides. For just half a column of incense, the Yuding supreme deity was severed by countless sword chi, and a blood rain fell like a blood man. His hair was loose, his robe was thin, and the wolf was trembling to the extreme. Sword unparalleled, do you really want to endure with this seat? Su Yuding looked at the footsteps to the void, like the sword master of the heaven and earth, cold voice. Wu Jianshou glanced at him lightly and replied, If you can survive this sword, how can I spare you my life? Okay. Jian Wushuang, this is the reason you were not afraid of this seat before, right? But you must forget that not only you and the world have a killer, but this jade also has it. Qi Yuding took a deep breath, and there was no slight contempt in his eyes, and he turned into an incomparable dignity. Next moment. Speak him word by word. Supreme God, Jioding Township. Break me! Suddenly Yuding's supreme body was flowing, and countless avenues of truth evolved in his eyes. He had a very strong breath, soaring again and again. In the void, 9 giant tripods are suddenly gathered. These 9 giant tripods are quaint and magnificent. As soon as Fang appears, it is like a Dehai god who suppresses the sea of anger. Continuously puffing the cold mang, turned into the sword she eroded by the spring rain, at the same time collapsed a whole 100,000. This supernatural power is the most powerful extinction of Yuding Supreme that relies on the universe. He once used this supernatural power to make a half-step invincible Supreme and instantly kill. The name of his Supreme Jade Tripod comes from this magical power. Click. The void seems to be unable to bear these 9 giant tripods, crushed inch by inch. Burning! Qi Yuding Supreme exhausted his whole body strength and sang. Suddenly, these 9 giant tripods were like Xingyuan Shilong, dripping and spinning, soaring into the sky. These 9 giant tripods are linked to each other, and the tripod within the tripod continues to muffle, as if the drums of war in the ancient heavens were beaten, making people deaf. Boom! The next breath, 9 giant tripods exploded at the same time. A majestic force that could not be described with any force was blown away, turned into a shock wave that destroyed the world, and swept the quartet. Under this force, whether it is the continuous spring rain, or the spring wind that stirs up or down, or the spring thunder that thunders, crush all at the same time. Good skill! Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, half a step back, his fists were all pulled out, his fist photographed the bright golden light, and the purple Sichuan word in the eyebrow was even more dazzling. Come! Jian Wushuang's fists were smashed out fiercely, and the shock wave that swept at him continued to crash. Huh! Every punch is sinking to the extreme with great power to hit the planet. Wu Jian Wushuang is like a warrior on the coast to meet the tide. No matter how this shockwave slaps, he will break it one by one. And the 4 seasons sword spirit destroyed by Yuding Supreme did not dissipate with it, but began to evolve again. Winter to spring, spring to summer, summer to autumn, autumn to winter. 4 solar terms, endless, and cycle each other. Once the 4 seasons of sword chi are generated, it will be to the death. This is also the strongest point of the Four Seasons sword energy. It is not like dawn and dusk, it will explode all attack powers at the same time, causing a devastating blow. It is like a grinding disc, which moves slowly, but constantly destroys the vitality of the enemy. After a few breaths, a round of scorching sun rises, and a scorching and violent force rushes towards the face. The entire starry sky began to become red. Yu Ding was supreme, and the whole body began to ignite white smoke, just like withered flowers and bones. The skin gradually became dry and dull, and his hair fell down. The whole person, as if to be roasted and dried, the blood began to boil, and then smoked. A big terror between life and death, madness breathes in his heart. Sword unparalleled, stop! I confess to you wrong. I shouldn't get involved in your affairs with the Emperor of the Sun. Let me go. From now on, wherever your sword is unparalleled, my Yuding retreats and respects you as a god. Let me go. At this moment, all the pride and dignity of Yuding Supreme is shattered, leaving only the fear of death and the desire for survival. He looked at Jian Wushuang in despair, his face full of begging. Want to ask for mercy now? Jian Wushuang glanced at him lightly and shook his head. I'm sorry, my sword Wushuang has always reported this to me. If you want my life, I will kill it. Dead? The next moment, Jian Wushuang stretched out 5 fingers forward towards the void and grabbed it fiercely. Huh! Suddenly, the scorching sun, which was transformed into a sword by the Four Seasons, burst into flames and crashed into Yuding Supreme. Instantly Yuding's supreme face is earthy and pale. In a blast of earth-shattering thunder, the Tai Luo Excalibur was severely inserted into the chest of Yuding Supreme. Immediately Yuding Supreme disappeared. Half-step invincible Supreme Yuding, fall! Hit him, he is the highest person who died in the sword without hands. Huh! This four-season world evolved from the Terra Excalibur gradually collapsed. The Terra Excalibur turned into a golden light, flew back, shot into the sword without hands, and was held by the sword. The whole starry sky turned into a dead silence. Wu Jian Wushu held the Taro Excalibur, a feeling of hardworking connection, uploaded from the Taro Excalibur. Huh! Get stronger? Yan Jian Wushuang faintly felt that after the Tai Luo Divine Sword slayed Yuding Supreme, it seemed to become stronger by 1 point, becoming even more enchanting. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang remembered what Wu Jianxian said to him at the Feast of Life Shrine. The horror soldiers of Jijidale, their horrors, are constantly becoming stronger. Terra Sword is the one that the main palm kills among the 7-armed ancestors. Killing, can Taro Sword become stronger? Wu Jian's eyes flashed a little thoughtfulness, and he immediately pulled a sword flower, inserted the Terra Excalibur into the Terra Sword sheath, and let the scabbard warm the Terra Excalibur. 9 Heavenly Emperors. Chapter 44-26. In the void, there was silence. Only the strong wind kept echoing. I have retreated to the distant spectators, watching this scene blankly, only to feel cold all over the body. The Prince Hao Ji died. The Emperor Dari died. Even in the universe, Yuding Supreme, who is half-step invincible Supreme Master, is also buried in the hands of Jian Wushuang. He could not use any words to describe the terror in their hearts. Originally, Jian Wushuang once dominated and killed the Supreme. It was shocking enough, but now, Jian Wushuang has begun the supreme practice and beheaded and defeated. This is too shocking. In the universe, these things have never happened before. Whether it's the first day of the 100,000 chaos before the Chaos Era, or the 9 Calamity Kings, who were also considered to be wicked Tianjiao before, it is far less than the current sword unparalleled, 1,000 miles away. The universe seems to be really changing. The beginner Supreme cuts and kills the half-step invincible Supreme. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. The first day of eternity is proud. Countless years from now, the entire universe will remember a name, that is, Swordsman. Legend. Jian Wushuang is a legend. From today onwards, there will be one more person on the top of the universe, and that is Swordless. Invincible Supreme is not out. I'm afraid Jian Wushuang is enough to sweep the universe. Countless people spoke. At this moment, they looked at Jian Wushuang, who had black hair in the distance, and their eyes filled with strong worship and fanaticism. I even have a monk, dazzled and venomous. If it had not been rumored in the universe, Jian Wushuang had already married, and I was anxious to rush up on the spot and make a wife for Jian Wushuang. No one who is present will be a fool. Jian Wushuang is powerful and amazingly talented. No one dared to say how amazing Jian Shuang's future achievements will be. If it wasn't for the existence of the dragon race, Diwu Temple, etc., which are hostile to Jian Wushuang, I do know how many people in the universe want to go online with Jian Wushuang and form a good destiny. Now, after Jian Wushuang's slashed half-step invincible Supreme Yuding, these people are suddenly brave, no more scruples. Well, swords have been practiced for more than 700,000 years without both sides, and they have the power to slay half-step invincible supremacy. If sword warriors are practiced for more than 700,000 years, this dragon may not be their opponents. The dragons have been comfortable for too long, and they think they are too long. It is time for people to teach them. They are not the masters of the universe. The dragons are powerful, but they are nothing more than that. A few surviving second-generation dragons can only rest on their lives. Although the remaining 3 generations of dragons are strong, they may not have the opportunity to lift them until the swordsman Wushan has fully grown up. Turn! I am convinced that after 10,000 chaos ages, this universe will belong to Swordless. Countless people's eyes were burning and their tone was firm. Immediately, they looked at each other and walked towards Jian Wushuang, planning to form a good destiny. Among them, the guests who came to participate in the ceremony of the ancestral ritual of the Emperor of the Sun were running fast, fearing that Jian Wushuang would be angry at them, and he had to explain it quickly. Wushuang Supreme, the supreme promise of the golden sword of the promise, I would like to say hello. Wushuang Supreme, the owner of the island of Xiaoweo, hereby apologizes to you for paying tribute. It is really my ancestor who has an old age with him. For a moment, all kinds of sounds to please Jian Wushuang sounded one after another. These people, without exception, are all middle level or above. However, at the moment, they are facing various swordsman flatterers, and they are not afraid of being disrespectful. If this scene falls in the eyes of an unsuspecting person, it will definitely make people downcast. Jian Wushuang's expression was dull. These people were just the grass on both sides of the wind. It is the best to see the wind to make the rudder. Fortunately, today, they have won. If they lose, these people will definitely be cut by Yuding Supreme and others. After killing Spit and Spit, he didn't bother them too much. Jian Wushuang took a right-handed shot into the void, and suddenly the great Emperor of the Sun and Yuding's supreme Qianquan ring shot at him. After grabbing the Qianquan ring, Jian Wushuang's divine power swept slightly inside, and his expression couldn't help moving. The wealth of these two men is really scary, even when the supreme thunder has not yet begun, and when many of his treasures have not yet exploded. They are far worse than these two. These two people are afraid of relying on their own cultivation to become strong and others a lot of opportunities. Wu Jianshou snorted coldly, then shook his head immediately, closed the two Qianquan and turned towards the great sun god kingdom. Huh! The sword warrior turned into a sword across the sky suddenly, like a meteor passing, and fell into the country of the great god of the sun. Day City King. Many people who did not rush out of the starry sky to watch, and the royal children who stayed behind in the great sun god kingdom, are discussing with each other. They have a relaxed face, a relaxed attitude, and even a leisurely cup of tea. It seems that they have no fear of losing the Emperor Dairy and others. Queen, His Majesty the Emperor, they haven't returned for so long, what'd happen? A guard of the great sun god kingdom said with some anxiety in his eyes. The queen was a beautiful woman, and when she heard that she put down her teacup, she said arbitrarily, Jian Wushuang's thief is only an elementary supreme cultivation, how can he be your Majesty's opponent? Not to mention, this time, there is Yu Ding Supreme to assist. If Ring Jianqiu has the ability to pass through the sky, he will bow down this time. This. The guard couldn't help hesitating, and said, Queen, for the sake of insurance, I think we should go and see? When Queen Day heard her words frown, she was about to rebuke. At this time, with a loud bang, a low voice exploded like a thunder and rolled down. The Emperor Dari is dead, and other people of the Dari royal family are also guilty. Although they will not die, they should be cut and cultivated to serve the purpose. Huh! The figure of Wu Jian's unparalleled united in the void. Instantly, countless children of the family of the king of the Big Sun God split their hearts, and couldn't believe it. The queen of the Big Sun was overwhelmed in an instant. How can it be? How could your majesty be defeated? Wu Jianqiu's expression was indifferent, his black hair fluttered, and he stood proudly in the void. He glanced down at Day King's city, and immediately shook his head, splitting it with a sword. This sword deprives you of cultivation! Boom! Suddenly, the sword was split, and it seemed to cause no harm, not even a single tree or a tree, but it was directly in the invisible, and it was chopped on everyone who was in blood with the Emperor of the Sun. This sword is a variant of Yongye's sword. He has the power to deprive everything. Xinai is a little magical power that Jian Wushuang promoted after he realized the sword intention of Taro Supreme. My cultivation! What's going on? Why is my cultivation fading? No! For a moment, the Japanese palace was screaming again and again. Countless people feel their fast removing cultivation, and their faces are terrified. Those who came with the sword unparalleled noticed this scene, even more shocked, cold all over. Yijian cut to repair. What kind of ghost and means? You know, the Dari royal family has a total of nearly 10,000 people. Wu Jianwusi looked at them lightly, and split the 4 swords again. These 4 swords rise into the sky, and then hide in the void. From today to the next 90 million years, all people of the royal family of Dari shall not step out of the palace of Dari. Dalian Imperial Palace, closed for thousands of years. The 4 sword-ons hidden in the void, the sword tip turned, and will kill anyone who dares to step out of the big Japanese palace. Instantly, countless people of the Dari royal family looked desperate, as pale as earth. Wu Jianwushuang said no more. As soon as he stepped, he turned into a ray of light. Chapter 44:27. Jian Wushuang left. He left only a messy great sun god kingdom, and countless disciples of the great sun emperor. When he entered the city was full of joy and everyone smiled. After he was out of the city, the ruins of the wall were broken, and a piece of white clothing was ravaged. At this moment, countless monks who are still staying in the Dari King city, watching the Dari King family who was sealed by the 4 swordsmen, suppressed their hearts for a while. They know that the great sun god kingdom is over. 90 million years. For a total of 90 million years, you must not step out of the palace. What is this concept? For the supreme supremacy of Gongshan, although 90 million years is long, but it is not unacceptable. But for the children of the Dane royal family who have been deprived and degraded to mortals, 90 million years are countless. Reincarnation, thousands of generations. This represents them, they must never stand up forever. Do not! Countless children of the royal family of Dari Kingdom and Dari Imperial Palace all showed despair, and the Queen of Dari fainted to the ground instantly. After a high king, I ordered the world not to dare not, and to become a mortal who is going to experience old age, sickness and death, which is even more painful than killing her. Among them, the children of the Dane royal family who are fortunate to try to practice, are shocked to find that a prohibition has been planted in their bodies, blocking all their paths of practice. It's really over. At this moment, countless people fell to the ground, looking desperate and desperate. A few days later, Wushuo Wushuang in the great sun goddess country, cutting the great sun god emperor, the most supreme thing in Yuding, spread throughout the universe at a very fast speed. In a hurry, there was an uproar in the universe, with thousands of people shaking and the world sensation. The sensation caused this time is far more than anything in the past, even enough to compare the war at the gate of the Temple of Life. The Emperor Dari died in the sword without hands. It was nothing. Although they were surprised, they had not reached the point of horror. The impact of Zhu Yuding's extreme fall is too big. Sun Yuding is supreme, half-step invincible supreme cultivation, famous in thousands of prehistoric times, who survived the war of catastrophe. Of course, at the time of the Holocaust, Yuding Supreme was still weak, but the Supreme did not officially participate in the Holocaust. But Rao is so, he is also an ancient power. It is such a powerful hand and eye that has died in the swordless hands that have practiced for more than 700,000 years. This is really shocking. Sword, unparalleled gifted strength, ancient times have not. I have the longest rank in the universe, my lips tremble, my eyes shook. Today's sword is unparalleled, as long as the invincible is invincible. I'm afraid that no one can stop him in this universe. After someone took a deep breath, he said so. Fast. Pass this edict, from now on, all my disciples of Shinzong will meet Jian Wushuang to evade the three houses. Even when wandering the universe, see other disciples of life in the palace, you must be polite. 3 points, do not offend. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause me a terrible disaster. There is one master, who is regarded as a hegemonic figure in the universe. 3 orders were issued on the same day, each of which is about swordsmen. There are also Zhongsho who once put words in the universe, who must die under the oppression of the dragons, or who had participated in the strangulation of Jianshou Shuang, either announced an apology directly in the universe or sent someone to the Temple of Life to apologize and apologize. Some of them are immortal Dharma, some are ancient holy places, and some are a kingdom of gods. They are usually giants in the universe, and they control the existence of life and death, but at this moment, they all showed their favor to Jian Wushuang. From the moment when Jian Wushuang beheaded Yuding Supreme, Jian Wushuang is no longer the junior bully in their eyes, but another giant arm rising from the universe, enough to set foot on the top of the universe. And those forces that have a good match with the sword, such as Jioding Pavilion, Xingkong Jianzong, Jiuxing Holy Land, Mola Clan, and so on, also announced that the universe, they will reach an alliance with the Temple of Life, and become all the fans behind Jian Wushuang. At this moment, countless people were shocked to discover that, without knowing it, Jian Wushuang is already a lame person who can stir up the cosmic situation and beat the power of the universe for 9 days. Countless top forces, tied to him. As a person, there are still people in the universe who watch from the wall. Although they no longer say some words of derogatory sword Wushuang, they are sneering in their hearts. Sooner or later Jian Wushuang will still die in the hands of the dragons. Anyway, the situation in the universe changed all the time, all kinds of speeches emerged endlessly, and the word, sword warriors, occupied all the topics of the universe. In the universe, a lonely starry sky. A cosmic boat is constantly breaking through the waves and galloping fast. Jian Wushuang did not stay in the spacecraft, but stood on the deck of the spacecraft with a negative hand, allowing him to be brushed by the fierce wind. He had black hair and was screamed. Yan Jianwu looked ahead, his eyes blinked constantly. From the perspective of this battle, my strength should be the ultimate. Wu Jian's eyes filled with speculation, constantly recalling the details of the fight with Yuding Supreme. In that battle, except for the last move of Tai Luo Jiandian, which was at the bottom of the box, Taro was not used. He almost came out. As for other magical powers, similar to the chaotic power in the Wu Ding Chao Ding, etc., even if it is useful, it will not affect the result. The Tai Luo sword is the card that Jian Wushuang prepared for himself, and if the dragons really come out from the strongest group of strongmen to hang him, this whole card that has never been used may be a critical moment. Keep him alive. Unless forced, Jian Wushuang will not use the Taro sword trick. Even with this sword trick, even now, he hasn't fully comprehended it. Once he used it, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Out of control too much. But even so, I have a self-protection in the universe. Thought of this, Jian Wuxuang smiled slightly. At this moment, either side of the sword thinks that he finally has a bit of self-protection in the universe. Today, he can't say that he can sweep the universe, but those who are hunted down can only hide in Tibet. I'm afraid it's gone forever. After a short while, Jian Wuxuang opened the bamboo tube handed to him by the Supreme Master of Blood. Among them, the third page is marked as Qiang Kingdom. Qiang Emperor, half-step invincible supreme, famous in the 3000 chaos prehistoric era. Qi Jian Wuxuang pedaled the universe boat, and continued to march towards the Qiang God Kingdom. Qiang Divine Kingdom is his third goal. Wonderful book house. Chapter 4428. At the same time, Jian Wuxuang was driving the cosmic boat, and constantly driving towards the Qiang God Kingdom. Many eyes in the universe are also placed on the Qiang Divine Kingdom. Through the first 2 times of Jian Wuxuang's crusade, they can be regarded as coming. Jian Wuxuang went all the way to the door to kill the target, from weak to strong. For example, the first Dead Blood Temple Master was the weakest of the 6 forces that had stabbed sword unparalleled in the first place. The remaining 5 forces, with the exception of the great Japanese Emperor, who has already died, have the weakest strength to reach the half-step invincible supreme. Qiang Divine Kingdom, it's over. Countless people shook their heads. Qiang God Domestic. Father, what shall we do now? Your Majesty, you speak! There was chaos in the palace hall. Countless leaders and ministers of the Qiang Divine Kingdom, including the descendants of the Qiang Divine King, looked desperately, sitting on the throne of the Qiang Divine King. As soon as the news that the sword defeated the great Emperor of the Sun and Yuding Supreme was released, it was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, and it blew up on everyone's head in Qiang God Kingdom. Even the top and supreme great Japanese Emperor and the half-step invincible Yuding Supreme are dead. What is their resistance to the Qiang Kingdom? At this moment, countless people in Qiang God's heart are filled with endless remorse. Why? Why do you want to provoke Jian Wuxuang? Okay, don't bother! Qiang Xinjun has a square face, and the whole person is full of self-anger. He patted the armrest of the throne heavily, glanced coldly at the hall, and was frightened by the name Jian Wuxuang as if shaking a quail, and snorted coldly. At the beginning, I was going to flatten the Temple of Life. Strangling the sword is unparalleled. It is the most powerful of your clamor. I want to share a cup of tea after I level the Temple of Life. Now the sword is infinitely powerful, and everyone has not come yet. You are so frightened that everyone is in danger, and everyone is ashamed. As soon as this remark came to an end, the original mess was restored to a quiet place. Everyone present at the meeting bowed their heads and did not dare to look directly at the Qiang God. Where would they want to know? The sword master Wu Shuang, who dominated the realm, had a leap and had the supreme practice of beheading and invincible. Okay, all of them will stop a bit. The sword is unparalleled, and this seat will naturally find a solution. Qiang Xinjun took a deep breath and said Xinxing. Report! At this moment, I will hurriedly blast from outside the hall and step into the hall. Your Majesty, Jian Wuxuang is already far away from Qiang Divine Kingdom, less than 3-star domains, and will arrive today. The will look up at the Qiang God, his face panicked. Is it so fast? Qiang Shenzhen's pupils shrink and become slightly discolored. Immediately, he got up and stood up, looked around at the people in the hall deeply, and said coldly, You are here to take it with you. What is the punishment of the sword unparalleled? Just one person bears it. In the complex eyes of everyone in the hall, Qiang God stood up and walked towards the outside of Qiang Palace. He hadn't waited for him to leave the palace, and a low, indifferent voice exploded loudly over the whole city. Sword of Life Jingu sword is unique. Come here to visit the kingdom of Qiang. As soon as this remark came to an end, it was as if a heavy bomb had been dropped in the great sun god. Countless people's faces changed greatly. Their faces turned pale, their bodies shook like sieve bran. Here comes, Jian Wuxuang comes. The discoloration in the eyes of Chiang Shinjun flashed for a moment, and then he recovered his calmness, swept up in one step, and landed on the wall of Chiang King's city. After all, he is the man who stands at the top of the universe. He has been accustomed to the undulating waves for a long time. Although Jian Shuangshuang is strong, he is not so scary as to smell him. Jian Wushuang, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chiang Shinjun stared at Jian Wushuang with complex eyes, and said with a deep voice. He didn't call this seat anymore. It means that he put the sword Wushuang in a position equal to him. Oh? The sword came from both heaven and earth, hunting in black, squinting at his eyes and wondering. Wait for a long time? Chiang Shinjun nodded his head and replied, The sword is unparalleled. The world is the strongest. You were humble at first, but I deceived you to conform to heaven. Now you are better than me, and I have nothing to come to anything can be said, willing to admit punishment. Oh, you are frank. Wu Jianshou carried his hands and looked at him with a smile. Chiang Shinjun looked at Jian Wushuang and did not express his attitude. There was a struggle on his face, and he bit his teeth. Sword unparalleled. No matter how angry and murderous you may be, I am the one who bears the burden of Chiang. Let me go, and leave a little room for me. After saying that, seeing Jian Wushuang not talking, he took a deep breath, and seemed to have made a decision, and said again, Sword unparalleled. As long as you don't want to be angry with my descendants of Chiang, strip them of cultivation, I will be willing to self-discipline. As soon as this remark came to an end, many people in Chiang who watched this scene in the Chiang royal palace were breathing stagnation. They didn't expect that Chiang God would be willing to make his own decision for them. Even the sword unparalleled, all brows slightly. Practice all the way, the more you get to the back, the more selfish and ruthless you are. As long as you can build the avenue, most people do NT talk about blood relationship, even parents and relatives can testify. Su can be like the Chiang who is willing to sacrifice himself in order to preserve his blood. Few ancient times. But when he turned his head, Jian Wushuang also wanted to understand. I am afraid that this Chiang Shijun knows that it is impossible to escape today and is doomed to fall, then it is better to let his fall to exchange some chips and die. More valuable. He groaned for a moment or two. Jian Wushuang looked at the Chiang god, and replied slightly, Yes. Hearing this, Chiang Shinjun was relieved, but glanced at Jian Wushuang gratefully. Thank you. Then, the Chiang monarch turned his head suddenly, looking at the many descendants of the sorrowful people in the imperial city of Chiang. Chuanin scolded. Remember, this place is falling behind today. You must act in a low-key manner, be safe and secure yourself, withdraw from the depths of the universe, practice well, you must not mention a word of revenge. You guys understand? The voice of the Chiang gods, like a bang and drink, exploded in the minds of every descendant. These grandchildren heard the words, and immediately realized that the death of the Chiang had been settled. No, no! Chiang Shinjun no longer cares about them, but looks at Xiang Jianwushuang, grinning with a grin. Sword unparalleled, remember your promise, let them go! The reason that I planted on the day, I taste the fruit today. In Chiang go too! Huh! He stretched out his hand and patted his brow with one palm. Chapter 44:29 One sword to banish the mortal world. The void was deathly silent. Only the strong wind continued to reverberate. The spectators who had already retreated far away looked at this scene in a daze and felt chills all over their bodies. Great Sun Prince was dead. The King of Day was dead. Even Supreme Jade Cauldron, who was a half-step unrivaled supreme and had an all-powerful cultivation base in the universe, had been killed by Jian Wushuang. No words could describe the shock in their hearts. Originally, it was already shocking enough that Jian Wushuang had killed a supreme when he was an ultimate ruler. Now, Jian Wushuang, who was a beginner supreme, had killed a half-step unparalleled supreme. This was too shocking. Such a thing had never happened in the universe. Whether it was the number one genius from 100,000 chaos cycles ago, the east boundary, or the ninth Kulpa king, who had been regarded as a monstrous genius, none of them could compare to the current Jian Wushuang. Jade, it seems like the universe is really going to change. An elementary level supreme killed a half-step unrivaled supreme. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Number 1 heaven's favorite of all time. From now on, the entire universe will remember one name, Jian Wushuang. Legendary. Jian Wushuang is a legend. From today on, there will be one more person at the peak of the universe, and that is Jian Wushuang. If the invincible ruler doesn't show up, I'm afraid Jian Wushuang will be able to sweep across the universe. Countless people spoke. At that moment, they looked at Jian Wushuang in black with deep adoration and fanaticism in their eyes. There were even female cultivators who were dazzled and seeing stars. If it were not for the rumors in the universe that Jian Wushuang had already married, they would have rushed forward on the spot and become his wife and concubine. No one present was an idiot. Jian Wushuang was powerful and had amazing talent. No one dared to say how amazing Jian Wushuang's future achievements would be. If not for the fact that Jian Wushuang's enemies, such as the Dragon Clan and Cosmos Temple, many people in the universe would have wanted to get close to Jian Wushuang and form a good relationship. But now, after Jian Wushuang had killed the half-unrivaled Supreme Jade Cauldron, these people suddenly became bold and fearless. Humph! Jian Wushuang has only cultivated for 700,000 years, but he already has the strength to kill a half-step unparalleled Supreme. If Jian Wushuang is allowed to cultivate for another 700,000 years, the Dragon Clan may not be his match. The Dragon race has lived in peace for too long, and they've been arrogant for too long. It's time for someone to teach them that they're no longer universe masters. The Dragon Clan sounds powerful, but it's just that. A few second-generation Dragon Clans who have been struggling to survive can only rely on sleeping to keep their lives. The remaining third-generation Dragon Clans may be powerful, but when Jian Wushuang grows up completely, he might have a chance to overthrow them. I'm certain that this universe will belong to Jian Wushuang after 10,000 chaos cycles. Countless people's eyes were burning as they spoke with determination. Then, they looked at each other and walked toward Jian Wushuang, intending to form a good relationship with him. Among them, there was a concierge who came to the ancestor-worshipping ceremony. He ran quickly as he was afraid that Jian Wushuang would vent his anger on them. He quickly tried to explain. Supreme Peerless, I'm Supreme Golden Saber of the Limitless Divine Sect. I've come to greet you, Supreme Wushuang. I'm the Island Master of 5 Turtle Island. I'm here to apologize to you. My participation in the Great Sun God's ancestral worship ceremony is because my ancestor is an old friend of his. All of a sudden, all kinds of fawning voices were heard. These people were all experts above middle Supreme Master level. However, they were all flattering Jian Wushuang and dared not show any disrespect. If this scene fell into the eyes of an uninformed person, it would definitely make one's eyes pop out. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm. These people were just grass on the wall that swayed with the wind. Fortunately, he had won today. If he had lost, these people would definitely have spat at him in disdain after he was killed by Supreme Jade Cauldron and the others. Jian Wushuang didn't pay much attention to them. He extended his right hand and the interspatial rings of Emperor God of the Great Sun and Supreme Jade Cauldron flew toward him. After grabbing the interspatial ring, Jian Wushuang used his divine power to scan the inside of the ring, and he could not help but be moved. The wealth in their interspatial rings was simply terrifying. Even before the Supreme Lightning Tribulation had begun, and he had many supreme treasures to self-destruct, he was far inferior to these two. These two people must have stolen many opportunities from others because of their powerful cultivation. Jian Wushuang snorted and shook his head. He put away the 2 interspatial rings and turned to the Great Sun Divine Kingdom. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang turned into a sword light and crossed the sky like a shooting star. He then fell into the Great Sun Divine Kingdom. Within Great Sun Divine Kingdom, many people who had not rushed out of the starry sky to watch, as well as the royal descendants who had stayed behind to guard the Great Sun Divine Kingdom, were discussing. They looked relaxed and even had the time to drink tea. It seemed like they were not worried that the King of Day and the others would lose. Queen, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor and the others haven't returned after such a long time. Could something have happened to them? A guard from the Great Sun Divine Kingdom said with worry in his eyes. The Queen was a beautiful woman. She put down her teacup and said casually, Jian Wushuang is only a beginner supreme. How can he be your Majesty's opponent? Moreover, with the help of Supreme Jade Cauldron, Jian Wushuang will be executed no matter how powerful he is. The guard couldn't help but hesitate for a moment before saying, Queen, for safety's sake, I think we should go and take a look. Hearing this, Great Sun Queen frowned and was about to reprimand him. At this moment, accompanied by a loud rumble, a deep voice exploded like thunder and rolled down. The King of Day is dead. The other members of the Great Sun royal family are also guilty. Although they are not dead, their cultivation should be cut off as a warning to the others. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure condensed in the void. In an instant, countless descendants of the Great Sun Heavenly King's royal family were scared out of their wits. They couldn't believe it. The King of Day's face turned pale instantly. How is this possible? How could His Majesty be defeated? Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, and his black hair was flying in the air. He stood proudly in the void. He looked down at Great Sun Divine Kingdom, shook his head, and slashed down with his sword. This sword will strip you of your cultivation! Boom! In an instant, the sword did not seem to cause any damage. It did not even move a blade of grass. Instead, it directly cut into everyone who had the bloodline of the King of Day. This sword move was a variant of the Eternal Night Sword move. It had the power to strip everything. It was a small superpower that Jian Wushuang had derived after he had comprehended the sword essence of Taro Supreme. Arg! My cultivation! What's going on? Why is my cultivation level declining? Don't! In an instant, the King of Day Imperial Palace was filled with screams. Countless people could feel their cultivation levels rapidly declining, and their faces were filled with extreme shock. The people who had come with Jian Wushuang noticed this scene and shivered all over. One sword to cut off his cultivation. What kind of supernatural method was this? One must know that there were nearly 10,000 people in the Great Sun royal family. Jian Wushuang looked at them indifferently, and slashed out 4 sword lights again. The 4 sword radiances shot up into the sky and then hid in the void. From today on, for the next 90 million years, no one from the King of Day royal family is allowed to step out of the King of Day palace. The King of Day Imperial Palace has been sealed for tens of millions of years. Buzz! The 4 sword radiances hidden in the void turned their tips and would kill anyone who dared to step out of the Great Sun Imperial Palace. In an instant, countless Great Sun royal family members' faces turned ashen. Jian Wushuang did not say anything more. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of light. Chapter 44:30. Inside the universe starry sky. Wu Jianshou piloted the spacecraft and kept moving forward. He sat cross-legged in the space capsule, frosty between his eyebrows. Extreme! This person is definitely one of Jian Wushuang's most wanted to kill. If you say that the Lord of the Blood Temple, the Emperor of the Sun, the Emperor of the Red Sun, and others are only accomplices, then the Supreme Master of Bingyu is the culprit. White Tiger Supreme is forced to explode by being forced by Bingyu Supreme. The feud between him and Bingyu Supreme is not shared. I do and know how many times Bingyu Supreme led his team to hang him, such as the one in the wild wilderness. If it wasn't for the white-haired ancestors, I'm afraid it would be dead at that time. There is an earlier Shinkong ancient road, and the prisoner dragon is the Bingyu Supreme sent to kill his sword Wushuang. If this is not the case, his sword Wushuang will not gradually face the dragon. Of course, sword Wushuang has no regrets and no fear, but his heart hates Bingyu for his supremacy. Waiting to kill me in Taishu Temple? Wu Jianshou sneered. This word was issued by Bingyu Supreme to the entire universe. He also heard the words similar to the war books. This made him kill Bingyu Supreme, and suddenly took him to another level. Even to this day, this Bingyu will never die. Very good, my sword is unparalleled to see. How do you cut me? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and flashed a sigh of coldness. I was inside the temple of the virtual god. Su Bingyu sat on the throne with a sneer on the corner of his mouth and rubbed a blue magic sword blade in his hand. This sword, the name of God. At that time in the wild wilderness of the universe, he strangled Jian Wushuang, but was killed halfway by the patriarch's ancestors to save them. His saber, the ice sword with the same name as him, was even inched by the patriarch's ancestors. Swallow. And this sword named, he later spent a large price to buy from an invincible supreme, in terms of power is not inferior to the original ice dagger, or even stronger. Sword is unparalleled, take you and sacrifice this sword. Huh! Bing Extreme turned over with his right hand, pointed his sword at the void outside the temple, capturing the hunting chill. Don't wait for this seat to break through the invincible supreme, otherwise any life shrine, any hegemonic ancestor, you must die for this seat. He chuckled in his heart, and was equally worried about the overlord ancestor who destroyed his magic sword and blasted him with a punch. Come here. After a short while, he put away the Excalibur and called out. Da-da-da. Suddenly, a disciple of the Taishu temple stepped in and congratulated. I ask you, where's Sword Warrior now, what's abnormal? The disciple was lying on the ground and heard the words and said, Told the Lord Emperor, Jian Wushuang is rushing to Taishu temple quickly, and there is nothing unusual. Ah, that's good. Bing nodded supremely and sneered softly. Swords warriors, so eager to find dead people, this seat is the first time in the universe to see. Wu Jianshou drove the cosmic boat, and approached the temple of Taishu continuously. Along the way, he didn't have any intention of covering his breath, so everywhere he went, there was a burst of exclaim. You see, this and this breath is sword unparalleled. The goal of Jian Wushuang, it really is the temple of two virtual. Well, Bingyu Supreme is not a bad stubble, this battle looks good. Jian Wushuang is strong, but Bingyu Supreme is also a hard bone. The half-step invincible Supreme who died in the hand of Bingyan Supreme is more. It is really hard to say if Jian Wushuang can take down this hard bone. Jian Wushuang's own creation. If Rujian Wushuang can kill, pay attention to killing the Ice Cricket Supreme, then Jian Wushuang can almost be determined. Now he is the first person below the Supreme Master. Walk around, this battle is nothing short of ancient and ancient. It is rare and must not be missed. Hurry to Taishu Temple, it's lively this time. I heard that all the major forces have all sent people to watch the war. Once Jian Wushuang really wins, they will hold Jian Wushuang as the new king. Countless people's eyes are eager and open to discuss. Afterwards, they all drove Shiguang and swept away towards the Taishu Temple. Among them, there are representatives sent by the major forces, who have brought the Xuanhuang mirror, intending to record all the details of this battle. Even the three masters and apprentices who were saved by Jian Wushuang in the Terra ruins today came to cheer for Jian Wushuang from the extremely distant wilderness. There are also Emperor Jinwu, the leader of Shaking Mountain, the Lord of Stardust, etc., one after another who has no origin with swords. This battle is highly anticipated. After 3 months, Wu Jian Wushuang arrived at the star field where the Taishu Temple was located. The puppet star field is already full of countless people watching from all directions, and the flag is rolling like waves. Wu Jianshou stopped the spacecraft and stepped out of the cabin. There was a loud noise in my ears, and many familiar faces. Master Bloodsword, come on! How Emperor dominated his face excitedly, shouting from a distance. Bloodsword, you will win! The water which dominated the three, and his face turned red, crowded at the outermost part of the crowd, and waved the flag to cheer. Sword does not abandon your lord, be careful! Stardust, who was already alone, dominated, and clenched his fists. Wu Jianshou looked for a moment, glanced over the familiar faces, and then smiled. Rest assured. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded toward them, then turned to look at the central position of Taishu Starfield, the suspended Taishu Temple, taking a deep breath. This sucking, like a whale sucking water, all the powerful wind energy around you into your mouth. Next moment, he opened his mouth to make a sound, as if the sound of a thunder blasted, rolled down, shocked for 9 days and 10 places. Bingao, haven't you come to death yet? Boom! As soon as this remark came down, the miles of the sky were shaken by the earthquake, like a tsunami. Swords matchless, you it today! Immediately, a cold voice came out of the center of the Taishu Temple, and the rolling sound of the sword warriors was completely defeated. Huh! A white streamer burst out and landed 10 feet in front of Jian Wushuang. The streamer shattered, revealing the supreme figure of the moraine. Sword unparalleled, only one of you and me today can walk out of this star field alive. Bing stood with supreme negative hands and frowned. Just what I want. The sword flickered in the eyes of Wu Jian, holding the Taro Excalibur in his right hand, and pulled it out of the scabbard an inch. A magnificent sword pressure came to the audience instantly. Come on! Su Bingji snorted extremely coldly, turned his right hand over, his body was scarlet, and the evil spirit reached the extreme sword condensed in his hands. There is no nonsense in between. The two powerful auras, as if forming a substance, continued to squeeze in the void collision, setting off a horrible void storm. When everyone watched the battle, their eyes were stunned. They know. This battle of ancient times is about to begin. Chapter 44:31 Committing suicide at the same time. Just as Jian Wushuang was steering universe boat toward the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom, many gazes within the universe were also focused on the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom. Through the previous 2 crusades, they finally understood that Jian Wushuang's targets grew from weak to strong. For example, the Blood Sky Hall Master, who had died first, was the weakest of the 6 forces that had killed Jian Wushuang. He had the weakest foundation and was only a top supreme. As for the remaining 5 forces, apart from the King of Day, who had already died, the weakest of them had already reached the half-step unparalleled supreme level. The Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom is finished. Countless people shook their heads. Within the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom. Father, what should we do now? Your Majesty, say something! The Imperial Palace was in chaos. Countless commanders and ministers of the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom, including Scarlet Sun Demon Master's descendants, looked at Scarlet Sun Demon Master on the throne in despair. The news that Jian Wushuang had killed the Emperor God of Sun and Supreme Jade Cauldron was like a bolt of lightning that struck everyone in the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom. Even the Supreme King of the Great Sun and Supreme Jade Cauldron had died. What could the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom do to resist? At that moment, endless regret welled up in the hearts of countless people in the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom. Why? Why did he have to provoke Jian Wushuang? All right, stop quarreling! Scarlet Sun Demon Master's face was square, and his entire person was filled with a sense of authority. He slammed the armrest of his throne and glanced coldly at the people in the hall who were trembling like quails because of Jian Wushuang's name. He snorted and said, Back then, when I was going to flatten the Divine Life Palace and kill Jian Wushuang, you were the ones who made the most noise. You wanted to get a share of the loot after I flattened the Divine Life Palace. Now, Jian Wushuang is powerful. He hasn't even arrived yet, but you're all so scared that you're all in danger. It's really embarrassing. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally chaotic hall immediately returned to silence. Everyone present lowered their heads, not King of Day to look at the Scarlet Sun Demon Master. How could they have imagined that Jian Wushuang, who was only at the ruler realm, would have the cultivation to kill a half-step unparalleled supreme with a leap? Alright, let's all calm down. Since Jian Wushuang is here, he'll naturally find a way to solve it. The Scarlet Sun Demon Master took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Report. At this moment, a divine general rushed in from outside the hall and entered it. Your Majesty, Jian Wushuang is less than 3 star areas away from the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom. He will arrive within the next few days. The Divine General raised his head and looked at the Scarlet Sun Demon Master with a terrified expression. It's so fast? The Scarlet Sun Demon Master's pupils shrank, and his expression changed slightly. Then, he stood up and looked at the people in the hall. He said coldly, "You guys stay here. I will bear all the punishment for Jian Wushuang." As soon as he finished speaking, the Scarlet Sun Demon Master stood up and walked out of the Imperial Palace under the complicated gazes of everyone in the hall. Before he could walk out of the palace, a deep and cold voice exploded in the sky above the entire Yunwu city. "Jian Wushuang from the Divine Life Palace is here to pay a visit to the Scarlet Sun Divine Kingdom." His words were like a bombshell in the Great Sun Divine Kingdom. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled like screaming chaff. He's here, he's here. Jian Wushuang is here." The Scarlet Sun Demon Master's eyes also lost color for a moment before he regained his calm. He took a step and landed on the city wall of the Scarlet Sun Royal City. After all, he was the man who stood at the peak of the universe. He had been a hero for a long time and had long been used to the ups and downs of the waves. Although Jian Wushuang was strong, he was not so strong that he would be afraid of him. "Jian Wushuang, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Scarlet Sun Demon Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a complicated gaze and said in a deep voice. He didn't call me by name anymore, which meant that he regarded Jian Wushuang as an equal. "Oh?" Jian Wushuang came over with his black clothes fluttering in the wind. He squinted his eyes and asked, "You've been waiting for me for a long time?" The Scarlet Sun Demon Master nodded and replied, "Jian Wushuang, in this world, only the strong are respected. Back then, you were weak, so I bullied you. I was following the way of heaven. But now, you are stronger than me. Even if you come to me, I have nothing to say. I am willing to accept my punishment." "Hee, you're quite frank." Jian Wushuang looked at him with a faint smile. Seeing that Jian Wushuang didn't express his opinion, Scarlet Sun Demon Master seemed to be struggling. He gritted his teeth and said, "Jian Wushuang, no matter how angry and murderous you are, I, Scarlet Sun, will bear it alone. Let my descendant go, and leave some leeway." After that, he saw that Jian Wushuang did not speak, so he took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision, and said again, "Jian Wushuang, as long as you don't vent your anger on my descendants and strip them of their cultivation, I am willing to commit suicide." As soon as he finished speaking, the people of Scarlet Sun who were watching the scene in the Imperial Palace held their breaths. They had never expected that the Scarlet Sun Demon Master would be willing to commit suicide for their sake. Even Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows slightly. On the path of cultivation, the further one cultivated, the more selfish and emotionless one would become. As long as one could cultivate the great Tao, an ordinary person could even cut off their parents and Tao companions to verify their Tao, let alone blood and kinship. There were very few people like the Scarlet Sun Demon Master who were willing to sacrifice themselves in order to preserve their bloodline. However, Jian Wushuang quickly understood. The Scarlet Sun Demon Master probably knew that he would not be able to escape today and was destined to die. In that case, it would be better to exchange his death for some bargaining chips, so that his death would be more valuable. After a moment of silence, Jian Wushuang looked at Scarlet Sun Demon Master and replied indifferently, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Scarlet Sun Demon Master heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Jian Wushuang with gratitude. "Many thanks." Then, the Scarlet Sun Demon Master turned his head and looked at his descendants and clansmen in the Imperial City who had long been in grief. He rebuked, "Remember, after I die today, you must keep a low profile, behave yourselves, and leave the depths of the universe. Cultivate well, and don't mention anything about revenge. Do you all understand?" The Scarlet Sun Demon Master's voice was like a blow to the head, exploding in the minds of every descendant and clansman. When these descendants heard this, they immediately understood that the Scarlet Sun Demon Master had already decided to die and was leaving behind his funeral arrangements. The burly man couldn't help but say, "No, no! Scarlet Sun Demon Master didn't care about them anymore. Instead, he looked at Jian Wushuang and laughed bitterly. Jian Wushuang, remember your promise and let them go. They'll taste the consequences of the seed I planted that day. I, Scarlet Sun, will go. Bang! He stretched out his hand and hit his forehead. Chapter 44-32. Jian Wushuang's eyes closed slightly, Baixiang solemn. The tailored Excalibur in his hand, as thin as smoke and sand, began to dissipate from the point of the sword. A feeling of palpitation suddenly amplified in everyone's heart. Good coercion! It will change! Rewind! Instantly, the audience members who had already retreated far away retreated backwards and opened the distance. Oh! Sun Bingxuan's eyes, which originally had no waves in the ancient well, narrowed for the first time, revealing a slight shock. Huh! The land under Wu Jianhua's feet began to collapse rapidly around him. A crater is constantly spreading out at a very fast speed, like a cosmic black hole that swallows everything silently and silently. Huge gravitational force is transmitted from the center of the vortex of the pit, and it continuously swallows all kinds of energy in the starry sky. All quietly next, it turns into nothingness. Even the sun that hangs high in the sky, and the dazzling Milky Way across the sky hundreds of millions of miles, is driven by this gravitational force, rolls in, and then falls into a giant pit. A sword at dusk, the gods at dusk. Huh! The ice mask, who was standing above the void and was constantly thinking about it, was suddenly pulled by a big hand, and was dragged into the pit instantly. Suddenly, the hearts of everyone watching the game shivered. In the face of this move, how can everyone not know that the original Yuding Supreme was dragged into the pit of the dusk, and then he lost his initiative? Without the power of World War I, he could only be used by the power of the pit of the dusk. Continued to pass away, and finally was executed by Jian Wushuang's 4 seasons swordsmanship. Immediately, the strong face of the Taishu temple shouted sharply, "Sword unparalleled! Let our God Emperor come out! Yes! Otherwise, don't blame me for waiting!" Wu Jianwushuang heard the words, glanced at them scornfully, and sneered. "It's up to you." Huh! The words fell. Jian Wushuang stretched out his fingers and bowed a little, and suddenly a sharp sword blasted out from his fingertips, hitting the shouting loudest elementary supreme strong. Huh! Suddenly this sword gas passed through the eyebrow of that elementary supreme Powerman. The sharp sword intention crushed every inch of the god's power in this person's body. You! Instantly, this elementary supreme Powerman, before he said a word, collapsed his body and destroyed him. Instant seconds. Suddenly, the other powerful men in the Taishu temple shrank their pupils and dared to reach out, and tremblingly pointed at Jian Wushuang, but they did not dare to say a word. After finished all of this, Jian Wushuang turned his head, looked indifferently to the extreme icy supreme, and slowly extended his hand forward to grab the void. Buried! Boom! Suddenly, the pit at dusk turned on, and a powerful horror reached the extreme majestic strength, squeezing and colliding towards the ice mass supreme. Under this tremendous force of squeezing and collision, even though he is as strong as ice cricket, his body is shaking, and there is a little flush on both sides of his cheek. Next moment. Sword unparalleled, this trick is okay against others, but you can't trap me. Bing Extreme sits cross-legged, takes a deep breath, and then sighs coldly. Supernatural power, frozen world. Click. With this sentence falling down, the cold mang on Bingyu Supreme's sword, and a piercing chill permeated by the naked eye pervaded, but the energy of the direct void was frozen. In the void, suddenly ice. For a short period of time, the ice dipper is sucked in the center, and the twilight pits that are squeezed continuously are frozen and frozen, just like egg shells. Bing stood up, a cruel arc evoked in the corner of his mouth. Supernatural power, skywing of ice. Broken! In an instant, Bingyu Supreme stepped on his feet and shot out of the dusky pit that was so deep that it rose into the sky. Beneath his feet, it was frozen into a glacier-like dusk pit, and suddenly collapsed and shattered, like a heavenly girl scattered flowers, forming a rolling avalanche and scattered around. It's not hard to see that with this hand alone, Binyu Supreme is better than that. Supernatural powers, mirror flowers and water moon. Bing's Supreme reopened. Tirit. Sword of God in his hand waved down, time, starting from him, just like copy and paste, there were thousands of ice cream supreme like him. Sword unparalleled, let's die. The next moment, the words were sent out from the mouth of these thousands of ice cream supremacy, forming a terrifying sound wave, as if the gods opened their mouths and lowered their reproofs, making them deafening. Kill! Huh! Then, the thousands of Ice Dipper Supreme stepped at the same time, holding a sword to kill from all sides. For a moment, the dreadful sword energy was as suffocating as the billowing waves. Is that so? Jian's eyes narrowed, and he didn't dare to magnify his heart. He tried to spread his divine power and feel the thousands of Moraine Supremes, which one is the real body, but he couldn't help discovering them. Each of these Moraine Supremes, whether it is the strength of the divine power or the vitality of the breath, is all exactly the same. Unable to help, Jian Wushuang frowned. In the distance, the spectators watched the scene with scorching eyes. There is an old strong man who knows the Supreme Binyu, and he suddenly said, Bingao Supreme's trick is different from those inferior avatars. It looks like a lot, but it has been defeated. In this trick, there is a full blow from Bingao Supreme in every fake. Absolutely cannot be underestimated. Ah? Then these tens of thousands of Binyu Supreme avatars, isn't that Binyu Supreme tens of thousands of full blows and use them at the same time? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Yes. The veteran strong eye that had spoken before Flicker nodded. This is not the most troublesome. The most troublesome thing is that the true Moraine Supreme is still hidden in it. Once Jian Wushuang is tired of coping, when his power is exhausted or his mind is exhausted, he will give Jian Wushuang a real fatal blow at any time. Prevention is inevitable. Avoid inevitable. When this remark came to an end, all the people watching each other looked at each other. Some said unbelievably, Well, that doesn't mean that Jian Wushuang will die. The veteran strong nodded his head and shook his head and said, There is no absolute thing. If Jian Wushuang has any tricks and can kill these tens of thousands of clones at the same time, then this technique will be broken naturally. As soon as this remark came to an end, instead of having a happy face, everyone's face sank. These avatars of Binyu Supreme are not those low-level avatars that are merely flower racks condensed with divine power, but each avatar contains the full power of Binyu Supreme, and if the sword Wushuang wants to destroy it at the same time if there are thousands of avatars, it means Jian Wushuang, and it will have the power to hit the Ice Mastiff with extreme strength. How easy is it? Suddenly, those who are no match for the sword, such as Hao Ember, Jiu Xing Zi, Water Witch Master, apprentices, and Star Master, all clenched their fists tightly, and a heart reached his throat. At this moment, countless people were silent. Wu Jianso has fallen into danger. Chapter 44-33. Huh! At this moment, hundreds of thousands of Ice Moth Supreme virtual shadows are flying away, killing the sword unparalleled. Wu Jianshuang's face sank, his eyes flashed with dignity, and he did not dare to have the slightest intention, and directly opened the strongest state of Chaos Ba. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's pair of purple and gold eyes soared, and the eyebrow, Chuan, became more and more prominent. On his body, a series of crisscross ancient patterns appeared. Broken! Wu Jianshuang yelled loudly, raised his fist and blasted towards one of the Ice Moth Supreme virtual shadows, and the majestic strength fell like a waterfall. Huh! Suddenly, the sky was shaking. That virtual shadow shattered one after another, and Jian Wushuang was also shaken, his face pale and uncertain. He didn't allow him to rest for a while, and the second ghost had already hit him. Chi Jian Wushuang had to sideways avoid. After half a column of incense, Wing Jian Wushuang gasped slightly, with a few more scars on his body, looking at the still overlapping ice mastiff, the supreme shadow, and his thoughts flashed. I say and go on like this. Although each of these ghost images is not strong, and only contains the blow of the supreme ice cream, there are too many ghost images. If you continue to fight like this, I'm afraid I will be dragged to death here. I took a deep breath, and Jian Wuxuang did not hesitate again, and said lightly, Torah Sword Code 4 Style 4 Seasons. Hull dash. As soon as this remark came to an end, within a square of a circle centered around Jian Wuxuang, it turned into long winter. Countless snowfalls, and shoots at that ice supreme virtual shadow. This is not over yet, Jian Wuxuang yelled again. Talented, amazing life! Talent of magic, primitive universe! Boom! Suddenly, two extremely powerful amounts of repression came to the world again. This world is completely controlled by Jian Wuxuang. I saw the icy wind and snow transformed by the 4 seasons sword gas. Under the blessing of the primitive universe and the shock of life, the power suddenly rose again. The wind screamed, with Mori Han's murderous power, fell on every path of the ice mass supreme. On the ghost card. Suddenly, the thousands of icy phantoms froze, and the action of attacking and killing the sword unparalleled became sluggish. This is? The ice mastiff, who was hidden among thousands of people, suddenly changed his face slightly. He also felt the strong force of ice cold. Under this ice cold power, even his movements became a little slow. It is rumored that Taylor Supreme has left a total of 5 peerless methods to suppress the universe. This move should be one of Taylor Supreme's 5 masterpieces. 4 seasons sword energy. The thoughts of Bing Binx's eyes were quickly considered, and the contempt for Jian Wuxuang in his heart gradually disappeared and turned into dignity. 4 seasons turn. Jian Wuxuang quickly drew his hands and drank again. Suddenly, the severe cold snow disappeared, and a spring thunder blew out of nowhere. Then countless drizzles fell from the sky. This drizzle directly covered the entire Taishu star field. There was doubt in the eyes of a strong man in Taishu Temple, and he reached for a drop of raindrops. Instantly, this raindrop pierced his entire palm. Not good! This is sword spirit! Rewind! Suddenly, the man shouted in surprise. Then, the ice mastiff supreme virtual shadow, which was slightly frozen by the midwinter sword air, was dripped by this overwhelming raindrop, and it suddenly seemed to be cut open by a sword, making a bang, and then it broke apart. For a while, the dense raindrops dripped, like playing a lute in the universe, with small chords like whispers, noisy and miscellaneous bullets, and big beads and beads falling on the jade plate. Where is this spring rain? Obviously a disaster. Just a few breaths. Thousands of ice mastiff supreme virtual shadows crumbled under the dense raindrops, leaving only the true ice mass supreme, constantly flying in the void, while avoiding sword air raindrops, while wielding a sword to resist. Dang 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 dang. The dense raindrops shot directly on the ice cream's supreme sword of God, and a sudden sound of iron nails hit the steel plate suddenly. The fine sweat beads swelled from the extreme forehead of Bing Bing, and the pair of ice crystal wings behind him kept waving, and they swept away thousands of feet under one wave. Although he responded to the Wolverine, it did not pose much threat to him. Bin Gao, it seems your strength is just that. Wu Jianwuxuang's expression was indifferent, with 5 fingers and one sneer. 4 seasons turn again. Boom! Suddenly, with the sword Wuxuang's voice falling, the spring rain disappeared, and a blistering day climbed into the stars. There was a rush of heat waves, baking the earth, and the extremely high temperature was enough to bake a supreme adult. Bing Extreme, who was still a little loose, raised it again and looked at the fiery red sun. Walking in the middle of the huge sun, Jian Wuxuang stepped into the void, black hair fluttered, and he looked down at the earth. Swordsmanship, his. If it weren't for today, I wouldn't have imagined that this magical power would have evolved from sword energy. Yu Ding Supreme is dead in this trick. I don't know if Bing Ling Supreme can survive. The strength of the sword unparalleled, terrible. the crowd watching from a distance exclaimed. Although they are far away from the sword Wushuang, the powerful surging energy, like the brightest star in the universe, makes them dazzled and convinced. Stop it! Yan Jianhui's eyes flashed sharply, and he waved toward Bingyu with respect. Time! The round of fiery red sun behind Jianhui's body, rumblingly rolled, crushed away towards the supreme Bingyu. This trick is currently the most powerful attack of Jian Wushuang attack power. Sword warriors! Wu Bingyu looked at this rolling, as if the fiery red sun that was dying out of the world, and was instantly furious. Supernatural powers! Ice swing protection! Bing extremely opened his mouth and growled. The next moment, I saw the wings that were inserted into his back and formed by the innumerable ice crystals, soared again, and finally, like the same pair of arms, he enveloped the supreme body of the ice moraine, forming an ice shell-like ice cover. Huh! The fiery red sun hit the mask formed by the icy supreme wings, and suddenly made a loud roar that could not be described in any words. This roar is like the anger of thunder, open mouth, shaking the world, and deafening. All the sounds are drowned in this huge roar. Countless people watching the war in the distance covered their ears, expression of pain. Even more people who are low profile will be killed directly by this roar. A wave of shock waves swept past, crushing the numerous temples in the Taishu Temple under the stars directly into powder. This roar lasted for 3 full breaths before it gradually became weak and then disappeared. A huge cloud of mushrooms rose up from the place where Jian Wushuang and Bingyu played against each other, covering all directions. Chapter 44-34. Moraine Supreme fell? At this moment, countless spectators who have recovered have all stared at the place shrouded by that huge mushroom cloud. The sight of was blocked by the mushroom cloud, heavy haze. Even if they exerted their divine power, they could not see through it, and there was a quiet peace inside, without any sound of the Moraine Supreme. Master Bloodsword must have won. The leader is invincible. It is too strong not to abandon your excellency. Seeing this, the master of Hao Ember and others all couldn't help showing joy and shook his fists heavily. Other watchers are holding their breaths and are afraid to blink. Extreme. Has it fallen? 9 days in the void. Yan Jian Wushuang looked down at the place where the former Bingyu Supreme was, and there was no joy on everyone's face, but his brows gradually frowned. In the monstrous mushroom cloud, he did not feel the supreme breath of the ice mast. As usual, the general breath returned to nothingness, which means that this life machine has disappeared and has fallen. But somehow, Jian Wushuang not only did not feel any relaxation, but he felt a great terror between life and death. His entire body, as if stared at by an ancient and wild monster, was covered with sweat. At this moment, a dull sound of beating heartbeat rang in the mushroom cloud, as if someone sang the drums of Gu Tianting. Ha! 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 This voice is getting louder and louder. At last! Roar! The thick mushroom cloud shrouded in thousands of miles was ripped apart. Extreme stride out. Suddenly his robe was torn, his hair was loose, and blood was flowing between his eyebrows. Even the wide wings condensed from ice crystals on the back were blown up. However, he was full of an extremely dangerous and violent breath. Frost froze on his blood-stained face, as if wearing a mask, condensing half of his face. Sword unparalleled, you can push this seat to this point, this seat has to say, underestimated you. Bing Extreme voice is hoarse, unlike humans, as if there are 2 iron pieces rubbing in his throat. It's just a pity that you killed Yuding with this trick, but you can't kill me. Qi Jian Wushuang didn't answer. Tai Luo Excalibur silently gathered in his hands, and his vigilance was raised to the extreme. Far away, Hao Ember, who had already begun to cheer, dominated the others, and the smile on his face gradually solidified. Isn't this dead? Bingao Supreme is worthy of being the strongest in the half-step Invincible Supreme. Where is it so easy to fall? Jian Wushuang, there is trouble. And others sighed. Okay, sword unparalleled, this is the end of the game. Soon Bing Xian raised his head to look at Jian Wushuang. The corner of his mouth evoked a weird arc next moment. Supernatural power! I am the Emperor! Boom! Suddenly, the Bingyu Supreme body skyrocketed steadily, and the whole person swelled up like an inflatable. 100,000 feet. For a short period of time, Bingyu Supreme Demon stood up and turned into a giant ice giant. The atmosphere of his whole person changed, as if heaven and earth had crowned him, and an emperor crown appeared on his head. He was covered with thick ice crystals all over his skin, as if wearing a heavy armor. He held in his hands a handle made of ice crystals, and a huge ice sword condensed in his hands. He holds the ice sword in his hand, as if holding an iceberg in his hand. At his feet, the sword unparalleled was as small as a cricket ant. Suddenly, countless people were horrified and startled. What magic power is this? I can feel that the current Bingyu Supreme is at least 10 times stronger than just now. No wonder the previous Emperor Taishu was willing to hand over the position to Bingyu Supreme and leave with confidence. It turned out that Bingyu Supreme hid such a killer. Before, I also said that Bingyu Supreme declared the universe, and said that it would be too conceited to kill Sword Unparalleled here. Now it seems that where is this conceit? Obviously I have absolute confidence. And how Ember dominated the others, even more upset. Why, how could this be? Boom! Instantly, Bingyu moved. This move, he stepped on the ground directly, stepped tens of thousands of feet away, and stepped down towards the Sword Unparalleled. Sword warriors, the magical power of this seat is far from what you can imagine. Bing Extreme laughed lowly, revealing a sense of madness. Beneath this foot, the whole world seems to be under pressure, and every inch collapses. Qi Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and channeled. Dawn! Cut! Huh! Wu Jianso again turned into Breaking Dawn Jianmong. Yu Jian left, and stabbed on the calf supreme calf fiercely. This sword can cut off the gods. Ding! Countless ice crystals splash, but it is even the layer of ice crystals on the skin of Bingyu Supreme, which cannot be pierced. Cut star! Qi Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to forgive, and the nearly 10,000 forest blue swordsmen gathered in his hands and chopped again. However, no, it's still useless. Everything is useless. Shock the tree, ridiculous. Soon Bingji shook his head with a scornful smile and swept his giant foot at will, directly throwing the sword masterpiece of magical powers, slamming it into the air. Huh! Wu Jianshuang flew out of his body, and a spit of blood was spit out by him. Come again! Wu Jian's eyes are so wary, his body is full of golden light, and the royal sword is heading towards Bingyu Supreme again. Taro's sword code 4th style 4 seasons. In the void, the heavenly sword gasified into spring rain and came to the world. However, before it was still invincible, the 4 seasons of sword energy was destroyed, but it could only cut off the ice crystals on the top of Bingyu, causing no trace of injury. Stupid struggle. Bing Extreme smiled slightly, and stretched out the ice sword to cut it severely. Instantly, the whole world was filled with this sword. The gigantic air machine makes the universe boil, as if to reopen chaos and create a new world. 4 seasons sword chi is crushed directly. Boom! Then, this sword fell on Jian Wushuang and blasted it. Under this sword, even if Jian Wushuang has a chaotic domineering body, it will collapse. Sword is unparalleled. It is not only you who is a genius in the world, nor is it only one person who possesses supernatural powers. Extremely raised the corners of his mouth. The magical powers of this seat have been cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and you can't catch up, can you understand? After a few breaths, Sword Wusho deity reorganized. He took a deep breath, stood up from the ground, and looked at the Ice Cream Supreme who was holding a winning ticket. His expression suddenly calmed down. Bing Gao, do you really win yourself? After hearing the words, Bing Xian browsed slightly, and looked at Xiang Wushuang with an interest, and said, Oh? Jian Wushuang, what other means do you have to make use of it? This one is 1 by 1. It is good. I answered him with Jian Wushuang's calm voice. Next moment, Wu Jianshou opened his hands, closed his eyes, and hugs the world. He had black hair and gradually floated. A quiet, slow voice, word by word, came out of his mouth. Taro Sword Code 5th Style Taro. Chapter 4435. Jian Wushuang. Are you going to lose? Jiu Hao Emperor dominated the others, looking up at the trembling in the void, and constantly being stunned by the Ice Sword Supreme Master Fei Shuang. His heart was cold. The others are silent, and have complex expressions. After a long while, they just sighed. Jian Wushuang is of course strong, every magical power can be called cosmic extinction, but it's a pity that his practice period is too short, and the bottom line is too extreme. I dare to say that if Jian Wushuang practiced for another 10 million years, maybe being supreme, he would not be Jian Wushuang's opponent. There is not much time to give Jian Wushuang. Countless people looked at each other with silence in their hearts. Shi Jian's unparalleled defeat has become a foregone conclusion. The disciples who were too vain and shivering looked at the immortal ice god, who was as high as thousands of feet. They were all excited and shouting. The ice god is invincible! Jian Wushuang heir! How dare to fight against the Emperor Bingyu? The pearls of rice grains also shine? On the starry sky, Bingyu Supreme looks cold, like the of life and death, who is about to pronounce the death sentence of Jian Wushuang. At this moment, even through the Xuanwang mirror to watch the war, the people of the universe far away from here are shaking their heads and preparing to be sent back to the messenger who sent the gift to the Temple of Life. The sword is unparalleled, and it will die. This scene was staged in every corner of the universe at the same time. Until Taro's Sword Code 5th Taro! When the sword Wushuang's words fell, the whole universe starry sky, and at the same time, a loud bang. Not only the starry sky where Jian Wushuang fought with Bingyu Supreme, but the entire universe. Howling. The sky began to tear, and the wind raged suddenly, centering on Jian Wushuang, until it spread thousands of feet around, all turned into floating slaughter land. Countless people who watched the battle in the distance, all monks who practiced with swords, whether they hanged their swords on their waists or lay quietly in the ring of Qiankun. At this moment, they all send out a huge clearing. Countless sword spirits, straight into Jiuxiao. As if greeted, the ancient sword who is about to die. Petal the Void stretched out his hand to embrace the sword unparalleled in heaven and earth. The breath changed a little. His breath, become strange, become sharp, and become flying. This. The ice crystal giant sword lifted by Sun Binx's supreme stagnation, his brows frowned. The appearance of Wu Mingming's sword Wushuang has not changed. Standing in front of his eyes, Mingmi's sword Wushuang is still in the elementary state of supremacy. But somehow, on Jian Wushuang, he suddenly revealed a breath that made him feel scared. He's not sword warrior! There was an idea in Bingbing's supreme heart that made him feel incredible. Stop him! Although I don't know what happened to Jian Wushuang, Bingyu Supreme can feel that Jian Wushuang at this moment is extremely dangerous. Go to hell! Bing Extreme chuckled, the ice crystal giant sword in his hand, as if the mountain collapsed and crushed, chopped away towards the sword unparalleled. Huh! This sword is extremely fast. And sword unparalleled, as if stupid, closed his eyes tightly, waiting motionlessly for the sword to fall. When I saw this scene, many disciples in the Taishi temple were laughing. Ha ha ha, what do I think Jian Wushuang is holding on to? Is it just waiting to die? Pretend. Even Bingyu is supreme, and her slightly nervous mind is also a loose one. The sword is about to fall on the sword Wush's head. Boom! Yan Jian's unparalleled eyes opened suddenly. Two shocking gods skyrocketing from his eyes. Countless immortals circled up. Just like the arrival of the heaven and earth monarchs, countless starlights came from all directions, enveloped the sword's peerless body in a bright starlight, and the whole person was full of divinity. In the distance, the myriad swords that shook the heavens and the earth were trembling madly, and even the respective sword masters lost their induction and could not be recalled. This is? In countless people's horrified, stunned eyes, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his mouth. A deep, hoarse, but extremely sharp voice issued from Jian Wushuang's mouth. Imtaro! Huh! The Tianmen gate suddenly opened wide, a golden light beam fell from the air, and on the back of the sword unparalleled, formed a virtual reality wearing a blue shirt, walking on a sword, holding a gourd drunk in the world. Saw the ice crystal sword that was chopped down, and crush it directly. What? How did this happen? Bing extreme expression dull. This figure, he couldn't be more familiar. Isn't he too supreme or who? 23 centuries before the Chaos Era, Taro Supreme used a top-level supreme practice to sweep the universe invincible, and he was undefeated after many battles, suppressing 9 days and 10 places. He is not invincible, it is better than invincible. And he Bingyu Supreme was also the top supreme practice that year, using sword to enlighten. At that time, he was trying out the sword world, using many kendo giant arms as stepping stones to merge his kendo. At that time, the Supreme Master Tai Luo was like the sun in the sky. How could he let it go? He battled with Taro Supreme on the top of the universe, but in that battle he was defeated. Just ordinary sword. Extreme defeat. From then on, Tai Luo Supreme became the nightmare of Bing Ling Supreme. The reason why he has such a strong murderous power against Jian Wushuang is that no less than half of this factor. How is that possible? What is going on? Bing extreme eyes stared at Jian Wushuang, yelling constantly. The breath from Wu Jianhua's body made him feel a little suffocated and almost suffocated, his body trembling, which was not comparable to him at all. In the distance, more people are stiff. Looking at this scene like a lightning strike, the thoughts in my head roll and set off a stormy sea. Taro Supreme! This is the breath of Taro Supreme, yes! Taro Supreme has not yet fallen, and the old man has had the pleasure of meeting him. I can be extremely determined. This is the breath of Taro Supreme. An old strong took a deep breath, said solemnly. There was also the old friend who once had a relationship with Tai Luo, and Lao Ti said, Tao Luo Tao friends, 300 chaotic pre-epics, is the separation of life and death. I thought I would never see each other again in this life. Gather. Countless people lamented. But more people wonder, what is going on? This answer is only known by Jian Wushuang. 9 days above. The sword has no double-sided expression, and looks down at Bingyu Supreme, indifferently saying, Now, who are ants? Powerful momentum and decompression, crazily crisscross, the pressed ice cricket Supreme gradually kneel and lay on the ground. No! Taro Supreme is dead! You cannot be Taro Supreme! I don't believe it! Wu Bingxian clenched his fist tightly, his teeth biting. Next moment. Swords warriors! Do not say that you are not Tu Luo, even if you are Tai Luo Supreme, today I am iced, I will kill you! Roar! The extreme insanity was revealed in the supreme eyes of Bing Bing, and his body was standing up inch by inch under the pressure of the sword. Immediately, he patted his right hand fiercely into the void, and the whole man leaped and killed towards the sword unparalleled. Supernatural power, destruction! Chapter 44-36. Roar! At this moment Bingyu Supreme burned with divine power, and the whole person was full of danger to the extreme. Every step he took, he stepped out of a pit in the void, and made a loud popping sound. Come on! Jian Wushuang! I can't live, you die for me! Bingyu Extreme laughed wildly, eyes full of endless madness. He hated Tai Luo Supreme. At the time, he had cultivated with him in the same way, but he was much stronger than him, asking the top of the universe. He hated the sword unparalleled, his talent is extraordinary, and it is rare in the ancient world. He is so low as to be low, but he can still fight with him, forcing him to fight with death. How unfair the sky is! There is a Taro Supreme, and a sword unparalleled. Why hasn't he spoiled him forever? Huh! Bingyu Extreme approached madly, and his body swelled like a bomb about to explode. It was extremely dangerous. No! Let's retreat! Bingyu Extreme is desperate. In this blow, Bingyu Supreme has been determined to die. He is going to pull his sword to end with him. Crazy and crazy, Bingyu Supreme is completely crazy. At this moment, countless people watching the battle in the distance were crazed and angered to the extreme. You must know that the destructive power of Bingyu Supreme is the most powerful forbidden technique of the Taishu Temple, which not only destroys the enemy, but also destroys itself. The power that erupted at that instant was enough to draw them into destruction. Ha 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 ha, want to escape. Anyone who comes today will die. Seeing this, Bingyu Extreme laughed loudly, quickly printed his hands with his hands, and directly applied the Feng Tian divine art, which would ban the 100,000 miles of the surrounding sky. Those spectators who were retreating suddenly seemed to hit an invisible wall. The action of retreating and escaping was instantly delayed. Suddenly, many cosmic powers of the universe who watched the battle through the Xuanwang mirror became extremely blue. Temple of Life, Supreme Temple. Blood Wave Supreme, Giant Axe Supreme and others raised their heads and stared at the Xuanwang mirror. A solemn, quiet needle can be heard. And just after Bingyu Supreme cast his destructive power, Jack! Blood Wave Supreme got up sharply and stood up, with 3 inches of sharp eyes in his eyes. This Bingyu Supreme has lost his mind in order to kill the sword unparalleled. Regardless of the consequences, he really should kill. The other great masters, although not speaking, were also grimly dripping water. This scene, similar to the Temple of Life, is constantly being performed in the core of the universe. On the starry sky of Taishu Temple, there was a sound of horror begging for mercy. No! Let us go! Bingao Supreme, your goal is Jian Wushuang. It has nothing to do with us. Yes. It's good if you look for Sword Wushuang. Someone tried to arouse Binjia's supreme reason. Bingao, if you do this, you will pull the entire Taishu Temple into the endless place. Stop it now! There are also attempts to threaten Moraine Supreme. However, the supreme sight of Bingyu, made him laugh more and more crazy. Ha ha ha, are you scared? If you don't want to be buried with me, it's easy, then you can kill Swordsman with me. When this remark came to an end, everyone shivered. Immediately, a few people looked at Jian Wushuang, their eyes struggling. And the sword Wushuang, which belongs to the center of destruction, was indifferent, expressionless, unhappy or sad. Facing the imminent Bingyu Extreme, Jian Wushuang's black hair flew, starlight lingered around him, and uttered a word calmly. Cut! At the next moment, Jian Wushuang slowly raised his hand, and the tailored Excalibur held by him held up. Behind him, the huge Taro Supreme Virtual Shadow, just like the shadow of the sword unparalleled, like the shadow follows, raises his hand and makes the sword-cutting action. At this moment, Jian Wushuang and Tai Luo Supreme merged. Puff! Suddenly, a crimson sword mang cut from the Taro Excalibur. Rumble. Billowing thunder. No words can be used to describe this extremely beautiful sword. As if the universe was split open to both sides, the sky was torn apart like a scroll. The endless sky of the sky was torn directly into a jagged mouth and turned into a broken void hole. As Qianlong ascended to the sky, as Tianhe rolled down, this sword, covering the sun and the moon, swept across the sky. This sword is enough to make the peoples bow their heads and suppress all dissatisfaction. After the sword was cut, whether it was the gigantic laughter of Bingyu Supreme, or the voices of spectators who begged for mercy or threats, all stopped abruptly. Everyone was holding their breath, watching it blankly, which filled the entire starry sky, and became a dazzling sword. This sword, the power of Huang Huang, is not visible. Puff! The next moment, the sword was cut like a tofu, and passed straight through the huge chest of the Eye Supreme. Bingyu Supreme still keeps her footsteps and strides forward. However, on his chest, a huge hollow with thick feet appeared directly. No blood spills, no divine power dissipates, no ice crystals splash. This sword directly annihilated everything that Bingyu Supreme. Bingyu Extreme's huge body fell to his knees. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the gradual hollowing of his chest. I lost? Ha 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 ha. His body diminished quickly, returning to its normal state, and the ice crystals covering his skin dissipated like sand. He could feel that at this moment, his majestic vitality and majestic power were quickly dissipating. The world in front of him quickly turned black, and he saw Jian Wuxuang suddenly weaken to the extreme after wielding the sword. The Taro Supreme virtual reality on his back had collapsed inch by inch. If you shoot at this time, you can definitely kill the sword without double-clicking. But he had no chance. Just when he thought he was about to die, a sigh sounded in the heavens and the earth. Bin Gao, you let this seat down. The next moment in this void, I saw a middle-aged man wearing a crown, wearing a black gold nine-clawed dragon robe, wearing a purple gold crown, and looking courageous, bathed in thunder, step out of the void. To Emperor God. The real master behind the Taishu Temple is also the heavenly power to open the Taishu Temple, invincible and supreme. Suddenly, because the crisis was lifted, everyone in the heart breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "The sword is unparalleled, and that's it!" In the eyes of the Emperor Taishu, the thunderous light flickered, and he looked slightly towards the body supported by the tailored Excalibur, drained of divine power, and the shaky sword Wuxuang. His words were bland, but filled with an unquestionable power. Cough, cough. Jian Wuxuang coughed violently and raised his head, looking at the Emperor Taishu, the true power of the universe, standing at the peak of the universe. Chapter 44-37. To Emperor God. The pioneers of the Taishu Temple really opened up the territory and suppressed the power of the universe. In the entire universe, he can be compared with him, but the number of hands is not a tribe of ancestors, or the ruler of the immortal Holy Land. After he appeared, the entire noisy universe was suddenly dead. Everyone was too dare to look at the Emperor Taishu, and lowered his head. Jian Wuxuang, this seat is nothing but entanglement between you and you. From now on, all the past will be written off. How? Emperor Taishu looked at Jian Wuxuang indifferently and said. After that, he waved his sleeves. The Morina Supreme, which was dying out, recovered quickly at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Bingyu Supreme first glanced at Jian Wuxuang viciously, then immediately looked at Emperor Taishu, and his eyes were full of fear. Master God, he shivered and just wanted to open his mouth to speak. The words just came out, and I saw the Emperor Taishu coldly gave him a sideways glance, scolding. Is it not enough to be ashamed? Go back, and then go to the extraterritorial battlefield with this seat later. Seeing this Taishu God Emperor, Bingyu Supreme, just like a mouse seeing a cat, he suddenly trembled when he heard the words, and looked at Jian Wuxuang with a resentful glance. Jian Wuxuang struggled to stand up from the sky. Looking at this scene, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. He managed to slay the Bingyu Supreme today, but he did not expect that the Emperor Xuanxu was killed in the air and rescued the Bingyu Supreme. If you can't kill Bingyu Supreme today, I'm afraid that you will kill Bingyu Supreme in the future. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wu's eyes flashed and said, Master, Emperor Bingyu, 3 or 5 times he wants to put me to death, and it is the main force that pacifies the life shrine twice. I do and know how many disciples die in life. You are too vain in the hands of the temple. You are now a bit too light about it, isn't it a bit too light? Oh? Emperor Taishu raised a brow when he heard his words, as if he was surprised that Jian Wuxuang dared not follow his instructions, and his voice became cold, and he replied, Jian Wuxuang, are you in this seat to discuss with you? Huh! The voice fell, and a momentum like a mountain broke out from the Emperor Taishu. Moment! Jian Wuxuang was smashed by this momentum, and immediately, as if hit by a sledgehammer, the whole person fell to the ground fiercely, and the body almost shattered. This momentum came fast and went fast, and in just one breath, it was taken back by the Emperor Taishu. He glanced down on the ground, his face became incredibly pale. Jian Wuxuang said coldly, Jian Wuxuang, if this seat was not in the face of the old senior Gav just now, this one will kill you. Jian Wuxuang was lying in the void. Although the spirit of the Emperor Taishu had been withdrawn, invisibly, As if there was still a big mountain pressing on his back, he couldn't stand up. Is this the power of invincibility? Jian Wushwang clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with endless humiliation. He thought he had broken through the supremacy, and he dared not say that he could run across the universe. At least he had a little self-protection. But only at this moment, when he truly faced the invincible Supreme, did he know how small he was. He was in front of Emperor Taishu, just like Bingyu Supreme was in front of the Patriarchs, and he had no resistance at all. The gap between the half-step Invincible Supreme and the Invincible Supreme is too big. Emperor Taishu looked at Jian Wushwang, and gradually sneered at the corners of his mouth, and said, Sword Wushwang, this seat looks at your eyes, do you seem to disagree? Jian Wushwang did not answer. In the face of absolute power, all words are pale. Emperor Taishu shook his head and said, If you are unconvinced, you can wait for your recovery and come to the extraterrestrial battlefield to find me. This seat is waiting for you. After that, Emperor Taishu would leave. However, he just turned around and seemed to think of something again. He stepped out and said, Swords are unparalleled. Look at GVS' supreme face. I would like to remind you that you act Loki and your strength has not allowed you to. This universe is rampant. This universe is much wider than you think. You think you are talented and fighting across borders is enough to be proud and arrogant. It's just that your vision is too small and limited by cultivation. See this side of the world. In this universe, Emo said that your sword Wushwang is nothing. Even this seat is just a drop in the ocean. The true strong in Tianjiao, you are not qualified to see it now. Having said that, the Emperor Taishian narrowed his eyes, and a radiant of unintelligible radiance was drawn at the corners of his mouth, suppressing the sound to a decibel that only the two of them could hear, one word at a time. Jian Wushwang, do you think that when the universe was invincible, how did Tai Luo Supreme, who was proud of himself, die? As soon as this remark was made, Jian Wushwang was shocked. Emperor Taishu shook his head and said, Okay, the sword is unparalleled. Now Gap is supremely asleep. You do NT even have a beam carrying a beam in your temple of life. Do NT let it be because of your humble life like dust. The temple of life behind it has caused a great disaster. After speaking, Emperor Taishu looked at Jian Wushwang a bit with disgust and playfulness, and without further ado, disappeared into the starry sky in one step. With the departure of Emperor Taishu, this battle finally came to a successful end. Victory! Master Blood Sword wins! Extreme Ice Cricket, lost to Sword Incomparable. Suddenly, Hao Emperor, who was close to Jian Wushwang, dominated the crowd and cheered. The other strong men who came to watch the war were also in awe. They rushed up, embracing the sword unparalleled in the middle, saying the words of flattery. However, Jian Wushwang's heart was not happy at all. Is this winning? Jian Wushwang smiled bitterly in his heart. The last word of Emperor Taishu was like a bombshell that exploded in his mind. Seriously, have you not seen the real universe? At this moment, the universe that he originally thought was clear had suddenly become blurred, and seemed to have a mysterious veil. And how did Taro Supreme, who was so powerful back then, die? According to the remnant thought of Supreme Master Tai Luo, it seems to be related to a person called Emperor. Who is this Emperor? Endless thoughts flowed, but Jian Wushwang couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head and said silently, weak. After all, I'm still too weak. Chapter 4438. Master Bloodsword? Do you have any thoughts? The master of Hao Hao noticed the incompatibility of Jian Wushwang, and raised his doubts and asked. Jian Wushwang didn't talk back, but Hao Ember dominated it like he guessed something, and laughed. Master Bloodsword, you can use the elementary supreme practice to defeat the half-step invincible supreme ice mast. It's already very powerful. That's too hypocritical. You do and need to be attentive to what God says. Wu Jianshou smiled and did not answer. He just looked up at the starry sky of Woody with a negative hand, thinking in his eyes. Extraterritorial battlefield. He was very keen to capture the word extraterritorial battlefield in the mouth of Emperor Taishu. He is no stranger to these 4 words. As soon as he broke through the Supreme, Bloodwave Supreme had mentioned it in a vague manner. The Outland Battlefield is a battlefield located at the edge of the universe. Therefore, the cosmic preaching of the universe appears to be extremely rare, because the of the universe sits in the extraterrestrial battlefield all year round, and rarely returns to the depths of the universe. Moreover, according to the Supreme Master of Blood, the owner of the Palace of Live Shrine went to the extraterritorial battlefield before returning without news. In addition, most of the invincible Supremes in the universe are basically gathered in extraterritorial battlefields. Extraterritorial. Wu Jianzhou continued to ponder, what does this, outside, mean? After a short while, the swordless Tue Hao Emperor and others bid farewell and left Taishu Temple. However, instead of going to the Diwu Temple and the Dragon Race, he set up a cosmic boat and sailed towards the Temple of Life. 23 days later. The sword-cutting Eye Supreme thing spread throughout the universe. Suddenly, the universe was trembling again, and it was boiling. The powerful people of the universe are even more uproar. Then they couldn't sit still, and went to the Temple of Life to form a war alliance with the Temple of Life. Then, the details of the battle between Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme spread through the entire universe through the Xuanwang mirror. Countless people watched this battle with interest, marveled at it, and made a terrible case. The talent of the sword is unparalleled, the sword's skill is outstanding, and it is rare in all ages. Sword warriors will become the second Taro Supreme. No! When Tai Luo Supreme was in the realm of Jian Wushuang, he was far less powerful than Jian Wushuang. You said, how was Jian Wushuang's last move released at the time? Could it be that Tai Lu Supreme was really not dead? Or was Jian Wushuang reincarnated? For a moment, all kinds of strange discussions were all uproar. The universe is full of discussions about the sword unparalleled. Unconsciously, Jian Wushuang has already become a legend that makes others look up. Sunstar Field, home of the Jinwu family. 9 fireballs practiced into a line, revolving around an extremely huge sun. Here is the old nest of the Jinwu family. The huge sun in the middle is the palace of Emperor Jinwu. Jian Wushuang, can you be able to slay half-step Invincible Supreme? Emperor Jinwu stood erect in the sun, staring at the distant starry sky for a moment. Once upon a time, the two still had a battle in the ancient sky, and he has been working hard to improve himself, so that one day, he can fight against Jian Wushuang again. He was retreating when Jian Wushuang attended the Grand Cosmos event. When Jian stepped on the 4 forces, he was in retreat. Now, he is finally out of customs. Sun became the second Supreme of Jinwu tribe after King Jinwu. He thought that he had broken through the Supreme, and he had the power to resist with the swordless chamber. As a result, when he vowed, ready to go out to find Sword Wushuang, he heard the news that Jian Wushuang's sword chopped ice. What kind of character is Bing Bing? The famous half-step Invincible Supreme in the universe, the master of the dominant power. Regarding strength and reputation, he is not even under his father, King Jinwu, and is even stronger. The result is such a great power. If it wasn't for the Emperor Su Xiao arrived, he would have been killed by Jian Wushuang? Is this swordsman? The Emperor Jinwu murmured to himself, only felt that the more he understood Jian Wushuang, the more he felt that the gap between the two was too big, and even to the point where he could hardly look back and looked up. Crackling. At this moment, a footstep sounded behind him. He is the Emperor Jinwu, walking step by step from the depths of the palace. He saw Emperor Jinwu's glance at Emperor Jinwu and then said, Lianer, pack up quickly, and go to the Temple of Life with your father. What? The Emperor Jinwu heard a word and wondered. Father, what are we going to do at the Temple of Life? The Emperor Jinwu glared at him, and replied, Isn't it going to help you wipe your in the past? It was in the Shinkong ancient road that you had a festival with Jian Wushuang. It was because of the god's thoughts left on you. Save it. Although this matter has passed a long time, and it is not too much resentment, but no one knows whether Jian Wushuang is a revenge and regretful person. Today, the sword Unparalleled Sword is invincible in half a step, and it has become a great climate. The title is unparalleled. When it comes to strength, he is not even his father's opponent. His wrists can't beat him. Naturally, he must rush to the door to apologize. This resentment, if he does not remember it, can be regarded as a good destiny. When the Emperor Jingwu heard a shock, Jian Wushuang was already so strong that he needed his father, and he had to come to the court to please him? Well, don't think too much about it. Everyone has his own life. Jian Wushuang is a rare evil in all ages. What do you compare with him? Emperor Jinwu smiled a little, patted Emperor Jinwu's shoulder, and smiled. Go, let me go to the Temple of Life. Prince Jinwu nodded gently. And similar to the above scene, is constantly being staged in the universe. Inside the universe starry sky, Wu Jianshou drove the spacecraft, riding the wind and waves all the way, flying fast. He didn't rush back to the Temple of Life, but went to the glacier forbidden area in the far north of the universe to pick up the cold frost. After that, he rushed back to the Temple of Life. For him, it is already his limit to make the sword press the ice supreme. The Diwu Shrine and the Dragon Clan are all behemoths with invincible supreme-level power to sit in town. The Black Feather Supreme of the Diwu Temple can only be regarded as the bottom of the Invincible Supreme, but it is also the true Invincible Supreme, definitely not a sword incomparable. And the dragons are not to mention, just 3 generations of bloodline dragons, they are all Invincible Supreme cultivation, rumors that there are 2nd-generation dragons sleeping. The 3rd generation of dragons is invincible and supreme. What is the concept of the 2nd generation of dragons? Wu Jianshou thought, very scared. Coupled with the words of Emperor Taishu, Emperor Jianshuang has made a decision in his heart. Instead of taking risks and standing himself under a dangerous wall, it is better to improve his strength first. When we really destroy them, it will be crushing and crushing, cutting grass and roots, leaving no room for it. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.